3-star for Thor. Great attack there.
Yeah, really, really great attack there. And this is kind of showcasing perfectly as well how to deal with some of those bases, and especially showcase how to avoid the weaknesses of certain strategies. Like having, for example, the Electro Titans, which, as I said, have the big weakness as soon as they have to go versus a ring base or like a central town hall base, and having to go through the town of poison. It's pretty much over. I mean, this entire attack is going to be really, really tough to save then. But this is why he used perfectly the Blim to take that out, and then just created the pathing to kind of circle the ring base around the outside, because he was able to reach every single defense. Yeah, just have to say it. Really, really strong plan, and really well deserved with this wonderful 3-star.
Yeah, great 3-star there, the Electro Titans, and he didn't even need to invest the Warden ability. Typically, you think Warden with the blimp as it's flying over, but he was like, no Seeking Air Mines on its way, why not wait? So great decision there, got all that value, and was able to take that base down. So if you're finding that base, that's the key. Zap into Electro Titans, walking all the way around, but here we go, Morgan is in, and we've got another very similar attack. This is what they like to do of the Super Archer Blimp into the Hydra, the Dragons, and Dragon Riders. It didn't work for the first two, as the second one, unfortunately, was the 1-star. But can he turn this one around, as they desperately need 3 stars now?
I think this time around it's actually a cloned Loon Blimp, because there's no invisibility spells whatsoever. This is kind of like what was really popular in Town Hall 14. Like, you just have, especially versus ring bases or like bases where a lot of value was around the Town Hall, you just blimp the Town Hall, clone the Loons everywhere, and just see half the base disappear. But on this one, we have an Expo next to it. So I'm not sure how much they can really clone, and especially with the Warden ability not being there anymore.
Yeah.
This was 6 spell slots. I'm not sure if that was really worth it, the investment, because, well, what did he try to go for with the clones? I'm not sure if the value was really there.
As the Dragons are still pushing their way around, now finally has deployed his heroes, that King and Queen, towards the bottom side at the Eagle Artillery. Are these Dragons able to stay alive through the core, as a Royal Champion is actually now in front of his heroes? You need that Royal Champion to stay protected by the King, at least, as now our ability is forced.
Yeah, ability is forced indeed. King has still his ability. Queen still going inside. With her Unicorn getting targeted, though, you would like to see the Queen getting targeted instead if possible. King ability now with the open compartment. The King might go inside, but Corbin, he is using the Frosty on that King. I am not sure what, like, if you're using those air attacks, what would you use on the pet combinations? Is there any preference you have?
Well, when it comes to Dragons like this, I've been using the Phoenix on the Warden, because when the Warden comes back to life, you can get maybe a building at the last second, which can make a difference. Or you could use the Phoenix on the King, which a lot of people end up doing, but I don't know. That's kind of the situation that I would have, at least he didn't put a ground pet on the Warden, you know, because if you move in with the Dragons as you come through in an attack like this with a ground pet on the Warden as you're flying through, that ground pet would lure out a Clan Castle of an Ice Golems, of a Lava Hound, things that only target ground. And an 80% 2-star now, unfortunately, is going to put them to 5 stars at the moment. And they are going to be down by quite a bit, especially with the back-to-back 3 stars that came in from Eugene Nebula.
Yeah, and I feel like at this point it might be interesting for some of the viewers what the stats overall look like, because you might think, okay, this is a crazy difference between the two teams. So for example, if you take a look at the first stage, which was the open ladder stage, overall more than 4,900 teams participated, and the overall hit rate, the success rate kinda, what those teams had, was a little bit above the 21% mark, which means, if you kind of translate that, it's like out of 100 attacks, a little bit more than 21 would be a 3-star. This is kind of what the success rate looked like. And while, well, wait, what? Okay, don't 3-star this base too much. This is like one of my old bases. I built this like in the beginning of Town Hall 15. I don't know how this ends up being here, but I'm not sure if I should have called this early, because if it defends, I can flex. If it just getting crushed, I should have never mentioned it anyways. So let's see what happens if Halo's just crushing it.
Let's see as he takes on that king, coming all the way across with these E-Dragons. Rocket loose in the corners, popping that Warden ability through the Eagle artillery shots, as now he's having a clone with this blimp. Invis, super minions. Oh, we got a couple red air bombs. Now he's trying to take out all this area with the super minion blimp. Talon's going down, Multi's going down as well, and he's getting some very nice value.
Yeah, the value is pretty good. I mean, he's getting a lot of value. But hey, the Monolith is staying alive right now.
परफॉर्मेंस आगे जाके प्रोवाइड करता है और वो चीज़ यहाँ पे एक चीज़ और इंटरेस्टिंग देखने को मिलेगा सीसी को एकदम यहाँ पे आगे सेंटर की ओर लेके जाया गया है और गाइस ये वाली अटैक्स ना बहुत ही ज़्यादा वर्क करता है.
He's using the new level 15 Yak because he doesn't like to bring wall breaks. Instead, he's forcing his king and the pet into a wall, which then quickly opens that, because exactly as you have said it, the Phoenix is combined with the Warden, because this is a really great combination. But the question now, is the power there for the back end?
As the Royal Champion is now set into that Monolith to help try to stun it, the King unfortunately does go down. We do have an Invis and a Freeze, but a bunch of ground skeletons popping up next to this Royal Champion to slow her down. And no wall breaks here, as that Queen is going to walk her way down and around, going to have to burn her ability soon through this cannon. The RC and her ability can skip through, take out some of these build house, but we do have a defending Queen, and Itsu. It looks like the base is gonna hold.
क्वीन किनारे के एरियाज को क्लियर करते हुए आगे बढ़े, लेकिन क्वीन यहाँ पे आगे बढ़े, क्वीन के सामने एक बड़ा चैलेंज आता है. उनको सारे के सारे जितने भी स्टोरेज है ना, उनको क्लियर करते हुए आगे बढ़ना है. अब स्टोरेज को क्लियर करने में काफी टाइम लग जाता है भाई साहब. क्वीन ही रहेगी ना, फिर भी बहुत टाइम लग जाएगा. उधर से रॉयल चैंपियन को काफी सारे हेवी डिस्ट्रक्शन वाले बिल्डिंग्स यहाँ पे अटैक कर रहे हैं, जिससे उनकी एबिलिटी लूज हो चुकी है. और भाई साहब अब रॉयल चैंपियन भी यहाँ पे डिस्ट्रॉय हो जाएंगे. तो सेंटर क्लियरेंस के लिए वैसा कुछ खास बचा नहीं है. क्वीन की भी एबिलिटी बस यूज हो गई है. मैक्सिमम अगर वैल्यूज की बात की जाए तो 80% विद 2 स्टार का वैल्यूज से निकालने में फिलहाल तो कामयाब रहे. किनारे से कुछ और परसेंटेज निकालने की उम्मीद के साथ कुछ मिनियंस को ड्रॉप डाउन कर दिया गया है, एंड इट्स ऑल डन. आई बिलीव कि 1 से 2% की वैल्यूज में भी निकल जाए, बट सिचुएशन देख के मुझे नहीं लग रहा है ये अटैक आगे और भी प्रोसीड हो पाएगा. एंड इट्स ऑल एंड 82% पे 2 स्टार ऑल ओवर जो स्कोर बन के आया वॉर टीम का 3 अटैक में 5 स्टार 45.2% की एवरेज डिस्ट्रक्शन रही है. और वहीं पे यूजी नेबुला 3 अटैक परफॉर्म करके 8 स्टार विद 56.4% की यहाँ पे ऑल ओवर परसेंटेज डिस्ट्रक्शन, एवरेज डिस्ट्रक्शन रहा है. ओके,
qualify and make it to the next stage, then it becomes the Swiss stage, and that is where you win 3, you advance, you lose 3, you're out. There's actually back-to-back Swiss stages as it starts to narrow down, and then finally it will be a double elimination where you are crowning the top 4 for the golden ticket teams. But here we go. What will War Team be able to do to answer? And it's not the Dragons, as we are coming in with the Super Barbarians. We're seeing a lot of openings in the walls, so he's going Super Barbs with the Balloon, the Blimp, and that Warden Eternal Tome.
Yeah, I could see another... Okay, I was about to say maybe another Titan inside the Clan Castle, but they have decided to not go for that. Now we see the Invisibility spell. This time around, a really smart location to land with the Super Archer Blimp, because he's landing on top of that King, which means if you compare to the first attack where they landed next to the King, now he can turn the King invisible and he will never distract those Super Archers. So really nicely done. And what I want to say as well about, like, it's great to see teams like signing up to those competitions and just taking the experience as well. I really hope that War Team moving forward is going to be part of this scene and is going to enjoy the experience overall, because there are not many teams who are making it to this part of the competition. So it's quite impressive overall. And well, let's see if this one is going to be followed up with a 3-star.
Absolutely. We love seeing it open to everyone. That's the brilliant thing about this Clash of Clans World Championship. Everyone's able to compete, but you have to prove it in order to make it to the final stages. It's all about working your way through, as now that King ability has gone off. We got the Ice Golems out in front of these heroes, wall breaking his way through, trying to open these walls to get access to the core of the space, as he got 17 more Super Barbarians to utilize, as he now sends the Royal Champion as well to move through the space.
Yes, and there could be another wall break as soon as that warden is down to lead his troops further into the base, maybe at the archer tower. Someone place the next wall break. Oh no, the wall break is from the wrong direction. He could have placed it from where the queen is, for example, to give her access to the next compartment. But take a look at this backhand now. Ranged up Scatter, Tesla Farm, X-Bow. This is looking like a true nightmare to get through. And it feels like this is just a bit too much for the Super Barbarians to handle.
Yeah, unfortunately, that backside there with the Scatter, Ground Expo, Tassel Farm, Skeletons all popping up here. And another 2-star here for War Team, unfortunately. We do have the Headhunters taking out that defending king, but he just not able to have enough. He did send the heroes in towards the Eagle Artillery because you definitely do not want to end on that. And you know for sure, these players are trying to defend against attack strategies just like this. You're going to have to be using Super Barbarians as a test because you know it's the meta, and you have to see if you can bait that attack and help defend it from many different angles. And unfortunately, War Team was not able to convert here, and they don't have a 3-star yet in this match.
Yeah, no 3-star yet for them, but they know what the best clan castle looks like with the Super Archer Blimp. 3 Super Archers, 1 Super Wall Breaker, and 5 Goblins right now is the best thing you can do if you're playing this Blimp, making sure that you're getting as much value as possible. And then we have the Super Barbarians as follow-up, just as you said, which I feel like works especially versus those type of bases with those open corners, because this is how they can move into the base really freely. And, well, let's see what is now next from Eugene Nebula.
Absolutely. Eugene Nebula is looking good. They're looking to just keep adding more stars or even the 3 stars to this match to be able to try to advance in the upper bracket. If you want to see the bracket, you can at home. Just log into Clash of Clans, go to the right side of the screen. There is the Clash of Clans Worlds icon. You click that, and then there's a tab at the top. Click the competition tab, and then right away you'll see the bracket. That's how you can stay up to date on everything that is happening. You can filter by upper bracket. You can even filter by the lower bracket, so you can see where the teams are going and know who's going to be able to advance, because there was 128 teams that need to make it, as it was lowered down to 72 that are competing here today, as those teams are narrowed down to 32, and then it's going to be starting to go in lower and lower throughout the upcoming stages. But Rootkit is coming in with a Skelly Bat Donut with the Hog Riders. I'm trying to see, did he remove the town hall? No, okay. You know, because he does it sometimes, uses bat spells to remove a town hall, then recall it. It's not a meta attack, it's a very hard attack, but he did successfully take down the defending clan castle.
Yeah, already getting great value with those spells early on. The queen now has to follow this golem along to get into that base, into that town hall. And then we see on the right side with the flanger really nicely getting a ton of value already on that scatter. And take a look at that. With the splash already hitting onto the cannon and onto the archer tower, this flanger should get incredible value. And this is like the big thing, like this siege machine on its own, if you can enable that as a player in this competition, this is such a big deal, because this can just work non-stop. You don't have to concentrate on it too much, and it's just going to take down half of the base. And then we have, as the heroes have taken down the town hall, the king is up at the top. We have now the Hog Riders swarming that base, but not all of them, Corbin.
Yeah, he's saving 16 for the backside of the space, sprinkling them around as the hogs are coming through, dropping a skeleton spell to distract the single target infernos and that monolith, as the Royal Champion is now moving with these hogs, and it's looking good as he's not invested a heal. As he's continuing his way through, he's kind of landing or leaving the Eagle Artillery for the very end, but it's looking like it's not going to matter as the RC now peels off to the Eagle Artillery with 2 more freezes. But what I'm noticing here, Itsu, is they're not taking really heal spells for these hog attacks. Is there a reason why they're deciding not to bring a heal spell?
I feel like the heal spell on Town of 15 is just not strong enough anymore a lot of times, so it's just not, it cannot keep up with how much damage there is in a base, and this is why you just instead then try to spread out your hogs as Rootkit perfectly showcased to avoid the splash a bit better, and then instead just rage your Hog Riders up during the Warden ability, since the Warden ability on Town of 15 just lasts forever, it feels like, and with this combination you can just get rid of way more defenses than using a heal spell instead and losing Hogs Rider even through the heal spell. For example, we're on other town level, like town level 10, 11 back then, you could heal troops and they are pretty much invincible. They're staying alive through whatever damage there is. This is not the case anymore on Town of 15. The damage is a little bit higher, and because of that, this is why the spell usage has changed for those ground attacks.
Yeah, that defensive rage spell plays a huge impact in that decision. You rage up a scatter, you rage up an eagle artillery, you're almost getting one-shotted from that damage. So the Warden ability is critical. You have to time it perfectly in order to get all that value. But what a lot of people are not realizing is when they're sending in those hogs or sending in those troops, try to pair in headhunters, right? You want headhunters paired in, moving through. When you pop that Warden ability, it can go straight for those defensive heroes. As now we've got War Team trying to get at least one triple. Can they do it with Super Barbarians and is taking in the Stone Slammer, but he's getting pushed back by that Sweeper.
Oh no. I mean, he's cloning forward. This is something we have talked about earlier, which we have criticized, so he's nicely doing that. But still, it feels like this blimp was not meant to open right there. It does not go to plan whatsoever. And at this point, I would just say, save the spells. And that's exactly what he does. So really smart decision right there. Knowing, okay, he has tried to get as much as possible. And then now he has to somehow try to save this, get at least another second star on the board. But it's not going to be easy. Take a look at another Rage Tower close by to the Town Hall. It's going to rage up the Expos, the Town Hall, and the Multi-Inferno Tower. This is going to be a lot of damage, but at least he has the Warden ability still left to use.
Yeah, the Warden ability is going to have to be critical to help protect all these heroes as they are making their way towards this Town Hall, as the King is backtracking to that Queen, then going back now to the Town Hall compartment. No, then going back to the right side. He doesn't know where he wants to go as everything is avoiding the Town Hall compartment now.
Oh no, things are going from bad to worse for them. This is really unfortunate. The Tornado Trap catching that King and the troops inside of it. Wall breaks are keep going through. Queen ability has been used. King ability now as well. You might be able to use the Warden ability to save the Barbarians. That's exactly what he did. Nice usage of that Warden ability, but with 9 Super Barbarians, I just don't... Maybe he could send all of them onto the Expo and turn the Expo and the gold storage invisible so they go for the Town Hall. But even then, I'm not sure if that is enough, and it feels like this is going to be another 1-star for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunate 1-star here, as Rootkit's base is going to hold that Town Hall stage, but sending that Stone Slammer into where a Sweeper is pointing, you have to freeze early because that Sweeper can get the shot off. You don't think about the time it takes for when you actually hit that spell. It takes just a fraction of a second to move and fall down on that map, and that's all it takes from the time that spell is falling, because there's that animation, right? The spell has to fall down, then land and freeze. During that time, the Sweeper can get that shot off, so you have to actually time it just a little bit earlier, and that goes for the same thing for the Invis. Even though it lasts 4.5 seconds, you can't drop the Invis spell at 4.5 seconds. You have to drop it earlier than that, so when the spell lands, it keeps your troops invisible, keeps them protected. It's the small details that make the difference in all these matches that you have to start to realize, which will play an impact in all your attacks.
Yes, and at this point, the match obviously already being over, but remember, all of those teams have a second chance in the lower bracket, and all the best there for War Team. I think it's just great to see new teams on this scene as well, and just remember, there is a lot of pressure on the line if you have to think about that. So many people are watching, so I really want to make sure that no one is going too hard about them and
absolutely
like how the attacks went, because things can go just so easy the wrong way on Town of 15. It's really unforgiving, and At the same time now, though, we wish Rainberry best of luck because there is only one open base left. And he's in with the last attack of the match.
And let me point this out. I'm in the game right now. I'm in the tournament hub. I'm looking at the competition tab. And if you look at the bracket, who does UG Nebula play next? Well, they are going to be playing on no other than Strut. Yes, a team that played in the World Championship last year is going to be who UG Nebula takes on next in the second round. So good luck to them. That is going to be a very difficult match. But we'll see Rainberry as he's going to try to bring 33 Hog Riders as the Blizzard does successfully take that Town Hall down.
Yeah, really nicely done with that Blizzard. Finding the location where there can't be that many giant bombs and using it perfectly. Getting that blimp done. And I have to say, I really miss from time to time like a really solid executed Blizzard. Because it's just nice to see that this strategy is still possible and viable in the right hands. And this opening looks already like really good to get started with now Valkyrie getting pushed in there as well. Let's now wait where the Queen is going to be placed. Maybe on the outside to walk into the Eagle, or what do you think?
Yeah, you definitely want to place the heroes going towards the Eagle. Yep, absolutely. You're 100% right. As the King of Healing now goes off to help take out the scatter shot, as this Queen is slowly going to continue to path her way towards this Eagle artillery and continue to get some very nice value with this hero.
Yeah, the King with the Phoenix. Nice work of taking down, or at least damaging already the defending King. The Phoenix distracted that Queen, but the wall is open right there, so I'm now questioning if the Queen is even going inside. We have at the bottom side the Hog Rider starting, and as you said earlier, we typically don't see heal spells, but this time around he is using the heal. Do you think versus 2 Raged Up Multi-Infernal is this going to be enough? Let's see if this is going to be any difference, because take a look at what Tower 15 does with Hog Riders if Raged Up Multi-Infernal Towers exist.
Yeah, he does freeze.
Just freeze
so he was able to heal those hogs up so as they make their way to the backside. But that he makes them invisible for a quick sec. Now they're getting hit again by this multi-target Inferno as he's continuing his way through with the World Champion and her ability. Is he going to burn it through this monolith? Come on, use your RC ability. It's going to go off. Come on. Yes, it stuns. It goes off. Archer Tower goes down, and Rainberry adds a 3 stars. So War Team would have had to get 4 triples, just like what UG Nebula was able to do, putting them up to 14 stars. So a fantastic war for UG Nebula right there. But their next opponent is going to be Strut in round 2. You can take a look at the bracket, everyone. It's inside the game in Clash of Clans in the competition tab if you click that icon on the right side. So, man, what a stellar performance for UG Nebula. Very strong defense as well, getting 2 defensive 1 stars. As in this competition, it's double elimination, Itsu. You win, you advance, you lose, you're not out of it. You just have to fight for your life in the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's right. So there is the chance of messing up once, and after that you can just try to come back from that. It's not easy, but it's for sure something those teams can try to go for. And this last attack was really nicely done, really good usage of those spells overall, and really nicely showcased of like, first off, early warning ability into the heal, and then into like just non-stop freezing the back-end multi-Inferno Tower, which was raged up. And you have seen over the short amount of time where troops were not invisible or the Inferno Tower was frozen, those Outriders, they went down quite quickly. But otherwise, overall, an incredible attack. Really incredible performance from the entire team over this match. And, well, the next opponent, as you already said, it is not going to get any easier over the next couple of weeks, depending on how far they will get in this championship qualifier.
Absolutely. But let's take a look at some highlights from this last match that we just saw. There's going to be a total of 6 matches here today. As you see on the top right, day 1, match 1 out of 6. We have 5 more to go, which will determine all the teams that will be advancing to the next stage, which is the Swiss bracket. Not tomorrow, but next weekend. As Alfonso coming in with a brilliant 3-star. And three others as well coming in with 3 stars as the defensive side here for Alfonso stepped up, stopping that blimp very, very early. And unfortunately, like you talked about, Itsu, before, not dropping that clone spell closer to the Town Hall, because the clone spell, how it works is wherever you drop the clone, it will spawn the troops towards the middle of the clone. So if you barely clip your troops with a clone spell on the edge, it will throw them to wherever the center of the clone spell is. So that's why you want to try to get the clone spell as close as possible, but also clipping your super archers to get that value. And then Thor coming in with a brilliant Electro Titan attack.
Yeah, I mean, just the usage of the troops right there with like avoiding the Town Hall, avoiding the center of the space as much as possible, just circling it. Really, really nice usage of that spell. And well, then in the end, the one base which defended, I just think it's kind of funny. But hey, the only base that defended for War Team was my base, no problem. You're welcome. It's only 1 year old, but it has defended. And you might have seen it already many times on Legends, and it is, I hate to take it as well. And then some more super barbarian attacks, which just did not go the way of War Team.
Man, Itsu, who would have thought that you would be building bases 1 year ahead of time? You just know what's going to stop these players at this meta. It's incredible. So I have to give you a round of applause. And I can't do it. I know I can't do it.
You have to plan ahead of time, right? Like, you have to be ahead of the curve. That's how it works. No, like,
absolutely.
It can happen. It can happen with the pressure on the line. Like, those things can happen. And it's like, I think especially with like, there is a small bubble of this competitive scene. I think by now we all know this, that there's a handful of teams which are incredibly good at the game, but at the same time, they're kind of within their own meta, if that makes sense. And this base was not built, like, I did not build that for their meta. And I feel like this kind of messed this up and kind of throw them out of the comfort zone. But overall, what a crazy match. Woody, Judo, welcome back. How did you guys experience this? Woody, I think you can go first.
Thank you, Itsu, and great job casting that first round, guys. Super impressed. Very good war for UG Nebula. Man, I set the bar at 13 stars to get a confident victory, but they came in with the fantastic 14. This is a team that we are definitely going to want to continue to watch with a high chance to advance on to stage 3. I do also want to let y'all know in the background, I was keeping an eye on a couple of different matches that looked interesting to me, and I noticed that Alex Seed got the victory over BN World in this initial round of the second stage. So they will be facing off against Time to Throw next up. That is going to be a very interesting match to see the results from. But Judo, what did you have your eyes on? What stood out to you from that previous round?
Yeah, I think just honestly, the ups and downs of the match and just showing how, like Itsu said, Town Hall 15 can be so unforgiving. If something doesn't quite go right, you've got to try and be able to turn around and get that 2-star, but it can be very difficult. So I wish War Team all the best in the lower bracket, but I do think UG Nebula, as Carbon shouted out, going up against Strut next, maybe we can even get information and updates in the background as that war is going on, because I think that is going to be a very exciting one, Carbon.
Indeed, it is going to be an exciting one. We're going to take a look at the whole bracket because it is in-game. You could take a look at all the other matches. You won't be able to see the scores in-game, but you'll be able to see who is facing who. And then once that match concludes, you'll see, obviously, who advanced. You can also take a look at the lower bracket by just filtering, clicking from the upper bracket to the lower bracket on the left side of that screen in the tournament hub. So be sure to check that out to learn all of that information as we're going to be getting ready for this next match. Match number 2 out of 6 here in the Clash of Clans Championship qualifiers, where we're going to be giving away the golden ticket, not today, not next week, but several weeks from now to find out who is going to be the final 4 teams going to the Clash of Clans World Finals out in Helsinki, Finland, out in November. So cannot wait for that. But wow, well, incredible matchup from UG Nebula in the very first one. They're going to have a tough time in match 2, but they're going to prove that they have what it takes to continue with their winning streak in the upper brackets, because so much is going to be happening here today, Itsu.
Yeah, I mean, we have quite a few more rounds. This was just the first round. There's going to be 5 more just today to find out who are the 32 teams who make it into next week. And at this point, it's like clash action every single week. And it's quite nice with having so much clash action. But you can see again what we have happening today. The stage 2, the double elimination happening today. Having 16 teams advancing from the upper bracket and then going to find 16 more teams from the lower bracket advancing to have then overall a total of 32 teams making it to stage 3, which is happening next weekend, Woody.
Right, you are, Itsu. And we do want to do everything possible for these teams to give them that chance to advance. Double elimination gives them that little bit of breathing room in case they do have a difficult war up against a tough opponent. The upper bracket's that safe spot that you really would prefer to be at with those 16 teams advancing undefeated on top. But even the lower bracket is going to give half of the field a chance to have some breathing room and to continue to push on. So there's no team that's going to be eliminated today just off of any one single loss or any difficult war that they may have. That gives them the opportunity to make some, risks here and there if necessary to try to make a big play to have a comeback in a war. But with only 5 attacks, they do have to keep that consistency high. I think that's what we saw in that last match with Eugene Nebula, taking a win, just going straight off the playbook from a lot of the metagame defining war strategies that we've seen so far. But Judo, I know, will be kicking off the next war shortly. What do you think is up next?
Wow. Well, it's going to be one of the teams from either the upper bracket or the lower bracket, but I assume based on how a lot of the teams had buys, we know there was set to be 128 teams and then 72 competed. If you followed in the in-game tournament hub, you'll see that a lot of the teams did get buys. So I'm assuming we're going to be sticking with the upper bracket. I guess time will tell. However, what it does mean is in this next round, there won't be any buys. So every single war will be played out, and I believe we'll also be able to get little snippets of updates here whilst we are casting the next match, and obviously we'll be able to rely on both Carbon and Itsu to hopefully keep an eye on the wars in the background. And Carbon, I know you'll be keeping an eye on that strut match we've been mentioning.
Oh, I will indeed, for sure. I'll be giving you updates, but I'm taking a look at in-game and receiving word of the next match that we're going to be watching. It's going to be ME Esports taking on United Gaming. That's going to be the next match we're going to be bringing you guys here today, as there's going to be 5 more matches. And Itsu, now look at these hit rates.
This is for sure the hit rates we were talking about earlier to get into the top 128 teams. ME Esports and United Gaming for sure have an incredible success rate over the first stage. But we have already seen that some teams are performing better, some teams worse under pressure. The question now is, how do those 2 teams can perform when it comes down to this stage, and to knowing that a lot of people are watching what exactly they're going to do next, Woody?
Well, Itsu, let's take a look at these rosters now. ME Esports is going to be coming out first in the blue. The Pandas have brought Psyduke, OO, Tividi, are the DG7, Sicario, and Tia for their lineup. Those are some pretty impressive hit rates as well. Average destruction topping out at 96% with Tividi, their MVP so far. And of course, he is repping the brand as well. Big Scary Panda on his jersey. ME Esports is going to be facing off against another team from United Gaming. We just saw them pick up a win with their Nebula lineup, but this is the main team. What an impressive showing we have here, Judo.
Absolutely, some familiar faces with Fluxy, Stana, Agent 33, Aquiles, and Banal. Look at the hit rates of many of those players. Every single one of them into the average of 90% plus. That is amazing. And Banal, even with a close to 80% 3-star hit rate within the ladder stage of the qualifiers. So they are just impressive stats, to say the least. I'm actually blown away looking at them, Carbon.
I'm blown away indeed, but what we do need is your help. All of you at home, make sure to get your vote out who you think is going to win this match. Do you think it's going to be MA Esports or is it going to be United Gaming? Make sure to let us know and we'll bring up the result in just a little bit after we tally that. But between us casters, I am curious who you guys are thinking is going to maybe win this match. We'll start with you, Itsu. What you thinking?
Okay, not easy. So I think for this one, I would go with UG Esports. I just think they have the experience overall. We have quite a few players who played in a lot of live events, who have played on the big stage and things like that. So I think they just have the experience over the other team, which in especially the first couple of matches were like the environment is kind of new to everyone, or a little bit new maybe to some players. This could be a big advantage, and this is why I go with UG Esports. What about you, Woody?
Yeah, I definitely would have to call Emmy the underdog here. I think United Gaming is going to be energized by that win from Nebula. And if you look at that roster, I mean, this is just a super team of hardcore killers. Fluxy, one of the vice champions from last year, who was fighting on the roster that got second place. I mean, Bernal at the end there, known as one of the best Queen Walkers in the entire world, if not the best. So I think that there is not a single weak link in this lineup, and we can expect great things from them. Definitely expecting MA Esports to put up a fight here. This could be a tight one, but if we saw a 14-13 star finish in United Gaming's favor, I would not be surprised.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I think it will be a tight war, but I'm just personally a lot more familiar with the players on UG Esports, and I also think they have a lot more experience as well. And once you get into this stage where it's live broadcast, that really does come into play. But Carbon, you left yourself until last.
I did.
So what do you think?
Oh, it looks like it's going to be a clean sweep from us casters, all picking United Gaming. So, what does that mean? I'm going to be curious of what all of you at home are selecting, because we have seen United Gaming, some of these players have World Championship experience. Not just playing experience in a stage like this online, maybe with a webcam, but playing in person with the lights on, having to walk out on stage, right? All that stuff is what these players are trying to compete for and play and try to earn their spot in getting a golden ticket. So all of us here, the casters, selecting United Gaming to potentially win this match, but you know, it could go either way. I'm really curious of what all of you at home are selecting. But Itsu, when you're looking at this match, who do you think, if either a player-wise, or it could be maybe try to prevent a certain attack if you know some of these attack styles? What do you think is going to be the key thing in this match that we have to look out for?
I feel like making your bases look as annoying to Super Archblimp as possible is kind of maybe one thing, or maybe even invite, because I feel like a lot of those players are not playing in the Super Archblimp that much. I think, if I'm informed that correct, we have already mentioned Bernal, like an incredible Queen Charge Lalo, like Queen Charge Integra in general. Fluxy likes to play Queen Charges, for example, as well, and many of the other players do the same thing. So I'm not sure if they want to play this strategy. So maybe baiting and like inviting that strategy might be a good thing, but on the other side, again, like just risking of making your base look weak to this strategy might already kind of like make it actually way too strong to use. So I'm not really sure, but I feel like this might be something they could concentrate on. But overall, I think, as the others already said, this is going to be a close one. I think it's going to be kind of like whoever is going to take the lead early on is going to run away with that one over in this match, even though it stays close still. But I think this is going to be important. Get the first lead and just keep it for the rest of the match. As easy as it sounds.
Yeah,
you make it sound easy, Itsu. I mean, with plenty of tournament experience yourself, though, I know that you know what you're talking about, and this is certainly a war that you do want to start off with a strong foot forward. I think that, like you said, though, United Gaming have got so much more experience and that depth of history to pull from. When you're in a really tight match like this, having every sort of tool in your toolkit available to pull out, whether it's busting in with Queen Charge, whether it's developing that new metagame strategy with Super Archers in your blimp, there's lots of different things that we can see United Gaming bringing to bear here. So I don't think it's going to be easy to bait out some sort of particular entry. You can't really predict predict your opponent this early in the tournament, so I wouldn't expect to see bases that are custom built for United Gaming either. I think that that's going to tip a little bit more in their favor, the scales. But Judo, what do you think?
Yeah, I am always just so intrigued by the psychology of building up towards the matches, and like Itsu said, you think they might try and bait the strategies like the queen charge that you know they are good at, but do you flip that on its head and actually make the base look like it's vulnerable to something else and then bait that? And it's just such a huge mind game that these players have to try and play in order to get the victory, because a lot of the players are so versatile nowadays. It's not like they just master and drill one strategy. So even if they can't find a base that is good for their strategy, they're pretty easily able to just adjust to another one when they really are at this level. So I guess, we're only a couple of minutes before we are kicking into the match. Myself and Woody obviously taking this one, but Carbon, any final thoughts from yourself as to, before we get into this?
Well, I'm just going to be excited. I'm going to be looking off podcast, seeing the other matches. I'll be able to provide you guys maybe some updates of some other scores, maybe some interesting attacks. Could be 1-stars that you guys can let the viewers at home know about for any key matches. And if you guys want to know about any matches, let us know in the chat right now, and maybe we can provide an update later on. So be sure to do that there. And I'm just excited for these attacks. It's going to be some incredible stuff here, Itsu.
That's right, for sure. And just like taking a look at what the strategies are used, as Judo mentioned, I think is going to be the most interesting thing. And seeing if the meta has changed again. Like, this is something I mentioned at the beginning. This is something I'm really looking forward to over this tournament. What is the starting point meta-wise, and what is going to be later on today, later on next week, later on in the next couple of weeks, because this tournament is going to be separate and split up into different weekends. So a lot of things can change in between matches, in between days, in between weeks. So I feel like just looking at where we start, strategy-wise, bases-wise, and then where we finish is always a really interesting thing. And I feel like the first match had a lot of different aspects with strategies and bases. So now, Woody, what the next match is looking like, this is for sure something you guys should take a look at.
Very well said, and that's why we have a team of forecasters on today to keep an eye on the current action as well as in the background. So thank you very much, Carbon and Itsu, for your excellent casting in round one. Judo and I are going to take it away from here. But everyone at home who's in the chat right now, do listen closely to Itsu's words and keep your fingers typing. We want to know which matches you're interested in the most, which teams you're most curious to follow, because those are going to be the ones that our two guys now sitting back in their own studios, keeping an eye on the action, are going to be reporting on. We'll also try to keep those scores running along the bottom side of the screen too. But Judo and I are going to be fully focused on this next war that is going to be starting very, very shortly with United Gaming and ME Esports. We do have the results of the chat poll to report now, and it looks like you guys are in agreement with the caster panel here. 70% of respondents tipped United Gaming in the favor of taking this upcoming match against ME Esports, which had a solid and respectable, but definitely underdog finish at 30%. Judo, what is your takeaway from that poll?
I think it's probably to be expected, to be honest, based on what I said before. The players on the United Gaming squad have a lot more experience, but also they've got a lot more visibility. So the viewers have likely seen a lot more of their matches. A lot of the players, as Itsu referenced, have been on that big stage in the World Finals. So it's not surprising to me that the vote would be on that side. However, what that does mean is the higher you get and the more expected you are to win, you do have more pressure on your shoulders as well, because you know that everybody expects you to win. So it's always just that case of, can they hold it together? But like I said, they have certainly had a lot of experience, and it is Agent 33 who is going to be attacking first. He's one player that I have seen using the hybrid, the Miners and Hog Riders, still in the current meta to great success, Woody. So we'll have to see whether that is what he chooses to use in this first attack. But honestly, I'm just excited to get into this now.
As am I. He'll be selecting his first defender from this lineup by Emmy. And it looks like as we jump into the action, it's going to be Tividi. Agent 33 is bringing in the Electro Titans, but it's going to be starting with a Warden walkout here on the right side corner. We're going to be going in for a big, heavy ground-based attack and setting up an initial shot.
No!
What the? Early pop of a Warden ability?
He just took way too much damage there instantly. Wasn't expecting it. Put that rage spell in, but it was just too slow. Oh, wow. This is huge moving through. Particularly, you can see the rage tower in the center. He is using the lightning spells to take out an expo and multi, so that is going to be a little bit helpful, but certainly towards the back end of the base, where that is, likely he wanted to use that ability. Can he push through the town hall? Can he still make the 3-star happen? We've seen it before. Can we see it again, Woody?
Yeah, not impossible here. I mean, that is definitely a big loss for Agent 33 early on here to not be able to use that at optimal timing. But I mean, the Electro Titans are very big, slow, tanky attackers, and so as long as they can continue to stay inside that life aura and get support exactly where they need it, he still's got a shot here. That Monolith is going to be locking onto balloons early on, and it's going to be popping those down instead of trying to take out those Electro Titans. But now that they're jumping into the core, they really need to take it down as quickly as possible. It gets a few more pop shots off, and with the defense from those builder huts, it stays up a little bit longer than I was wanting to see here. But as Agent 33 powers into the center now, he drops the last free spell that he's got and is firing away at the town hall. It is going to be popped down, no problem at all. Those expos have been firing away for a very long time at the core of those troops, though, and they are going to have to fan out toward the backside of this base. It looks like he is just evaporating without the big push through the core that he really needed here, Judo.
Yeah, he had the balloons take down the red bomb, the red air mine farm to protect the healers, but in the end it just wasn't enough without that Warden ability to get through and keep them alive. He is still looking relatively good here, considering though, Woody, as the Royal Champion deployed on that left side, she's going to run just that little bit ahead of the King, unfortunately, leaving her vulnerable. So it is not going to be the 3-star, but he's pushing that percentage up. And like I said, despite the Warden ability going off, I think he's done incredibly well here.
This was a tight finish, and you just got to wonder what might have happened if it could have gone off later in the raid when Agent 33 was taking more firepower in the core. If that Warden ability had been up and at him, that might have been just enough to keep it alive. But man, as we've heard earlier from Itsu, those Rage Towers are just getting some excellent value on defense, especially when they're that deep into the base and difficult to reach with an early stab. Agent 33 coming away with a 2-star, 87% is a little bit below expectations here, but certainly not too far down in terms of putting his team in solid footing for pushing on later in. So here's our post-attack stats now with a 93% 3-star hit rate. Agent 33 has found that unfortunate 7% miss that we have really hope not to see early on in the war. United Gaming are going to be on the back foot here to start things off, but we're going to switch it over to the other side now, where Emmy Esports will have an opportunity to return fire. Il Sicario will be the first to strike from their lineup, Judah.
Yes, and who is he going to pick? Interesting here, knowing that that first attack was not the 3-star, but they will have just been focusing on their own attacks and prepping, right? Like the first attacker in has the least amount of time to plan. So I'm sure they weren't really watching that first matchup, and it is a very similar approach and another box style base. So the Warden ability, going back to what happened in that last match, sorry to rub it in there, Agent, the Warden walk used at the bottom of the base, then setting up for the Flame Flinger and the Electro Titans targeting all of the way through the middle towards that Town Hall.
Well, 2 points make a line, and it looks like the first two attackers in this war are going to have a similar strategy here with the Warden Walk leading into Flame Flinger to set up for those Electro Titans. This is going to be, once again, going for the Town Hall on the very back side of the base, trying to eliminate some of those big key defensive structures early on so that they don't cause a problem as those troops clump up and try to hop over walls and power on through the base. That Monolith still the key defensive setup for a base like this. Double Rage towers to support those multi-infernos could be a lot of damage dishing out for Sicario, the hired hitman, looking to kill that left corner early on. He zaps those down with some lightning spells, and that will not be causing too much of a problem for him later on. But the main force of the army is now getting set up as the Electro Titans are ready to cruise on through Judo.
Yeah, I was just going to say it. He was obviously setting up his pathing very early on there, and with the wall breaker and the funnel set over by the 10 o'clock area, he's looking to push the Titans all of the way through the base and have the King just swipe in from that left-hand side to reinforce by the Town Hall. But so far, he's taking a lot of damage early on here, and his Electro Titans are splitting up, which means he's not getting the best healing from his healers, obviously.
Also lost that Flame Flinger over on the bottom right side a little bit earlier than I was hoping to see. Enemy Archer Queen got the defensive engagement there and will protect. It looked like that Warden ability also missed a couple of those Electro Titans. So as that big Giga Bomb goes off and the poison starts ticking away at them, that's going to be a couple of them getting lower on the hit point total. That is going to be a lot of damage being dished out from the core now as Ground Expos, a Scatter Shot, and Multi-Target Inferno are all firing away on all cylinders. Il Sicario has just now run out of steam again as he tries to make it to the backside of the space. With 2 stars to his name, he needs to push above that 87% if he wants to keep Emmy Esports ahead of the competition.
I'm surprised he's holding on to that Royal Champion so long. I guess he's just waiting for the Rage Tower to expire. You've seen the damage as soon as it popped. The Multi-Target Inferno wiping out all of those Electro Titans and healers. But now with the Royal Champion, there is just so much on the back end of the base in order to try and take down. Pushing close towards the percentage of Agent, but it's not going to reach there. So a slight lead to United Gaming after the first attack.
All's fair so far in the first opening round, 2 stars apiece, but a 6% damage advantage now for United Gaming. And Agent 33's attack is looking to hold up in the first round of play. We're seeing now the post-attack stats for Il Sicario here, also with a 93% 3-star hit rate, but falling short in this initial salvo. That really speaks to the strength of the base builders for both of these lineups, that they were able to hold off attacks from players with a 93% 3-star hit rate, cruising in from the previous stage in our tournament hub here. Stage 1 saw these two teams getting really high scores, but at this point, only one of them will be able to keep that high hit rate intact. We are moving now back to Achilles OP, who's going to be hitting Side Duke with, once again, another Flame Flinger, shooting those little spirits from afar and dropping a few bombs in as we get on the bottom side now a Queen Walk to start things off. That Unicorn going to try to keep her happy and healthy as she takes out a few key targets, moving in toward that Town Hall, Judo.
Yes, trying to get the maximum Flame Flinger value. You can see the Queen using the invisibility spell to assure she goes to the left. Sending that wall breaker early on, it got a little bit further than he anticipated, so the corner wall hadn't quite broken up, but a nice use of the invisibility to redirect her to the right place. She's taking a lot of damage there with the Rage Tower. Raging up the Expos. Ability goes off, but she is good and should get the Town Hall. Down it goes with the Dragons now moving through from the left.
Looked like a little bit of a misplacement for me by that freeze spell Achilles dropped. It looked like he was trying to grab those CC troops, but still had that ability forced because he, I think, missed most of them and wound up taking a lot of damage on the Queen. The Mass Drags are going to be starting off now, though. They do not like to have to face off against those raged up Inferno Towers, but it looks like with the Rage Towers down, it's just going to be regular Inferno damage against them. Boom! One more big Rage Tower does get activated on the other end, though, and he needs to focus down that multi-target Inferno as quick as possible. Eternal Tome does get a little bit of protection in here, but it is now worn off, and with the Rocket Loons popping out of the CC, now they're going to be taking a stab up toward the top as well, trying their best to support. But wow, Judo, this core is just red hot and has just melted all of these dragons.
Yeah, he really just wants the eagle and the multi there from the dragons. Down it goes. Then he has the king and RC on the back end of the base, but with the expos as well, and the queen now going down, she's going to be a little bit too far as you see the clan castle unfortunately not going down from the dragons. That's why he was holding on to the barbarian king and royal champion, so as not to lure that defending lava hound as it is. But unfortunately just a little bit short with these dragon style attacks. It's not like previous metas. You're really just trying to push through the center and then use your heroes on the back end. So unfortunate not to just get a little bit more with the dragons, but still that high percentage 2-star from United Gaming.
Very sticky finish here for Achilles OP, and it looked like the defending Archer Queen wound up being the MVP for Psyduke's defense, taking down the attacking Archer Queen. Time ticks out now with a 2-star 89%. That is the best attack that we've seen so far this war from Achilles OP, keeping United Gaming in the lead, but with an opportunity now, if Emi Esports does manage to get that turnaround 3-star, to pull back ahead. So very difficult bases so far. Judo have yet to see a 3-star in this very tight war. That 14-13 star prediction that I had earlier doesn't look like it's going to go in United Gaming's favor at this point yet. But still opportunities for 3-stars later on in the war. Players who have a little bit more time to think and prepare their attacks are expected to use that time to great effect and try to figure out what sort of strategies can pull off a 3-star. As we swing back toward Emi next, do you think that momentum is going to be in their favor with this opening yet again?
I think it's really tough to say. You'd like to think that the more 2-stars go in, one of these teams is then going to take advantage of it, but it seems like both teams utilizing the rage spell towers on defense, because they really do make those defenses just so much powerful once they activate, and I'm assuming we're going to continue seeing that trend throughout this war. So we've got Arthur DG7 now going to be attacking. Who's he selecting? Fluxy, Stanner, Agent, or Banal? I'm sure they've all got incredibly well-built bases for this entire tournament. But yeah, I mean, it's double elimination, but you want to just take every war as it comes. So you want to be just using those good bases right from the bat.
Arthur DG is going to be bringing in the drill this time. Curious Strat and a little mix up here from Emi Esports. He's also got those 5 healers prepped and ready to go for a walk along the edge. He's going to be starting off over on this right side, looking to take down that Town Hall nice and early on. No confusion about it. Wants that clean 1st star so that he can set up for the 2nd stage of the attack. Queen is deployed now with those healers to support, and a couple of Hog Riders maybe even provide some checking and pulling out the CC. They're going to be coming on out now, and with the Rocket Loon popping, he's got to be very careful about the damage that's going to be coming in now here. Queen does get the lock, and with a nice little distraction there, Arthur is doing some great job supporting her. Rocket Loon does make it over a top, but she pops it down. Is this going to be a forced ability? No. He'll drop the rage spell, and so far, Arthur is looking very good with this initial injury, Judo.
Yeah, he didn't quite get the full CC pull, and there you can see the super minions coming out. That's why he didn't want to use that poison spell earlier, but with the rocket balloons getting right on top of the queen, had to then use that rage spell. All looking good though, because you just want to assure you can get in, get that town hall. If the queen charge goes wrong so early on, then obviously it can turn into a disaster. Look at the barbarian king though, helping with the funnel so that the queen is going to hopefully stay away from the bomb underneath the town hall. Took out that defending RC as well, but I'm wondering what the plan is here. He's still got 3 super wall breakers. If he can get in and get towards those multi-target infernos, that could be huge, but the queen's under heavy fire ability now goes off. Is he going to rage? Yes, he is. Hopefully she can still be protected as the king tanking up front.
Tornado Trap rotated her into that Giga Bomb, so she took a bit more damage than she was hoping for. That Unicorn also in range of the enemy Town Hall went down. That means that he has to rely solely on the healers now, which are starting to take some fire from the Inferno Towers, but he has got no time to slow down. He has got to pivot really quickly now because he's only got a minute and change left to make the rest of this base explode. Here come the Lava Loon attack from the left side. Oh, and lava already down. It's just up to the loons now to try to pierce on through and get a big compartment finished off. Wants to make sure that the monolith does not get a lock onto that Archer Queen as she tries to continue pushing through these walls to support the balloons. The Eternal Tome popped off, and with another Rage Tower going in to support that multi-target Inferno on the backside, he chooses to freeze instead the Scatter Shot. Pretty nice spread on these balloons, but he really needs that multi to go down, and it stands, Judo.
Yeah, I really like the plan here with the Queen getting in towards those two multi-infernos. It looked great, but unfortunately, taking a little bit too much damage with the Lava Loon early on. He really wanted the Warden ability for that back end with the Rage Tower, the Scatter Shot multi. He knew it was going to be a problem, but you always have the dilemma of if you leave the Warden ability too long and all of your balloons go down, you're not getting as high of a percentage. So I think he decided to just use it early to get maximum percentage, knowing that he wasn't going to really have the strength to get through the back end of the base, but keeping Emmy right in this. They might be behind on percentage slightly, but at this stage, it really doesn't matter. 1 3-star and they could nip it if, it continues the way it is.
Right you are, but the gap is becoming a little bit wider in United Gaming's favor. A 3-star is going to be tough to pull off with 4 attackers so far not yet able to hit that point. Are the DG with a 95% 3-star hit rate in the previous stage shows yet again the difficulty that these attackers are having at trying to pierce through and keep that momentum going into stage number 2. Very tough base building all around so far, but we're going to switch back now to watch Stana make his stand. He's got 5 super dragons ready to storm through the action here. So big, splashy, heavy tanking firepower to expect from him. 1 Rage Tower right there in the core. It's going to be able to grab a lot of support for those multis. So that is going to be an early target for Exo Stana, zapping that down. And with the early trigger, it will not be causing any problems for him later on in the raid. Big spell investment early on, but I think that is probably going to be some good value for him. He's going to now recall the Queen after getting that air defense out on the left side, and we'll send her in with the rest of the attack later on. Rocket Loons grab another air defense up on the top side corner, and you can see Stana's strategy here. He's just sniping air defenses all around and setting up for the funnel in this top left lane.
Yes, I really like this approach, and it's something that, you at home, if you see these bases, it can be a relatively set strategy to use. Using the Queen on one side for an air defense, recalling her rocket balloons for another. You can then send the Queen, which I'm assuming he's going to do, from one of these sides as well to move down to a far air defense, choosing to come in from the far side of the town hall with the battle blimp. Sometimes you can even fly direct into it, but the balloons have popped early here, Woody, and they are all down with the red air bombs. Dragons fanning either side. This is not going to be easy to get in towards that town hall because we have the defending king and the monolith and no pathing in towards it so far.
Red bombs just obliterated all the balloons in that blimp, which did not get close enough to the town hall for Stana's early stab. He's now lost those dragons, which did not have the spell support that they needed to continue pushing on into the core, which just had a massive amount of burst damage just obliterate them. From the right side corner now, though, all the heroes are going to be stacked on up and facing off against the town hall as best they can. The funnel's a little bit awkward, though, with an enemy Barbarian King on the edge going to be pulling them toward the outside. That's the opposite of what Stana wants, as he needs to get deep into that core if he wants to take that town hall down and ensure that UG have a clean opportunity to get the 2-star confirmed and to continue pushing on through. 53 seconds left, so time's not too much of an issue at this point, and he should be able to push through with this Royal Champion Judo.
Oh, I don't know. She's going to take a lot of damage here. Is it going to be enough? It is a race to get that town hall. It is not a spell. She doesn't get it. And with the Queen ability going off, she is also going to try and take everything else out. The town hall would be the last building here, Woody. It's going to be a 1-star going from the opposite side of the base. The blimp not getting all of the way through.
How does this happen, Judo? The highest percentage destruction attack is now the worst strike that we've seen out of 5 hits so far in this war. Just the 1 star. A crucial fail for United Gaming in the mid-game here, and the biggest opportunity that Emmy Esports has had so far. With an epic defense, Il Sicario is going to be the MVP of the day so far, holding off against Exo Stana, an incredible striker with a really clearly thought out good strategy that just did not see the execution needed to get that last 6%. Left a little on the table, but it means a lot in terms of the standings, with Emmy Esports getting effectively another star picked up on defense, Judo.
Yeah, just so... I would say unlucky, but coming from that side of the base, you always know the risk you're taking. I thought he was just going to, use the queen on one side, recall her, put her to the other, send the dragons from the near side to the town hall. But this is it. Emmy's chance to counteract that and take the lead. So we do have the Zap Titans, lightning spells to take out an area of the base. We've got the Flame Flinger. Is he going to try and get the town hall with that, or does he just try and take a different area? It will be the town hall, it looks like, because he gets both expos. However, the Tesla skeleton traps, there's a lot at the top of the base he has to deal with before he can deploy that flinger.
Emmy Esports now have the opportunity to play it cool, play it safe, and go for those reliable strikes. Just even a 2-star at this point will keep them in the star lead. It's going to be difficult for them to get a percentage advantage over United Gaming, though, with that big 94% hit that they just saw. So Emmy Esports have got to be playing for stars at this point. Safe and reliable strikes are the name of the game here. A 3-star in the mid-war here would indeed be very helpful at ensuring their victory. But even a 2-star here could be a comfortable spot for Tvidi of Emmy Esports. He's going to be moving in over in this left side corner now, letting that Flame Flinger get the lock over now toward the town hall, as the main bulk of this army is going to be raged up and pushing into the core with a chance to jump over these walls. He's going to be popping that Eternal Tome just to try to prevent maximum damage, holding onto it for a very long time. Won't fire until he sees the whites of their eyes, Judo.
Yeah, look at the pathing they have. They have access to everything. Pops the Warden ability just before that Rage Tower Multi-Inferno goes off. Notice he's saved the Royal Champion until he pretty much knows that Town Hall is about to go down. This looks incredibly good. As long as he can get the Royal Champion to flush down the bottom part of this base, I think he's got more than enough to finish this off. With the Queen ability left so far, he's still got a couple of other troops he can try and surround with as well. Can he do it? Royal Champion ability set to go off any moment, but he's crushed the middle of this base.
Super well thought out attack. I wish that Royal Champion could have gotten in a little bit earlier and used the cover that she had from those Electro Titans to take out that mid-section. With the Grand Warden and the multi-target Inferno still standing, it's going to be a bit of a sticky spot to pierce through.
Yeah, where can he use this wall breaker? Maybe to hit where the wizard tower is? Would it target that deep in the base? Maybe. It's really tricky unless he waits until the queen walks all of the way around. He's got the ability. Oh, he uses it just at the south here, but hopefully the queen can step in and take those. She does. Wow, she actually goes for the eagle and the expo. I thought she was going to be drawn down south first, so she uses that ability, gets to the expo. She won't be able to reach Eagle Artillery. Unfortunately, not the Eagle Artillery, the Warden statue, unfortunately. So he's going to fall just short here, using the sneaky to try and distract. It's not going to be enough. Super, super close.
Well, right after the weakest attack we have seen in this war, with a 1-star from United Gaming, we now have the strongest attack that we have seen so far this war. Momentum has just completely shifted from United Gaming in Emmy's favor, with a 2-star 98%. Tvidi, with a 96% hit rate in the previous stage, has come in over the top with that last round, just barely missing the 3-star, with only 2 structures still standing in the core. A little bit different of a deploy there with the Royal Champion. Might have been able to pull it off, but let's not take away any credit from him. for what is due. That was a very impressive attack and puts ME Esports in a strong position now as we move toward the late war. Fluxy is in a very difficult spot now where he needs a 3-star in order to get United Gaming back into it. A 3-star from him and then a 2-star follow-up from ME would put them back on even footing and send this into a tight finish. But if Fluxy comes up short and misses that triple, it is going to be a very difficult final round for United Gaming.
It certainly is, and like mentioned earlier on in the stream, Fluxy, part of Tribe Gaming last year, got right of the way to the final. So Vice World Champion here, a lot of experience. My eyes are instantly drawn to that invisibility spell tower by the Town Hall. Let's see if that would or wouldn't be costly. Queen charge in towards that multi, using the rage and another wall breaker to get just a little bit further, but I don't think the Queen is going to step that way. She is going to be drawn across to the right. Oh no, she actually does step around, so she will get the eagle, and then he's got just brilliant pathing here to move in, and the battle blimp straight towards the Town Hall.
Yeah, and that invisibility spell tower on defense is sort of like a mind game that RTheVG is playing against Fluxy right now. Usually always see those rage towers get more value, more damage dished out against attackers. But this can really be annoying for attackers to have to deal with. The timing on these invisibility spells popping right in the core of the base to protect key structures like the Monolith and the Town Hall can make for a very frustrating attack. We'll see if Fluxy can keep his cool during all of that and try to continue this Queen charge from the top side, now deeper into the base, finding a scatter shot and the enemy Queen, as well as the CC popping out against those troops now. He gets the engage with the enemy Queen. The rage is a little bit late though, and those healers have got to catch up to keep the Queen alive with the ability forced out now, Judo.
Yeah, very tricky, especially with the CC splitting. So now he's having to deal with the defending Headhunter over there using the poison, but you can see the Lalo moving in from the southeast with that battle blimp across. Town Hall goes down before that invisibility spell tower can even activate, but the balloons pretty much instantly down due to the Town Hall and the raged multi at the bottom. There's so much splitting around the base here. He's got a lot of spells left over, but just not really enough to use them on.
He had this versatile kit ready to deploy, but just didn't find the optimal usage for those spells. And even though kind of from every single angle he had a nice setup, it looks like these are just not panning out in his favor. Fluxy now trying his best to continue stabbing into the core there, but yeah, as you mentioned, Judo, this is going to be a tough finish for him. Another 2-star for United Gaming leaves them without any chance of pulling back ahead until maybe their final strike.
Yeah, I wondered why he was trying to save the spells a little bit, maybe for percentage, but then he did use them on the Royal Champion, turned the Monolith invisible as it happened, so the percentage not quite as high as he arguably could have got, but as soon as things start going south, it's really hard to adapt, especially, some strategies lend themselves to be able to adapt better than others, and with a Queen charge, it's not always the easiest. So the percentage still lower at this stage, and as we progress through the war, pressure starts mounting on United Gaming, and I wonder how that is impacting other matches, the other teams that are going through the exact same process. We are obviously just watching one match of this second round. We did see a couple of stats flash up earlier on in the war. Many of the teams actually even had perfect attacks up until that stage. I hope Itsu and Carbon have been able to manage throughout all of them, but focusing back onto this one, it is Emmy back ready to attack. We have 6 bat spells alongside the Super Dragons for this one, Woody.
Well, not only do they have the star advantage, with a 90% destruction in this attack, Hayes could actually tie United Gaming on average destruction. So that is not out of the realm of possibility at all. He is going to be striking hard and fast with an Eternal Tome popped right at the entry point here for these Super Dragons. This is going to be a very powerful entry that guarantees the 2-star. And depending upon how the spells get deployed on the back end, lots of bats ready to support these Super Dragons to try to push even further in.
I think he panicked a little bit there on the Town Hall with the freeze spells. Obviously, maybe not expecting the tornado trap to cause as much aggro for him, but you can see the bats dropped in at the bottom area, wiping out some of the splash, but the multi-target Inferno is right there. He's only got one freeze spell, so as soon as that freeze expires, these bats are going to be history, unfortunately. Now, the Super Dragons have actually done a really good job towards the left side of the base. His Archer Queen getting good value, and his Royal Champion, if he can get this Monolith, there's not a lot left in the base, Woody. This is looking relatively good. Oh, the Monolith stays alive, though. No.
It did take a lot of damage early on, and that shield toss from the Royal Champion nearly finished it off.
Still get it.
It's standing still in the core. These Super Dragons are not going to have much of a chance at all. Look, that one's going to go down to one single hit. Boom! It is knocked out of the sky. With CC troops coming out to distract as well, that Queen is going to be, boom, one shot again. That Monolith is a monster. But with Hayes surpassing the 90% threshold, not only does Emmy Esports have the star lead, they also have the percentage lead in this attack. That means that United Gaming, even with a 3-star to finish, cannot guarantee victory. They would need both a 3-star and a very impressive defense on the final 2 strikes. This is Emmy Esports' war to lose, and thanks to Tia's very strong attack there, we have yet another big upset leading into the final round of attacks, Judo.
Absolutely. Quickly screenshot of the army there, because that was literally half of the attack time, 1 minute and 30 seconds to almost get the base. Like, the Monolith had a tiny bit of health left. If the Royal Champion had have got that, it was a 3-star. Really like the unique approach, but United Gaming, they definitely need strong attacks here at the end, and Banal, their highest hit rate player through the ladder stage, is up now. They need a lifeline here. 3 stars from Banal, and they could be right back in this.
Anytime you need a big pitch hitter to finish off strong, you gotta put Bernal at the number 5 spot in your roster. He is going to be coming in with a very popular attack strategy that I know some of the pros have been loving to deploy recently. There's been some great videos also on Itsu's channel showcasing these dual hogs. The Super Hog Riders, a bit tankier, get some support from the regular hogs as well, and Bernal is going to be charging in as he loves to do. The Queen Charge makes her assault on the right side corner, while Flameflinger is going to take out some key targets on the bottom corner, finding a scatter shot early on. Great to dish out some big offense against those heavy splash damage defenses so that your hogs don't take too much damage. And I'm also noticing no heal spells brought by Bernal this time. It's going to be all about the rages, most likely to support those Queen's charge hits over on the right side, but might also even be using it to back up these hogs and try to power through defenses in the core. We have 3 multi-target Infernos, and it looks like there are some rage towers that are going to be able to juice those up even further. So Bernal is going to be very careful about when he gets the timing dropped to support those hogs, Judo.
Yeah, absolutely. I always like the approach with this strategy, because he could just use the Queen on a symmetrical side of the base. Whichever way she decides to go, he can then adapt. And like you said, a lot of the spells will be used for the Queen Charge, but you can use the Rage for the Super Hogs. You're really just trying to push through the middle of the base. You don't necessarily have to take all of it down. And notice the defenses on the perimeter to the outside. Over, the northwest side, the cannon, the Archer Tower. He'll be trying to pick those off with the regular Hog Riders as well. So here come these Super Hog Riders in towards the base, and it really is the multi-target Infernos in the middle. He'll be looking to use the Warden ability and just rage his Hog Riders to flush that area out as quickly as possible. Here we go, Woody.
Super Hogs are stampeding through the base. They were deployed with only 1 minute and 7 seconds left to finish this whole thing off, and it is a race against both the defenses and the clock, as Bernal needs to power through without any time to spare. Finishes off 2 of the multi-target Infernos and will stab down the Eagle Artillery with that Royal Champion. The freeze is out, and the final defenses are going down, Judo!
Phenomenal freeze spell to get all 3 defenses down there when he really needed it. He's got the Queen ability left over, the Royal Champion ability left over, and a freeze spell. Not even needed. We said it. United Gaming wanted that 3-star. Banal has delivered, and they are right back in to win this war. Can ME take advantage of their momentum they've had in the last few attacks, or is that going to hinder them? What an attack by Banal.
Bernal, the Brazilian barbarian, delivers the first triple of this war and puts United Gaming back into the running. A 97% 3-star hit rate in the previous stage is upheld in stage number 2 now, as United Gaming have gotten the lifeline that they so sought. But Psyduke 00 has got the last chance to strike back. Can he take that punch and keep on swinging? If Emmy gets the triple here, they will win this war. Even still have a chance at victory with a high percentage 2-star. This is the highest stakes attack that we have yet seen.
Banal on defense. Can Psyduke take revenge, or will Banal be the ultimate MVP? We will find out right here as he's attacking back with the same strategy, the twin Hog Riders, but utilizing the log launcher this time, with the Town Hall being on the other side of the base. Looking for the heroes to dive deep into the heart of the base, and 2 Rage Spell Towers with, look at the splash damage in the middle there, Woody. He definitely has to be careful of that.
I love that log, Judo. Great job rolling straight on through, and it is going to get quite a bit of chip damage onto that multi-target Inferno even. Doesn't quite take it down, but that's fine. He still gets very solid value. Psyduke needs a 2-star 95% in order to clench victory here. That is a very high bar set by the United Gaming squad, and their defenses so far are doing a decent job holding on. He's got to get that Queen very deep and start taking down those multi-Infernos. That is plan A right now, and with the jump spell, she should be starting her march inward. CC troops on defense are going to be slowing her down, though. Ice Golem has already gotten quite a bit of time off of her, and with a big back bomb taking out one of those healers, Psyduke is really going to have his feet to the fire now. Rocket Loon right on top of her head brings her health so low, Judo.
He's got to be very, very careful here because the Queen ability already gone. I believe he wanted the log launcher to get the multi-target Inferno at the southern area. You notice it's just wiped out all of his healers. Invisibility spell ended up being swagged. Didn't realize there was an expo on his log launcher earlier on. Is the major damage here. So he's basically sending his hogs into the Town Hall, trying to use the Warden ability, but now he doesn't have a rage to power them out of the Giga Bomb afterwards. So it is going to be a lower percentage here, and percentage is going to be what matters. They have to get very close to the 3-star in order to win this.
95% 2-star needed by Psyduke here in order to get the victory. He's passing the 60% mark now, and with the Eternal Tome pop, those hogs are going to be storming in as quickly as they possibly can. But take note of the splash damage still left in the space. A scatter shot on the far end is going to be the final nail in the coffin for this attack. If they can't get down these multi-target Infernos quick enough, they are just going to be slowly cooked to death like a frog in a pot. They are turning up the temperature, and it is hard to stay alive through all of that heat. Psyduke sees all his hogs going down now, and with a mortar taking out those wizards for cleanup on the edge, he is going to be left just short. Bernal NTC, the MVP of this war, not only gets the only 3-star, but also holds on to the defense. United Gaming move on victorious, Judo.
What an end to the war. We couldn't have asked for anything better. Bernal pulling it out of the bag for his team. I'm sure they are all giving him a pat on the back. Commiserations to ME Sports. You've got to say they really put up a great fight there. Despite us casters, the community, thinking they were the underdogs, they nearly took it. And I will be very intrigued to see how they do in the lower bracket. Such an incredible war. Loved casting that one with you, by the way, Woody. And I can't wait to hear what's been happening in the background either. But first, we need to recap this war and just take it all back in.
This was such a drama-filled competition. I am so glad we got a chance to watch this one, Judo. It was also a pleasure casting with you, with Emmy Esports falling just 8% on a single attack short of the standard set by United Gaming. This was really an incredible war to watch, with momentum swinging initially in United Gaming's favor, then far back toward Emmy Esports as we saw that one-star strike from Stana nearly throw the entire war into Emmy Esports' column. Still, though, he kept that percentage really high, and this was a very crucial attack to maintain composure on. Stana is not at all going to give away any percentage at all, and I mean, that was completely necessary. If Stana had just given up or had lost his composure and come away with an 82%, that would have been low enough to give Emmy Esports the win. The fact that Stana kept on going and got that percentage up to 94 is what helped to ensure that later on Bernal would be able to clinch the win.
Indeed. What a roller coaster. Even just watching these replays, it's just bringing it all back. That 1-star, the 3 stars, just such up and down. And I think the defenses, or the defense layout, should I say, is really what was impressive in this war. You've seen the Rage Spell towers and just how powerful they are. It is something that the teams are definitely going to have to be refocusing on. Not that they wouldn't have been prior to this. The Super Dragon attack, this one by Hayes, I'm going to be looking at this one again. I am going to be going back to the stream afterwards because that was super quick, super impressive, and it looks like the type of strategy that I might be able to do as well.
Yeah, this whole war is just a gold mine for epic clips and excellent attacks. Lots of strategies to break down here. And I mean, I'm giving so much credit to United Gaming for their victory, but if Tvidi had gotten 2% more on his strike, that would have been a 3-star sufficient to deliver Emmy Esports the victory as well. Every single attack was decisive possibility for victory here, and it just ultimately in the end wound up being Bernal NTC coming in over the top for that 3-star strike of his to bring that win for United Gaming. But if you just showed me the scoreline with 10 stars against 10 stars and said that this was going to be an incredible killer match, I might be a little bit skeptical. I'm so glad that we got a chance to watch it, though, and to see how that really difficult base building turned out to be the deciding factor here. I mean, it was super tough to crack any single one of these bases, and with only Bernal able to find a way to get to 3 stars, I think that there's a lot to be said about his skill and composure in that final attack, Judo.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, EME Esports, going down to the lower bracket, they had, I mean, just look at their stats there. 98, 96, they had some super close attacks. So I really think they should go with the heads held high and move into the lower bracket with a lot of confidence, actually, because I don't think there will be many teams in the lower bracket that put up as much of an impressive performance despite, having the pressure of being on the broadcast as well. So I look forward to keeping my eyes on them in the lower bracket, but a super close matchup. And United Gaming getting the victory in the end as we initially expected, and they will be moving forward into the next round. But I guess we should welcome back Carbon Thin and Itsu, who were watching some of those matches off camera. Looked like the scores were flying in really fast when we had a little snippet of an update. So Carbon, I'll let you go first.
Yes.
What were you watching? What was exciting?
I was watching like 10 different wars, seeing all the scores come flying in. And from what I'm looking at, I've seen time to Throw, they have been sent to the lower bracket. They lost to Alexid. Melazmin with Tryhard, with Arium, and Spray, who's their new player, and Amoal, they got a perfect war. So they are advancing. We see Clash Champs getting 14 stars, Strut getting 14 stars. They are advancing as well as No Limit putting up 14 stars. So a lot of these teams on the upper side doing really well.
Yeah, I think overall, to me, what was surprising is that we have seen quite a few teams with like 10 stars, like our match over here. I think if we would have like just guessed the result based on what the stats of stage 1 would have told us, I don't think a lot of us would have predicted 10 stars, to be honest. Like this match finishing 10-10 is a really big surprise to me. It's just showing how much you can have an impact on as the base build. Because remember, we see the 5 players, but there's a huge team typically behind those players, like building the bases, testing the bases. So there's a complete different team behind them doing a lot of the work as well. And they have to be like given praises for this last match. 10 stars, holding those teams back to 10 stars, that is not an easy job. So that was quite impressive to watch, Woody.
Certainly right you are, and especially when we compare the results from that last war against what Carbon's reporting here. Now many teams coming off with 14 stars to take their wins. That really says that if you're looking to build a base, that last war was the one to rewatch and to study how they were able to define those entry points to prevent the attackers from getting the value that they needed. It was often like 1 or 2 key structures that were just right there in the core of the base, whether it was a monolith, a raged up multi-inferno, that were keeping the attackers at bay, just denying that final strike to finish things off. But Judo, what stood out to you about base design in that last war that you think that players at home could learn from?
Yeah, well, I think exactly as you were just alluding to there, Woody, the Rage Spell Towers are definitely the most popular if you can have an effective base with the correct defenses around it. And even though there was only a couple of defenses left in the middle, they were there with the Rage Tower, and they were left there for a reason, because they were so devastating as the troops were moving through. And then depending on the wall setup around it, should you not have the wall breakers to give your heroes access, if it's a monolith left over, it's good night. You're not able to get through and get that done. So a lot of the time, that is what we're seeing, is just a couple of defenses in the middle, but it's those raged up defenses, the most important. So it might look close, but it's also so far away often. So yeah, just really interesting stuff. And I think it's always tricky when you copy base links as well. A lot of the pros end up sharing base links, and you know, I'm sure you guys know yourselves how difficult it can be going up against those Rage Spell Towers. I'm sure you've had your fair share of it as well, Carbon.
Absolutely. Those defensive rages, especially if a Tassifar comes out of nowhere in a defensive rage spell area. Oh man, that is a nightmare to have to try to push through, especially with a Tassifar. Means giant bombs and ground skeletons that tend to come in those areas. But we're seeing some high scores from the teams that performed the highest, getting the best finishes in the latter stage, as they'll start to approach each other here in the double elimination. Remember, all you have to do in the double elimination is, well, if you won the first one, win the second and third, you advance to the next weekend. But if you lose, you go to the lower bracket, and you still have a chance. You just can't lose again. And if you do, you would be eliminated. Remember, there is $1 million prize pool that they're fighting for. If they're able to get a golden ticket, make it to Worlds with $300,000 first place prize, these teams are fierce, trying to get their fair share of that. And from that last match, we saw Bernal keeping their hopes alive in the upper bracket. What an amazing match that we saw. But Itzu, in this next match, which we'll have confirmed soon, but in terms of any teams that you're expecting maybe to get a golden ticket, is there any that come to mind?
I would say a couple. Strut, for example, Clash Gems, or Milliseam. I think all three, which you have mentioned as well, like getting the high scores. Yeah. I think those would be the three what comes to mind to me right away, Carbon.
Okay. Well, I'm receiving word that the next match that we are going to be streaming here is going to be Clash Gems versus Dark Looters. You got a little experience with that. It's your Dark Looters. Does that ring a bell?
Oh boy, they're seeding the name. I mean, this is not, I have some friends in that team, but they're already saying like, why do we get streamed? We're not that good. Like, it's kind of funny. It's like you picked the name. I mean, having the name Dark Looters in the Clash scene is like pretty much like, why would you pick that otherwise if you don't want to get streamed? So yeah, overall, that name is pretty much standing for success within the Clash scene, and it's one of the most iconic teams I think still out there from back in the days. But yeah, this is going to be an exciting match, seeing Clash Champs in action as well.
Yeah, I remember one of the very first tournaments that I broadcast from Estonia back in, I want to say, like 2017, was the Dark Looters taking a victory in the CWL back when that was the main event in Clash Esports. As it turns out now, the World Championship now is in Stage 2, and as Carbon has previously alluded, we have multiple more weeks of competition stacked up for all of you. So this is a good opportunity to remind you to subscribe and follow here to stay apprised of all the action that's going to be going on, as well as on all of our social media channels. But just right in the app, you can follow along in all the action by checking out the Tournament Hub. It's highlighted right there on your screen, so keep an eye on the action there. But Judo's showing it exactly right where it's easy to find. We're going to be watching this next match with very close eyes. Carbon Finn and I will be casting it. You know, Itsu already mentioned a few teams that he's got an eye on to advance, and I just want to give a shout out to Badzinger as well, which I saw was in the upper bracket. And still looking for a chance to move on. But with that, it looks like we are going to be teeing off the next round with the Clash Champs first off, and in a higher position with that 13-star average and a 95.1% average destruction against the Dark Looters, one of the most fearsome names in Clash Esports, bringing back a new roster to compete again this year.
The averages are incredibly high, Woody, aren't they? Just having a look at that. The Clash Champs roster, though, we have seen, I feel they have just grew throughout this year. They've continued to push the hit rates up, and even looking at the average destruction, 95 across the board, and even 2 96s there. That is incredible to be pushing that high of a percentage. So they are definitely one of the teams to watch. As Itsu said, one of his favorites towards one of those golden tickets. But with so many teams qualifying and moving forward, they just have to take every single match as it comes. And going up against the Dark Looters, even if currently you might have a more stacked roster, just that name and the players within it, you know they are going to be solid, Carbon.
Absolutely. Many of these players we have been familiar with. We've seen them in other teams coming together, forming the new Dark Looters. And is their logo a sign to come? Super Archers. I wonder, will they be coming in, or are they going to try to bait the Super Archers? Or it could be this, you know what? Maybe they're telling us exactly their strategy of they're defending their Dark Elixir storage. It's important. You try to upgrade your heroes. You might just try to protect that. Don't let that go down if you're the Dark Looters, right, Itsu?
I mean, so there is a story behind their logo.
Okay.
So, do you remember this base which has the town hall in the middle and then all the rings around it with like only walls and like 2 invisibility towers next to the town hall? Do you remember that? So like in German we called it the Erdkern base, which is pretty much translated to like the middle of the earth, because it was looking like it, right? Like you had the core, it was the middle of the earth, and then like all the wall rings around it. And that was kind of like called back in the days, like where you were like completely frustrated because you got so many 1-stars against that base, and this is kind of the background story for that logo. So I think this is why, because this base was specifically designed and to annoy Super Archer blip attackers back then, and that's why the logo is looking like this. So that's kind of the reason behind it. And well, let's see. I don't think they're going to use that base, but it's still kind of funny, I think, overall.
Oh. Absolutely. Very funny indeed. Super Archers, we've been seeing it today. We've been seeing Super Barbarians as well, as we're getting ready for this next match here, which is going to be Clash Champs taking on Dark Looters. Is there any final thoughts before you sign off here for Itsu and Judo? We'll see you guys in a couple matches to come. Itsu, you first?
I mean, I just look forward to see what the Dark Looters can do. I'm pretty much already expecting Clash Champs to perform, so let's hope for a close match and let's hope for a really intense match, as we have just watched earlier with like 10-10. Even though the score wasn't the highest, it was an intense match, not gonna lie either way. So this is something I'm hoping for the next match as well, and that they can put up a fight and challenge Clash Champs in this really intense looking match. That's all what I'm hoping for, Juro.
Yeah, I was going to say, even though we might have, expectations or ideas, I know the community is continuing to vote who they believe is going to win the next match and so, but we just shown in the last match how that can be totally wrong. It was super close, and yet everybody thought it was kind of going to be a lot more one-sided. So I'm just looking forward to seeing exactly how it plays out. I know Clash Champs obviously being the favorites in this one, but I'm also looking forward to just sitting back and looking at a lot of the other wars as well, trying to keep an eye on exactly what's happening, how the teams are performing, and the more we move through the bracket today, it's going to increase the pressure with each and every round, Carbon.
It is indeed. The pressure is mounting. They're looking to keep their victories alive in the upper bracket, which is where these teams are. If you want to see the upper bracket or the lower bracket, you can do it in the game by clicking the tournament hump icon on the right side of the screen, and then just click the competition tab. It's all there for you to see. You won't be able to see the scores live, but you'll be able to see after the war result is over who advances. But on the screen here at the bottom, during the war, we'll have a ticker, we'll have things coming up, updating you guys on scores of other matches. So make sure to leave in the chat down below of who you want to see. Any matches in particular that you want us to keep an eye on to let you know, make sure to let us know, and we'll try to do our best to keep you guys up to date. But this match is going to be a great one, even though we saw Dark Looters. Well, we didn't see Dark Looters. We saw in terms of the updates where it was a 10-10 war for theirs. Clash Champs got 14 stars. So is that going to be a sign to come? I don't think so. Every war is going to be unique. It could be a 12-12, 11-12. Who knows? Anything can happen when it comes down to this as we are getting ready for this next match. Cannot wait, but we're going to say goodbye here to Itsu and Judo, and we will see you guys very soon in the wars to come. But Woody, what a match we have on our hands. You talked about your experience before with Dark Looters in Estonia, but oh man, I can't wait to see what's going to happen.
Oh yeah, the team on the other side is an absolute crushing group of guys. If you really loved watching Bernal's final performance in the previous war, just take a look at his compatriots, his former teammates on the other side with the Clash Champs. This is a killer lineup of really strong players as well. They've all studied this game so deeply and intensely, and I have great expectations from them as well. As you were mentioning, lots of teams pulling off those 14-star strikes. This definitely seems like the sort of lineup that is tilted toward very heavy offense with those 3 stars coming in and not stopping from the start. But is that your take? Do you think we're going to see that offense? Or are you expecting, Carbon?
I think so. I think at least minimum from Clash Champs is 13. If they get anything other than 13 is like a huge, wait, what? And if Dark Looters gets above that, then they're like, okay, we have a chance. It's going to be, what will Clash Champs do? As we're going to bring up the voting here to see what you guys at home predicted. And it is 62% to Clash Champs here. I guess Dark Looters are going to try to make a name for themselves now in today's time, where we know the history behind that name of Dark Looters with Itsu at the beginning of the Clash esports scene. Maybe it's the resurgence, maybe it's the rise of Dark Looters again. We'll see, as Clash Champs is trying to get their spot again in the World Championship here.
Well, that is a decisive edge for the Clash Champs at 62%, but when you compare it to our previous 2 polls, I think you'll see that this is a little bit closer than those last couple of rounds. The community vote and the caster spread on picking our predictions as well has been pretty decisive so far, but I think you're right that this one could be narrowing the gap a little bit as we get further along in this stage and see teams that are still yet undefeated going up against each other. It's going to be a little bit tougher to call, and the action is going to get even tighter. So very excited to see the possibility of that 13-14 or dare I say
don't say it.
Star perfect board. We haven't seen one yet on the broadcast, so the first team that does put up that perfect 15 is going to be in our minds, to be sure. Really looking forward to seeing how this next one goes, though, as the Dark Looters are going to be facing off as the underdogs in the community vote. They still have got so much experience and depth of knowledge from years and years of preparing. Even though it's not a consistent lineup, this is just such a deep community drawing on so many different players that are going to be rooting for them now. And as we mentioned in the last break, it's all about how many people you have working for you, the combined knowledge to build those bases that can really be a determining factor in your defense. When it comes to defenses, then, do you think that one team or the other has got stronger base building credentials?
I would say Clash Champs are known for the defensive side as well. If anything, like they do put up really high scores, but their defenses is a signature of Clash Champs. That is where they are going to be able to hold their opponents to very low scores. So Dark Looters know this. They need to triple them and maybe take the risk, right? They maybe go with a blimp using some like super archers if they could, or super minis, or some sort of blimp without the warden investment, right? It's very risky, but if you're able to save a warden and not use the ability for the blimp and use it later on the raid, that is huge. So those are the types of risks maybe you take in a situation like this. If you're a big underdog, you're like, you know what? We have nothing to lose. Let's just take the risk and go for it. All out for 3 stars or nothing. And that's what could help propel Dark Looters potentially to maybe a victory.
I like it. Put it all on the line. Roll the dice and see how they turn up. Well, the first attacker is getting ready right now. Dawe from Clash Champs will be moving in first, picking his opponent and trying to start things off with a decisive 3-star. Excuse me. He's from Dark Looters, going up against the Clash Champs, looking for that first strike. So I'm curious to see who he chooses and what the lineup is going to be for this attack comp. Is it going to be one of these queen charges to kind of open up the edges and get some bundling set up? Or are we going to see that flame flinger supporting again? Or are we going to go back to the super archer blimps as we had predicted? You know, if they put a super archer in their logo, you'd expect them to use it at least once or twice.
Absolutely. I'm expecting to see it somewhere, but we don't know. We'll have to keep our eye on that. My question is Clash Champs going to be coming in with bases of open wall designs, or are they going to close some compartments off so that you can't really run around with super barbarians like we were seeing in the previous golden ticket tournament, which was Repotted Gaming's Tan? As now, here we go, as Dark Looters Dave is up, coming in with a Hog Rider tech. It's not a queen charge, but we've got the king, 12 super hogs, 5 regular hogs, the apprentice warden moving in, and we're going to see an apprentice warden, not with the regular warden king, but it's going to move in with a log launcher all the way through the Eagle Artillery at the top side of the space.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that this might be the first time that we've seen the newest troop in Clash of Clans introduced to the battlefield, the Apprentice Warden, given a little bit of a bonus life aura to this attacking force up top. He gets some additional blocking support from an Ice Golem, which is making its way pretty deep into the base and might be able to get a little bit of a freeze value off here. But as Dawe moves in even deeper, the log launcher is going to be rolling straight through to the core, taking down the clan castle and getting that town hall activated as well for quite a bit of damage to splash in onto it.
Look at him push all the way through this town hall. The queen, is she able to take the town hall down? No, but the Yetis are working onto it. Town hall with the Yeti bites? No, it stays up just barely as he needs a continuous way around. Does have the War Internal Tome, which now has to be used for the town hall explosion.
And it's going to be a lot of inferno fire heating up these hogs that they're going to have to soak through, and that's going to require that heal spell and now a rage as well to keep them on target. The Eternal Tome is popped, and that'll protect them from the Giga Bomb. It is going to be a dicey exit, though, as it looks like maybe a tornado trap, yes, has sprung, and it's going to be keeping those troops in a very dangerous, precarious spot here, Carbon Fin. They're hammering away with as much efficiency as they've got, but they are not making it through there very quickly. Hogs and Archers along the bottom side are trying to path all the way through, but this multi-target Inferno has just been cooking them once again.
Yeah, that tornado trap spinning them up in that queen. And Yetis were supposed to take that town hall down so that the town hall poison was not hitting the hog riders. But unfortunately, it did. And it was looking really good from the start with the log launcher across, taking out the value. But unfortunately, it died off so quick when the town hall did not go down.
I love the little death sound there from the Well, he's going to be picking off a few more buildings along the edges, but you see there as he kept a couple of headhunters and even an invisibility spell, he didn't get maximum value out of those, deploying internal to support the main strike of this assault. So as you mentioned there, Clash Champs with very strong base building skills are going to bring them to bear in the first hit here as a 2-star 71%. Is a very strong defense. Maybe not the best defense we've seen so far today, since we have seen a 1-star defense, but with 2 stars and 71%, Clash Champs are going to be patting themselves on the back with that first attack held at bay. It is going to be not too difficult for them to come in over the top and take an early lead. And so often that momentum has carried our teams on to victory, just getting that early strike right off the top. Doesn't always hold up, as we saw in that previous war, but 71% is going to give the opportunity for a significant gap if P-Caster comes in with a strong strike to lead things off here, Carbon.
Can P-Caster come in with a 3-star? He loves to come in with Skelly Donut type of attacks, using spells to remove a clan castle and another important defense, or even a second one, or even a third, you know? Some of these players can pair Skelly Donuts with so much value, and Woody, it looks like that's what he's doing. The Skelly Donut to grab the clan castle, the multi-target Inferno, and that's it. Just the 2 buildings here.
Okay, it's not going to be a super heavy hit to the interior, but he knows exactly what he needs to take down. The clan castle and that multi-target Inferno are going to be crucial targets to hit out. And with them gone, he's ready to go in for the main stage of the attack, bringing 30 balloons. Very heavy balloon-based comp here with just 1 Lava Hound to soak out in front. This is going to be a very offensive-based assault that he needs to get lined up just perfectly with that spell support to ensure that they don't take a lot of damage in the interior. There is a single target Inferno that P-Caster sees set up there near that town hall in the same compartment as those 2 air sweepers. So that's going to be a little bit less splash coverage that he has to worry about, as he sets up for the stab over on this right side corner now with a Royal Champion taking down another one of these air defenses. It looks like he is getting some good solid value early on and a nice early strike here in the first minute of the attack.
The Queen does burn the ability into the Eagle, but can she step to that multi-target Inferno, and he invests the Invis. Look at that, invest the Invis for the Queen to grab the multi as the Warden ability pops an early ability there for the Headhunters to take out the RC while the Blimp is flying to this Town Hall.
All the way there, and it's going to pop those balloons out. They do not get the target onto the town hall, though. It looks like with the tornado trap spinning them out and around, it is going to be a difficult stab all the way in, but it does go down. Town hall is eliminated, and that is going to be some more good news for P-Caster, who's going to face off against a couple of Teslas over on the left side, which is going to frustrate the pathing a little bit for these balloons. With no spell support, they've got to go quick, but it looks like with not much enemy splash damage, P-Caster is just obliterating these defenses. Isn't worried at all about that last air sweeper trying to push these balloons back. They are not clumped up enough to cause any problems for this attacker, and P-Caster has just crushed this base, Carbon, with so many balloons and plenty of time left. This might be the most overwhelming 3-star we have seen so far today.
So impressive, having some back-end balloons, not using everything at the start. Coming in kind of delayed, he had the Warden up top with the ability for the Blimp, and Headhunters key. Headhunters took out the defensive air targeting hero, which is either the RC or the Queen, and then balloons on the backside, and using a skeleton spell to distract the Monolith and the Wizard Tower. Great job there from P-Caster, and when you use spells for the Skelly Donut to take out a clan castle on the defensive side, you don't have to worry about pushing into the CC and having to take it down and slow your push in the base. Really dissecting that base, and Clash Champs, they're off to an early lead.
Yes, they are. And with a beautiful balloon parade to finish things off, it is yet another aerial attack that is going to be coming away with the 3-star there. That has for a pretty long time been the preferred mode of attack for a lot of our pro players. We've been switching back to the ground a little bit with a few more Electro Titans and Hogs here and there, but still Lalo has been for the longest time one of the clearest favorites for the most skilled attackers in the game. So we're going to switch now back to the Dark Looters, where Dr. Jonas is going to attack with surgical precision, using now just one Electro Titan as he gets set up for the Super Barbarians. This is an attack strategy that I know you showcased, Carbon Fin, on your own channel. It gets a lot of value when those barbs are able to zigzag in between open compartments, and that is exactly what we see on this base. Give us a breakdown on how you expect to see this attack shape up.
Well, this is all about the Queen charge into the Super Barbarians. Because they have all these open walls, like you mentioned, allows your troops to move into the base and then out of the base as you can funnel your way around. So his job of this Queen is to path all the way to the scatter shot, then all the way to the bomb tower, and then even all the way to the town hall. That's why he's got a jump spell for this Queen to eventually make it there. As the king wall breaks, the log launcher is taking out the multi while he's trying to then maybe use the RC as he wants to be safe to ensure that the Queen is going there. But a Tesla farm pops to the bottom side here, Woody, for the Queen, and she's not walking in.
And it's going to be some tricky funneling here now for Dr. Jonas. We'll still be able to get some value out of it, but he's going to have to refocus his efforts to make sure that she is going to be going deeper onto the inside. Those healers that are supporting her are a big army space commitment, and he really needs to get great value from her. She does loop back in now, and will have that jump spell get her into the core, but it's taking quite a bit of time. Those Barbarians up on the top side are going to start to trickle on in now, facing off against that enemy Royal Champion. They've pulled her to the outside of the walls and will be able to take her down. Now we see a Royal Champion on the assault in the core of the base with her ability already popped, getting that invisibility spell to support her. The Warden as well going to be able to snipe down that scatter shot, and it's just kind of bit by bit. Dr. Jonas is disassembling this base.
Yeah, look at this. He's still moving through, so it's all up to his Queen, continuing into this multi with one Super Barbarian left, two more archers. He's got to use these archers at Headhunter as the clean up now. Still has the Queen ability, one freeze to utilize. So where's the Queen going to go? She going to walk up, so then we got to use Headhunter, Super Barb to the bottom side cannon, because time, as the Warden's going to stop hitting his own targets, going to follow the Queen because he's close enough to her. So 45 seconds. This is a race against the clock here, Woody.
And he unfortunately just triggered that tornado trap in a race against the clock. You do not want to be wasting any seconds at all. He's definitely going to have enough firepower to make it through. It's not going to be stopped on that. It would just be the clock that could cause a little bit of problems, but it seems that he is going to have no difficulty after all, even though there were still quite a few buildings that were still up in the core of the base. With these open compartments, he was able to find his way around and finish them all off. The 3-star from Dr. Jonas brings the Dark Looters back into it with an impressive follow-up in their second strike.
Well done. What an attack. And it was the openings in the wall that allowed him to get that clean up. The Queen walked in, walked out. What a great job there, getting a 3-star, and absolutely the right thing you need against Clash Champs. You need to bring more of it. You need to bring probably 3 more 3-stars to be good, having a chance against a team like Clash Champs. They know it. 13 stars is at least like the minimum mark you have to be putting up at this type of competition against a team like this who has World Championship experience here, as Leo is going to be up next.
Beautiful jerseys from the Clash Champs, guys. Very excited to see if they can keep the style points high as they move into their second strike. Now we saw a 3-star to start things off for the Clash Champs, and they will be moving in again with more Law-Low action. Their favorite attack strat, and it is going to be a consistent strike once again with another log launcher to roll on through. Try to see them taking down these air defenses early on to take the pressure off of those airborne attackers. defending Royal Champion gets the engage against the attacking Queen, and it is going to be a win for the Queen as those healers keep her topped off, not even having to drop any spells yet. There he finally does drop a Rage in to keep her alive and power him through these defenses. Point defenses have engaged her, but it is now going to be that scatter shot that's going to be firing away for some big heavy damage. He's done a great job though ensuring that those healers are positioned so that they don't take any splash damage from the scatter shot. Also does get a coconut loon to go through into that compartment and keep those healers safe from any traps that might get triggered. Leo's going to go over to the top side now where he's stuck the second stage of his attack, Carbon.
With the warden down to help this king, are we going to see a log launcher to join in? Yes, the log launcher is going to look to help snipe the multi-target Inferno as the Queen is continuing her way to the bottom side. We've got no jump spell here, so it's all on the charge with the Queen and the warden ability to protect the king. Yes, protects a bunch of the barbs. The king, Royal Champion, and the log launcher through this push.
It's going to be a very difficult follow-up next for these balloons to get perfectly placed. He's got a good opening so far, but committing that Grand Warden Eternal Tome to support the Barbarian King instead of the main stage of the army means that he needs to continue through this top side and finish off that multi. He does get it down thanks to the Royal Champion stabbing on through. If he can finish off this monolith as well and keep Archer Queen safe, he'll be very, very happy. There it goes. The Yeti might do their job, and Leo follows up now with the balloons over at the 2 o'clock position, Carbon.
What an attack, just dissected this base apart. Queen got her value on the left. The King Warden got all the top side. Log Launcher snipes moving through, but also the Log Launcher helped remove the monolith with the Yetis that came out of it. Just a flawless attack here from Leo and shows the strength. Because Clash Champs are so good at building bases, they know the keys to taking down bases. They know exactly where the Queen's gonna go. They know dropping the healers here and at this different angle is gonna help keep them alive while they walk their way through. The sneaky goblins help get the funnel. Not for the town hall, as he's got 8 of them. You would think, oh, he's maybe gonna snipe the town hall with sneakies. No, he's using them to help funnel his queen, his king, to get them into the exact compartments that they need to go.
I love it when a plan comes together, and Leo the Lion roars on to victory with another 3-star strike for the Clash Champs. Any one little part of that plan that had gone wrong, if a trap was misplaced or if he didn't get the value he needed from either of those heroes, or any of those heroes really, it could have turned sour. But Leo was not going to let that happen. With everything just going picture perfect, he cleans up and finishes off with the triple. Back now to the Dark Looters, who have faced off against 2 losses on defense with only 1 3-star strike of their own. They need to keep this pressure going in as hard as they can, because without a 3-star to follow up, they are going to quickly fall behind. Synthoras from the Dark Looters has got a Hog Rider army, not even going to be bringing any of those Super Hogs on in. It's just going to be all standard Hogs this time for a big push around this base with 3 multi-target Infernos very deeply spread out and difficult to concentrate fire on. He's going to have to make sure that the freezes are used perfectly to shut those down and ensure that the heroes can continue to get value trying to push on through. Anytime you commit healers to this Archer Queen, you almost always need to see her continue all the way to the very end of the raid if you want to have any chance at a triple Carbon.
And the one thing about this attack here is he used the blimp. Yes, to take out the multi-target Inferno so the healers don't hit, but 2, the blimp, you really want the blimp to pull the clan castle. And notice on Celino's base how the clan castle is far into the core, so it's very difficult to do that. And now the queen, unfortunately, is walking around, so as this clan castle is getting lured out, the queen, the king, they're all now getting distracted on it and not going exactly where he wants. So the king is coming back around. He's running into the scatter, but the queen, she may continue to the left unless he uses an invis to continue and push this queen back to the scatter.
This is just such a mess for Synthoras, who's trying his best to take down this CC, but the scatter shot is just getting so much incredible value, splattering every little support troop that has been coming in along the backside. It has locked on now to the Phoenix. It's going to be getting several pop shots up against that with splash damage onto the healers as well. They are now in a lot of danger. Synthoris is getting hammered by an Eagle artillery and is finally able to start the main phase of his attack now. Hogs coming in over at the 8 o'clock position, supported by the Grand Warden. But man, Synthoris has lost a lot of his push early on here, Carbon.
But he does have this Warden ability to protect over the Town Hall once it activates. Remember, 51% or damage on the Town Hall, it will be able to be targeted by defense targeting troops like the Hog Riders as he's continuing to pass by the Town Hall. Finally, it activates. The Warden Tome just now clips a few Hogs so they can grab the Town Hall while the main push with the RC is nowhere near this Town Hall so they can keep moving up and around the base.
This is just gruesome, and he's not getting very much support from the Queen. He's going to have to get through walls before she can help out. Very nice placement on that freeze there, and he does have a couple more free spells to commit as well as that invisibility. Tesla Farm has been popped up over on the right side now, and that is going to be the last line of defense. Looks like the offense will be able to survive. As you're noting right now, though, it's going to be all about time. We need to see that Royal Champion ability popped and get maximum value against those last remaining defenses to ensure that as much firepower can stay up. He's got another balloon to deploy. There he goes, but with only 8 seconds left, Carbon, he is running out of time.
3, 2, 1, and no! A 98% 2-star for Synthoris. Unfortunately, he was able to get that Queen to come back in towards that Eagle. The Lava Pup helped loop the Queen there, but unfortunately, this is a 2-star, and the difference of not getting a 3-star is huge because Clash Champs are going to be looking to add 3 stars after 3 stars, so this is just a gut punch here, falling so close. But hey, anything can happen. There's still plenty of attacks to go.
We did just see in the previous war, Carbon, when a 2-star 98%, if it had converted into a 3-star, would have switched the outcome of the war. With that last miss for Synthoris, it's entirely possible that the Dark Looters are going to just turn further and further behind against a Clash Champs team that has not shown any weaknesses yet. They will be going to the ground this time, though. Instead of the Laloon strikes we'd seen before, they are now going to switch in favor of those dual Hogs, with the Super Hogs a bit tankier and able to keep this power pushing through. Pato is going to be starting with that Blimp, freezes some defenses right there in the core, and with the Invis now will be sending in a lot of firepower on into the interior now, with those Super Wizards shocking the competition.
Yeah, getting those chains, finding a spring trap, but notice he did not invest. Ooh, dive up. He didn't invest that Warden ability, which means that the Blimp was able to move in, get. Oh man, I don't think he got all the value on it. I think he wanted to grab maybe that multi by the Queen, maybe even take the Queen down if it pulled the Super Wizards towards it, and or take out the Clan Castle. Like, there's a lot of important defenses that are still up in this base, so this could be a huge defense for Dark Looters if Pato cannot get it.
Pato rolls the dice, and it comes up Snake Eyes on the first engagement here, but it's not all over yet. He did get some value. Oh man, the freeze misses the multi-inferno though, and that's going to be some more damage that he could have prevented against the Queen. He's going to be sending in the Royal Champion now to finish the job and make sure that that multi doesn't cause any more problems over there. Diggy is going to get a little bit of stun support as well for those heroes, as a freeze is going to be popping off in the core right now. Ice Golem going down to give a little bit more cover for the troops pushing on in. He still holds on to most of his Hog Riders, although he's dropped a few Super Hogs to start things off now. Royal Champion getting some great value into the core. If she can take down that multi, Pato might be able to salvage this and get the triple that he's looking for. The Town Hall does go down, and with these Hogs now deployed, the main phase of the attack has begun, holding onto a Rage and a heal spell as well to try to get through these last 2 multis, Carbon.
The unfortunate part is we have a defensive Rage now getting both these multis. The Scatter Shot And Woody, the Eagle artillery is still up. At this point, he knows it's not going to get a 3-star, so he's trying to get as much percentage as possible. But this is what Dark Looters were hoping for, to get that defense. But not only just the defense, but it's looking like the lowest percentage in this match so far.
It's so tough, though, because even with a low percentage defense here for the Dark Looters, they've been tripled twice. And so on top of the fact that those are additional stars against them, as we all know, every single 3-star is also going to be a 100% destruction. So it looks like the Clash Champs will maintain their overall destruction advantage, even though they're coming with just a high 70% destruction in this third strike from Pato. Showing a little bit of weakness in the mid-war here. The Dark Looters are still going to be behind against the Clash Champs, who just started off so strong. You see that average destruction now at 55.4% against their opponents, still maintaining the lead. But Carbon, what do you make of the switch back to the ground for the Clash Champs? Were the Hogs a mistake with that base, or is that just the best that they could put up anyways?
I feel like the attack could have worked if the Blizzard got all the value he was hoping for. It was the Blizzard not getting like the multi, the queen, the clan castle, the eagle, all that stuff. Like, even if he got a little bit more, it could have been a way better attack in terms of percentage. But because he almost got like none of it, and all of the important defenses and buildings stayed up, that really hurt. So now it's Alex's turn to answer the call with a Zap Lightning. Okay, taking out the Expo, the Grand Warden, the multi right there. As then he can come in with a Lalo and the 2 Ice Hounds, which will freeze up the area when it dies. That is the very nice benefit of Ice Hounds, so you don't have to take any extra freezes if you wanted to really protect your Lalo.
This is certainly a varsity move from VG Alex. You need to get good placement on those Ice Hounds to pop at the right spot to deny the exact perfect defenses, though. You lack the versatility and the variability of being able to drop those spells wherever you want. It's just going to be wherever those big guys pop that you will get that support. Log Launcher rolling on through. Doesn't quite finish off the multi, but it looks like we are going to get the finishing blow thanks to those Yeti Mites popping out. The off-broadcast games we can report now on the bottom side of the screen, so keep a close eye over those if there's any other teams that you're interested in watching. But in terms of this attack now from Alex, it looks like he has opened up quite a bit over on the right side of the space as he moves into the second stage of this strike with 26 balloons ready to commit.
Yeah, with that King continue his way down south, he's investing all of it for the 3-star because that Town Hall is still up. He wasn't planning to take out the Town Hall with either the Lightning, the Heroes, or that Log Launcher. The Town Hall is planned to go down with the Lalo and the Warden ability. So here we go. As the Ice Hound is down, taking the Scatter, the defensive rage is down, pushing these hasted balloons into the Scatter shot to try to help remove it as the Warden looks to be coming in towards the multi to the left side as they got a path to the multi, the Milo, and the Town Hall.
Freezing up some more defenses on the interior. That Barbarian King is not going to be able to do very much against these flying troops as Alex's Ice Hound's looking to be pathing toward the top side of the space, trying to provide a little bit more cover for the last few balloons that are getting deployed now. That Town Hall in the core is going to take some balloon fire now. No, hold on. That Tornado Trap spins them around. Still, the Royal Champion with that spear is going to be able to stab it down for the second star claimed as we pass the 89-91% mark. It looks like the cleanup is going to be easy pickings for VG Alex as the Dark Looters are going to find a triple for their 4th hit.
An incredible attack. His lightning spells, heroes, log launcher, everything had a specific use in this attack. What a flawless plan, and execution was brilliant. To now give them their opportunity against a team like Clash Champs. Oh, the pressure is on now in this match.
Beautiful hit from VG Alex. One of the best we've seen today, but against the Clash Champs, I don't know if it's going to be enough to pull off a victory. That was certainly one for the history books, but if Loop can come back again with the strength that we'd seen out of the first 2 hits from the Clash Champs, they will be able to maintain their lead. 2 more bases to pick from. Camille and Synthora still yet on defense. Looks like Camille is going to be going up against Loop next as we see another Laloon strike back to the skies. I'm taking a look at the air defenses now, which are all really far outside these walls, and are going to be difficult for Luke to pick off. It's going to be bats now with Invis and Rage to try to get as many interior destruction as he can. One multi goes down, the CC goes down. He's going to get some additional chip off onto the Eagle and the multi on the bottom side. Can he get them all, Carbon?
Oh, no, the other multi stays. I don't know, I feel like unless he did it really quick, the Rage and Invis, I thought I heard it was like he double Invis. That's probably wrong, but Loop, unfortunately, not able to grab that multi-target Inferno as he's pushing his heroes down south. At least the clan castle is down. That is very important because if that stays up and you don't have a way to take it down, like a Poison or Electro Titan, your attack is going to really struggle to push your way through. As up, oh my gosh, that cave's gonna be overloaded by skeletons.
No, the skeleton army pops up, and those bony brothers are going to just bash him and batter him. Going to force that Iron Fist ability out, and it's going to pop a few more barbarians to support the Phoenix, giving him a second wind, but heroes are going down now on the bottom side of this base. Loop's going to follow up next with a Royal Champion to stab at that second air defense. The third air defense on the top side is now being attacked by Loop as well as the main force is coming on in. Eternal Tone to protect that battle blimp is going to go directly toward the Town Hall as the balloons are a little more clumped up than I'd like to see, but they are protected, so that scatter shot gets some maximum value against it. That freeze was a little bit late by Loop there. Town Hall is going to be going down for the first star claim. The second is coming with a 50% right afterwards, but can he clean all the way up for a 3-star with still a scatter shot on the bottom still up? Big question mark there, Carbon.
With that freeze on the multi, as the balloons are now trying to fly solo towards that multi-target Inferno, but the problem is no haste, as he's trying to get these balloons directly into the multi to help take that down. But they're getting picked off one by one as the Dragon Rider goes down to the scatter shot, and Camille of Dark Looters is gonna get a defense. And we got ourselves a tied match here, 10-10. And I believe Dark Looters will have the edge on percentage, potentially. And if they do, we'll have to see as the percent comes in. That means if they 3-star, they win. But if they don't, then a 3-star for them means Clash Champs would still have a chance to win on a triple. So this is going to come down to the very end.
This is actually super tight right now, Carbon. A 92% would bring an absolute even tie at 91%. Loop needs one more to get it tied up. I don't know if he's going to get it. He's trying to change some value off into the gold storage. There it is. This is exactly tied up. Even score for both teams as we go into the last round of attacks. The 73.8%, 10 stars, exactly tied, Carbon.
You have to be kidding me. It's exactly tied. It's literally down to the last attack. Whoever does better. If you get an 85%, I just need an 86. If you get a 99, I gotta get a 3-star. That's what it's coming down in this match between Dark Looters and Clash Champs. We've got ourselves an epic end here.
And so not only do we now have to watch every single point of destruction, we also have to keep time in mind, because if both of these teams triple in their last attacks, it is going to be the quicker attackers that will hold the day and claim the victory. Camille has got no time to lose then now as he starts in the bottom left side of the space with an Archer Queen charge to try to get some opening value here, setting up for a hybrid army. Haven't seen many of these yet, but the Hogs and Miners complement each other very well, and against the right bases, they can get some excellent value. It's going to be Rage Towers on defense, though, to soup up those multi-target Infernos. That has got to be Camille's key target to take down early on here, Carbon.
Indeed, as this queen can loop around these walls, make her way into the Town Hall, help secure that. The hybrid, we haven't seen it all too often, but it is strong when done right. I mean, just with any attack when done right, right? As the king is up to the top side, with that Rage on the Queen, balloons trying to pull Seeking Your Minds, does not do it. As the Queen's going to step into the Town Hall Poisons. The hybrid is about to come down as we have 2 minutes now left in this raid.
Miners making their way up the top side with the Grand Warden now dropped. He's going to be sitting in the Hog Riders as well to support, and it's going to be a double Rage multi-Inferno Tower supported with a defending Archer Queen to start firing away. away. The heal spell is out, and Kamado is doing everything he can to support these troops, moving through as fast and furiously as he possibly can, but with so much splash damage raining down like hellfire. The Eagle Artillery, a scatter shot, raged up multi-infernos. He has got to commit everything he has got, and he has still held on to the Grand Warden ability this late in the raid, Carbon.
But the Queen is going down, does grab the Expo as their last shot there. World Champions moving around with only 2 freezes left. That last heal is down, and the battle drill is now opened up with more Super Hogs coming out of the defensive range, but he misses the multi. He only grabs the Expo, and the scatter shot is going to be doing so much damage with the defensive RSC on the bottom side. He was hoping that his Queen would continue her way down there, and now we have a 68, trying to get as much percentage possible. If this is in the 70s, Clash Champs, all they have to do is 1% better to win this match.
Very tough position here for Camille. Note that he still does have a little bit of offensive support coming back in from these Hogs. Unfortunately, though, he lost those healers to a big clump of red bombs right there in the gut of the base. He could have really used this chance right now to top those troops back off and get some more percentage in. But as you mentioned, Carbon, it's all going to be about getting as much destruction as you possibly can in the last leg of this strike, as he has just a 2-star with the overall damage topping out at, it looks like it's going to be in the mid-80s. He's going to get a few more shots off from this Grand Warden, bringing it to 86 total in the end.
Well, all Clash Champs have to do is get an 87% 2-star, and they are victorious. If they don't, then Dark Looters will advance here today in the upper bracket. Remember, this is double elimination, so if you lose, you are not out of it. And oh my, what a match we have here. And in terms of the total attack time, I'm going to bring you right now what the time is, right? If it is tied, so I've got the stats here where we have Clash Champs are roughly around 10 minutes 41, while Dark Looters are roughly around 13 minutes. So they are way faster. But here we go. As Seleno is in with an early Warden ability for that blimp going all the way to this Town Hall.
Yeah, early fast strike for Seleno here, really trying to deal a lot of damage early on. As long as he can get it in, it is going to work, but I don't know if it did, Carbon. That's still a lot of defenses in that core compartment that he was trying to take down. Super Archer's going to be following up now, but he needs some excellent geometry if he's going to get the maximum value necessary to justify that investment. Seleno has spent so much here.
They are getting some skips through the... Oh, and he gets the Expo through the shots. Or gets the Expo, gets the scatter shot, I should say, through the Expo there with the Super Archers. And now the Queen is down, and the Super Barbarians can be used around the outside. And this, if it doesn't 3-star, will likely get a very high percentage, typically.
And pull it off with a 2-star, 87% for a potential percentage win here. Seleno is going to be doing his best to get as much as he possibly can, though. It's a little bit of a spread deploy here now, as an Ice Golem's going to be going into block for this Royal Champion, making a stab in here with an Apprentice Warden as well to boost her hit points by just a little bit more. Seleno's chopping along the edges with these heroes and is just holding on to these Super Barbarians until he can get most of the splash damage structures down. The Super Bards are going to be very helpful against that monolith on the bottom side, which would otherwise cause a lot of problems for these heroes and just obliterate any high hit point targets. So he is doing everything he can to very carefully deploy and get every single building picture perfect drop.
They do it. That Queen, she's doing her best. 72. Oh, that Queen's continuing her way around. The ground skeletons popping as he's continuing through this mortar. The scatter shot gets all frozen, and he does still have that Queen ability to get even more percentage.
Very good luck here from Seleno to get that Ice Golem in deep enough to guarantee that scatter going down. It's just he's meeting up against a lot of defenses in this right side compartment. The Queen's going to get some more value, and we're crossing the threshold now. Just 87% will be victory. There it is! Seleno ensures the win for the Clash Champs. victorious over the Dark Looters and looking to finish strong, just short of a 3-star in this final strike, but is going to be pushing on for the win nonetheless, Scarvin.
The Super Barbarians getting it done with the percentage. Really, the only thing left is that multi-target Inferno. They should probably be able to grab the Wizard Tower nonetheless, unless there's some giant bombs and things here. 97, 98, and imagine if Dark Looters got a 99 or a 3-star. This close is how it could have been, but well done to Clash Champs. They are victorious on percentage and win this one, and they will be advancing here in the upper bracket.
Well, Carbon, you couldn't have asked for 2 better matches back to back, being decided on the very final round of attacks. Another war finishing on a tied star total. Wow. That just tips in the favor this time of the Clash Champs, thanks to the percentage edge that they got early on and were able to keep going through to the end with. You also see here on time that they were a little bit better on time, a 1-second advantage for P. Castro over Alex, and then a few seconds in Leo's favor over Dr. Jonas. So just edging out the Dark Looters, a team that had quite a bit of support from the community, expecting a very close match. You and I were both expecting more 3-stars out of this one, but with a 12-12 finish, I think that we've got a lot to break down from this last round, and I know we'll be bringing back another couple guys as well. But what stood out to you as most surprising about that last war?
Well, to me, it was definitely how close those fails were. 98, we had so close to getting a 3-star. And it just didn't convert. We saw in the previous war before this one that if you don't get that 3-star, it could cost you. But man, what a match we saw. Itsu and Judo, you guys were behind the scenes, taking a look at other matches, keeping up to date on those. How were those matches? Where's the rest of the team standing? We'll start with you, Itsu.
Well, I was trying to just make sure that all of the post stats had the correct icons. So I think we should ask Judo for how the other matches went. So I think, Judo, you can go ahead with that one.
Sure. I mean, the final attacks are just coming in with a lot of the wars, so there's been some interesting ones, though. United Gaming started out 3-stars, then unfortunately had a 1-star, and Inquisition gradually got things back, getting a 3-star in their final attack to take the victory. Badzinger, who came in the number 1 seed, is doing very well against KOG. However, they also got 13 stars, so the final attack is in now to find out who wins that one. TWOB were behind versus Quantum Bays. That one is finishing up. Looks like TWOB will probably etch out the victory on that one with a great 3-star towards the end. Strut were going in with their final attack as well. Just need a high percentage 2-star to guarantee the victory. So a lot of the wars kind of closing up here, but some exciting matches and all of them pretty close. And like I said, just rounding up, hopefully we'll see a couple of these attacks finishing off, and then I can update you, Carbon.
Wow, that's incredible stuff. These matches are gonna only get better as we advance further in this competition. This is the double elimination, and then we're gonna have the Swiss bracket, and then another Swiss bracket after that, and then another double elimination. But the next match here, Itsu, oh my, is gonna be a great one.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one for sure. Milliceme doing the best to getting this golden ticket, and take a look at those stats. This is impressive. 95.9 average percent. I mean, this over the first stage is already really, really strong. But let's take a look at their roster and how they are set up. We know those players, but there's one new addition. That is Spray. He's really, really known for his incredible air attacks. And take a look at that. He is the new guy in the team, but he is rocking those hit rate tables with an 84.2 average, a hit rate and 99% average destruction rate. I mean, how do you even do that? How do you get a 99% average destruction rate and then have only, with only, I mean, that's not in a bad way, but only an 84% hit rate? I mean, this is just incredible stats right there, Woody.
They certainly are, and that leaves a lot to be expected in this next run-up. But who are they up against? Another super strong squad in Surgical Esport. Maybe not quite as impressive on the stats lineup here, but still holding their own and looking very tough as they get ready for this next war. I'm seeing a standout showing from MSG Sami with a hit rate topping over above 50% and average destruction of 94% in the previous stage. This is a killer crew as well, and we are really looking forward to some great matches to come up next between Millicene and Surgical Esport. Judo, anything stand out to you, sir?
Well, the 99% average destruction from Spree definitely stood out. That is an incredible stat. Just excited to dive into this one. Just to quickly update people as well, Strut did end up getting the victory on percentage. TWB did get the percentage. We have the final attack literally just finished from Badzinger. 79% 2-star from Dima, so I'm hoping that's going to update to see what the percentage is, but we're just about ready to get into the next war anyway. So if you go in-game into the tournament hub, you will be able to see exactly who took the victory there. But it looks like it was Badzinger, so there we go. They move on in the upper bracket as well. But it will be myself and Itsu moving forward with this matchup. So thank you, Carbon and Woody, for your brilliant work, and we will look forward to having you back after this match. Itsu, we're just about ready to get into it. What are you thinking? Initial thoughts before the match kicks off?
I'm just excited for a great match. I mean, always clashes is nice to see, and I'm looking forward to see if we see more Super Barbarians. I mean, we have seen a lot of pros on the social media were saying it's way too strong and everything, and we have seen it a couple of times today. But to be honest, for a troop being way too strong, based on some opinions, I would think that we would see it more often. So I'm kind of surprised about that, and we have not seen that many compartments getting closed. So there might be no reason why people are not using it anymore. So let's see if this might be the first match where we see a lot of Super Barbarians, or if we're going back to Lado and then some more Hog Riders, because this is what we have seen over the first matches as well. But we have Surgical Esports with their first attack, and it's, Hog Riders.
Absolutely. With the Queen charge as well, we are seeing a lot of that today. Now, the audience prediction was definitely in the favor of Millicene MG, but I have to say, Surgical Esport, they won 14-12 versus Marcus Esport in an earlier matchup. 14 stars in the current meta is phenomenal, so they definitely will be putting up a great fight here. Monolith instantly on the Queen. She's going to have to go through the Ice Golems, gets the Rage down. Ooh, just about in time there, Itsu.
That was a really, really late one, but this has to be like so close of being in range for the Queen. Maybe her, I don't know, like left toe is in there, but like it was really, really close for sure. With now the Yetis and Sticky Goblins funneling, the wall break is happening as well. And if you're wondering why is this wall break going there, wall breaks are always going for closed compartments, and if there are no closed compartments whatsoever, well, then it's just going for the next wall, and that was exactly that wall piece right there.
Fantastic. The Kokoloon even getting 2 seeking air mines, so you can notice he's sending a couple more in, expecting that potentially there are more, but they peer off towards the Wizard Tower. Queen will easily get that Town Hall, and once that's secured, he can start focusing on the next phase of the attack. Battle Drill selected on this one, too, so presumably just going to send that in alongside the Hog Riders.
Yes, that might be a good thing to do. That Queen is under a lot of fire, nearly going down versus that Scatter in her ability. Remember, even if the Queen's in her ability, she can still take damage, so the splash damage of a Scatter shot is always a big threat. But we have now those Hog Riders with the Battle Drill going in from the bottom side, but there is still a lot of base left. But the Warden ability is keeping everything safe, at least for now.
Yeah, great Warden ability, and I also want to call out, he was busy deploying the Hog Riders at the bottom when he realized the Queen was taking a lot of damage and froze the Scatter Shot and Expo. So brilliant ability to be able to see so many different aspects of the base. Having to freeze that left side as the Hog Riders are dying out. The Eagle surviving, but the Battle Drill has not popped yet. 37 seconds, time is ticking, and he's also running out of troops here. Time could be a determining factor, even if he can get through these defenses.
Yeah, he's trying his best to get through those defenses, but that Beldrill is not hitting the most damage. He has to open now manually to get those Super Hogs releasing because time is ticking and Super Hog Riders deal more damage to those defenses than the Beldrill itself. And now with the Warden together, he's picking up a couple of more buildings, but 3 stars seems to be completely out of reach for this one. But it's a high percentage attack. I think this is the good news in this one.
Yes, into the 90s, only just 90%. But yeah, I wonder, had he have not had to shift focus up towards the Archer Queen, could have kept deploying those Hog Riders, whether he would have had enough power to flush through the left-hand side of the base there, where it seemed like things stalled out. Perhaps he even intended one of the spells to be utilized in that area and had to, shift it for the Queen charge. But nevertheless, 2 stars, 90%, a good start. But we have seen just how strong both of these teams are, the hit rates, and some of the high-scoring wars that we've already seen today. So I'm sure we will be seeing some 3 stars.
Yes, since Spray is the new player in Millesime, and the good news about him is like he's one of those players who's always attacking first. He's like one of the best in the entire world with those. It's always like a negative thing when you call it with like spam, but this is kind of like how it feels to a lot of players. So with the air spam, but what he does looks like magic. I mean, this guy is just insanely consistent with this type of troops, and it really showcases how many more things you have to consider when using those troops. He likes to use the super dragons, and a lot of people say like they're completely like not usable anymore, whatever. Watch this guy, he will show you they are completely usable because he is just smashing bases with them left and right. What he's doing right now, he's trying to set up a pathing to make sure that he can enter from the top left with the super dragons into that base, with then trying to go for the town hall and just power through. That would be my guess. Maybe he's just going to go into the town directly. We will see in just a second as he's deciding what the next step looks like.
Looks like you might be right, Itsu, as we do see the funnel getting created at the top. But I do want to point out, we are 1 minute into the attack, and he has basically just sat and let the Flame Flinger create that funnel. So always just know how fast your troops are and how long you can sit and allow the funnel to be created, because that is how important it is. Look at those Super Dragons flying through the base so quickly. Even had some in the Flame Flinger as well. Good spread on the Super Dragons as well. So they are getting that increased damage across the entirety of the base, and honestly it looks like they're going through this like nothing. They're barely even taking any damage.
I'm not gonna lie, those attacks to me look like Lado. Like, if I do those, my Super Dragons go like, I don't know, they'll leave the base before they even take down defenses because they just do not what I was thinking they would do. Like, it's just incredible to me how much control you can have over those dragons. And the Royal Champion, it feels like she's somewhat swagged at the bottom side. He says the freeze, and this is exactly what I mean. Watching this player play this air attack is like magic. I don't know how he does it. I don't know what he does, but he's just so consistent with them. And as I said, he is for sure an incredible addition to the Millesime roster. Always attacking first, having one of the highest hit rates. This to me is just an incredible player, and an incredible attack to watch as well.
Amazing. I know what it is. He took the Super Dragons from the clan capital. That's what happened. Wow, I mean, I am so impressed by that attack. The patience to start off, just knowing exactly what he needed to set up the Super Dragons to allow their focus through the base. And I love the spread he had on them as well. It wasn't just to drop them all in a line in one spot. He knew exactly where he needed how many of them. So, wow, what a great attack and an early start, but we still have 4 attacks to go, and you very well know yourself, we've seen it time and time again. Teams can fall behind, they can easily flip it around.
Yes, that's right. Anything can happen, and especially with this next attack, as we have a Super Archer Blimp. It can really easily get baited, but it can succeed as easily as well. So let's take a look at what is happening with this one. He's going to go into the sweeper with the freeze spell. Make sure that he's freezing it nice and early. Right now, the freeze. There you go. Nicely timed. And landing right on top of the sweeper. Are there any traps, a giant bomb, or anything else? It looks like no. And he should be safe to go to clone and rage up those super archers.
Yep, using that first invisibility spell, letting his test troops go down before using the clones and getting those super archers. Town Hall going down, Monolith about to follow. Even had that wall breaker to give his super archers a little bit more flexibility in the base here. And that is what value you can get when you make it work. But like you said, it is just about the timing. The freeze there, really, really important if you are flying into a sweeper. You've got to get that timing down. Now he's got great pathing for his heroes down in towards the Eagle.
I think if I see this correctly, there were even some super archers on the top left who survived. You're already starting to clean up. I mean, I want to have those super archers as well, like staying alive as soon as they reach the core. I mean, what is going on there? But we have the heroes now diving through from the bottom side. Remember though, there is no warden ability left anymore for this hero push. So he's relying completely on the king, queen, and royal champion with the support of more like 18 or 16 super barbarians left to play.
Yeah, I'm interested. Would you send... I was just about to say, would you be sending the Royal Champion to that multi-inferno? I feel like I would have sent it a little bit sooner than that, but obviously he didn't want the Royal Champion to run too far ahead, I guess, but his king and queen taking immense damage. Hopefully his queen can cling on with the final bits of health that she has and just trying to spread the super barbarians around the top. Is it going to be enough with that raged up area? Defending king trying to do whatever he can. Queen is down. Barbarian king will soon follow, but it looks like the royal champion and Diggy might be the saviors to the back end of the base here too.
Yeah, and the Phoenix Egg was just so important, keeping that king alive and was able to provide the tanking with that Phoenix ability. All of the... You can buff defenses as much as you want. The king and the Phoenix... It does not matter. It does not matter. He does not take any damage. So he's just tanking all of those raged up defense on the backhand, the scatter, the expo, even the raged up defending queen. All of those attacked the king during his Phoenix ability. And, well, really nice backhand and how he covered all of that. So nicely done. And now it's back to Medicine. Kingsman is up next. Can he follow up with a 3-star to make sure that they're keeping their lead?
Indeed. I always used to remember Kingsman's hybrid attacks. He was always so good at that strategy. Have you seen him using that very much in the current meta, or it's not something I've seen him do myself, but I know you have, covered a lot more of the esports matches. Seems like he's going with a similar approach in that of the Twin Hogs, but have you seen him use the hybrid at all?
Not really that much. I know that he's right now playing Legend League with Queen Charge Super Barbarians. So I guess something similar to what he's doing right now with the Twin Hogs. I guess Twin Hogs are just more consistent a lot of times. And, anyways, he's just an incredible Queen Charge attacker, which he is now doing as well in this attack overall, using this as overall baseline for the attack. But right now, trying to charge that Town Hall into the Rage Tower area, and trying to take down both bomb towers, because remember, Hog Riders, with being a ground troop, it's always nice to take those out nice and early. With the bomb towers then being gone, this is way less damage in the base.
Wow, talking about damage, he is going into a very heavy area at the top there. Obviously, he knows his flinger is safe across to the right side. There is a red air bomb farm as well in the center. So good job he triggered that before his queen walks in. But are you going to allow the queen to walk around here? Is he going to use any more loons? Because one healer down so far. I'm assuming all of the traps are up the top here. Once his queen to walk around and to that town hall, he's still got her ability, trying to wait until she gets to that town hall.
And he even wants to invest the jump spell to get even further. I'm not sure exactly what the plan is going to be for this ground expo, as the ground expo might lure her into the wrong direction. But with having the eagle on her and the monolith, queen ability is force. And this is a really important resource which is gone. And oh no, Judo, take a look at the healers. It's getting targeted by the eagle. That is bad news.
Bad indeed. Oh, they switch to the Hog Riders. They've left the queen in the middle, which actually is not that bad right now. Oh, they switch back. Oh, well, there's not a lot of damage in the middle after those super minions, so he'd probably prefer them on the Hog Riders at this stage, I am guessing, other than the Expo at the top, I guess. What an ability, though, helping the Hog Riders through the middle. I love to see rage spells with them, but he is just keeping freeze spells. Once the Warden ability goes off, he's wanting to freeze these defenses, just keep them frozen.
And especially with transitioning to the Hog Riders, they moved during the Eagle shots, and I think because of that, they dodged a couple of the Eagle shots and stayed alive because of that. So that was just perfect from the healers. I want to have healers like this. My healers are just staying behind, healing archers, hitting a wall and things like that. I want to have healers like this, dodging Eagle shots left and right and doing everything they can to finish off a base, because Judo, this is a 3-star and Kingsman is getting another 3-star on the board for his team.
Undoubtedly. So the perfect start for them, 6 stars. I do want to call out the great use of super minions inside that flinger as well to just go on up, take down the grounded Expo. 3 stars for Kingsman. And we're back across to Surgical Esport. What a start to this war. We knew it would be exciting. I did say there would be plenty of 3 stars. And so far, they've not disappointed.
It kind of feels like with the matches we had so far, we're slowly going up. With the first match not having the I mean, it was kind of one-sided, okay? But like overall, the average wasn't the highest on 3 stars. With then the last matches climbing up slowly. And now we have 4 attacks, I think, so far, right? With 3 stars already. So this is a really, really 3-star heavy match, and we have the next attack in is going to be another Queen Charge Twin Hawk attack versus this base. So where is he going to Queen Charge? Wall breaking early at the bottom side, trying to get into that scatter as early as possible. Then towards the not towards the tunnel, there's a blimp flying towards that.
That is the plan. Let's see whether he can get this. I have to call out the War Arena scenery as well. Definitely great job on using the CWL medals for that one. Does get the Town Hall with his Yetis, but the Queen ability is forced down the bottom here, so he's got to be very careful now that he's got the Raged Up Scatter and Expo, not to mention the Royal Champion ready to engage as well, but looks like he's got it in control at the moment. Headhunter nicely used.
Headhunter is really doing a good job of keeping that Queen side safe. The Rage effect is slowly disappearing, so there's less damage now on the Queen. But where is she supposed to go next? He has 3 more wall breaks. He's trying to wall break into the next compartment, and there the wall break goes. Great pathing. But this multi-phone tower, if it's staying alive, it might be out of range for the Queen and in range for the Phoenix.
He sent a Hog Rider, but the Phoenix does get it, which means he's just got to get through this monolith, about to turn the Queen invisible. Does he rage her here, or is he saving that for the Hog Riders? He just wants that monolith down, and looks like he's saving the rage for the Hog Riders, especially with this area. Warden ability early with the Raged Up Scatter shot, quickly getting through that area, but there's still a lot of splash damage he has to deal with here, Itsu.
Yeah, there was a lot of damage for sure, and he decided to go instead for his Queen with the Rage spell. But take a look at that. Now the Red Mines are behind that tunnel where the tunnel was, and it's going to take down every single healer. This is not going to be an easy backend. He's deciding to freeze that Eagle and the multi-front tower yet again. More Red Mines, and all of those healers are gone, and he's relying now on the remaining 8 points on his Queen and the remaining Hog Riders with their Super Riders and Super Hogs. Can he make this through with the Expo staying alive on the bottom side?
I was just about to say the Royal Champion ability really has to be well timed. It goes off to try and protect some of those Hog Riders. Get forward. Oh no, with the Expo on the Royal Champion. Diggy, I don't think he's going to get there fast enough. Oh, it does. Can the Royal Champion get that Expo down just in the nick of time, Itsu? Everything is incredibly low health, but if Diggy can help here, it does not matter. It can be low health all at once. 3 stars are 3 stars. Surgical Esport just about nipping this one, but keeping this war exciting.
And it looks like both the teams are trying to force the luck on their side. I mean, it's those little things which can decide an attack. On the attack which we just watched from Kingsman, the healers dodging by switching the target, the Eagle shots, like just dodging the Eagle shots even though the Eagle locked onto them, but then they switched target and dodged it because of that. Now we have Diggy with the most incredible timing ever to save the Royal Champion, to clutch up a 3-star. What is going on over here? What are we going to witness next? Which is going to be on the next level for those 2 teams. This is crazy when it's coming down to the timing. And now we have Albiol in for this next attack, and there's 3 targets left. Who is he going to attack?
We'll be finding out soon. Almualin, somebody with a lot of experience, all the way back to the early days of the World Championships as well. So he's someone that can keep calm in this situation. The more 3-stars that continue to fly in, the more pressure there is on the attackers to continue that momentum. So let's see what he decides to go with on this one. I was just about to say I'm feeling an air attack, and it indeed is the Super Dragons with the recalled Archer Queen approach. You explained this very well on your channel just a couple of days ago. Do you think he's going with a standard approach like that?
Like, I would guess that he's recalling the queen to the bottom side, because he does not have a poison, right? And the clan castle is on the town hall side, so you want to avoid the clan castle as much as possible. And this is then the only location where he can recall his queen towards. Because if there is an ice golem in there, if there's a lava hound in there, something like that, he does not want to rule that out. And take a look at this funnel. I mean, boulder tanking, the giant tanking, and the boulder funneling in the bear hut, so the queen is going to the left. Those small things are just incredible to watch.
The experience shining through for sure, and I always love to see those bowler funnels as well, just because they're not used very much, shall we say. But the Super Dragons flying on in with the Stone Slammer as well, since he didn't really need the blimp for the Town Hall. The Super Dragons can help with that, but can they move on through? It looks like they're splitting everywhere but at the moment here. Itsu, couple of loons and a Super Dragon next to that monolith, freezing the Town Hall. But which way does this Super Dragon go? It goes up to the top.
This is more looking like my Super Dragon attacks, not like the attacks of Spray. Like, he would have had one of the Super Dragons staying in the middle and going for the Town Hall. I don't know, like, if you have to play with the controller or what exactly he does, but this did not happen to Amyalin. Town Hall is getting skipped. He has to try to save this now, with even his skeleton trap now chasing that Royal Champion. This is going to be problematic. He still has a freeze, so the Town Hall should be safe to go.
Switched.
But there is not much power on the back end, or what do you think? The Town Hall should go down, right? Right?
I think so. I don't want to jinx it too much, though. It does indeed go down. Just about getting that 2-star. Exactly what they needed to keep them in this, because whilst they were ahead on the star count, Surgical Esport have then flipped things, got 2-3 stars of themselves. So we are going to be relatively even after this. Surgical Esport even taking the lead slightly on percentage.
Yeah, crazy turnaround, but those Super Dragons did not work. As I said, like, it's really not as easy as some players make them look. It's like, okay, it's air spam, right? Like, you just spam everything in, close your eyes, and it's hopefully going to work. No, this is not how they work. The spell timing and placement needs to be perfect. You need to, like, direct the Super Dragon with rage spells, like raging at certain areas in the base to speed up this or another group of the Super Dragons to make it, like, really make sure that the perfect spread is there. You have mentioned it perfectly with the attack of Spray. He had then an incredible Super Dragon spread in his attack, really having some Super Dragons everywhere in the base, and this is what you're looking for with that troop, and it was not the case with the attack of Amyalin. But the next attack is in, and we see another Super Archer Blimp. I can fully understand that. Can you spot even a single closed compartment in this base? I don't think so. I think there's only open wall pieces in this one. It's crazy. So this means as soon as the Super Archer Blimp, if it works, the entire base is wide open.
I was going to say, when you were about to say that, I was thinking, yeah, if it works first, but let's see, is it Super Archers in there? No, he's actually going with a Blizzard here, Itsu. Super Wizards landing in that little compartment where he could have assumed there was literally zero traps, and he gets incredible value. They can just run around. This is amazing, and he's still got spells left over to then support his heroes and super barbarians. And like you said, they can get access to everything.
Are you kidding? I mean, this was just insane. This was incredible. He just took down such a big part, and remember, he did not have to invest the Warden whatsoever. This was a blimp without the Warden. I am kind of shocked a little bit that this was I mean, there was the tornado trap, but maybe they expected a different angle. I'm not really sure. But he's sending in the Royal Champ as well really early on. He's having the Titan in the mix, so the Clan Caster should not do anything. But actually, how does that work with the timing? No, it's fine. There's the freeze though. He's trying to save hit points on the Royal Champ as he's moving forward through the space.
Yeah, wants to get... I mean, it's a good job he has the Warden as well, because he's going to really need that ability here with the splash damage and the raged up Town Hall and multi-target Inferno. Now trying to reinforce with those Super Barbarians in order to keep his heroes moving through the base in the angle that he wants. They are still taking a lot of damage from that multi-target Inferno, and we do have a back-end monolith for them to deal with here, it seems.
Yeah, it feels like he just invested too much to get into the Town Hall, because you have seen the Town Hall was a huge overkill. But if you have that, if you have too many troops engaging versus the Town Hall, then you have the problem that the Town Hall poison is dealing too much damage, and this seemed to be the problem for him, as well, a lot of troops left their hit points inside that poison, and now the power on the back end is really struggling. So, incredible plan, but the execution did not really go in his favor.
Yeah, just pushed in a little bit too much, like he said, towards that Town Hall. Very well recognized in terms of that spot where he could just take advantage with the Super Wizards. But it does now arguably flip the war back over to the other side, because they had that momentum, keeping up the percentage, 89%. Let's see whether we can continue 3 stars on the other side, because as the attacks start to go up, they've really become that much more impactful.
That's right, and I mean, at this stage, first, this team has to get a high percentage, right? Like, this is now the next thing that they have to go for, and it seems like that Tryhard is going to be the next attacker. He has 2 more targets he could choose with his next attack, and I just love the graphic. I mean, you can already see who got attacked, and we will see who is still open to be attacked by Tryhard, and he has now, well, the choice between 2 different bases.
Yep, we'll see exactly what the designs are like with them. We do see a poison tower over next to the Town Hall, perhaps trying to stop that Super Archer Blimp approach. However, like we've seen a lot today, the twin Hog Riders being the method of choice. But just having a look at this, Tryhard, you know, taking maybe Synthe's approach here, not a Queen Charge, using the Skeleton spells in the Skelly Donut to kick things off. Scattershot hit.
I'm just trying to remember. I think this is a known base. I might be, at least this left side. I think I've attacked this already on Legends. I am like 90% sure, which typically is kind of...
I mean, you have a photographic memory with bases, so I absolutely believe it.
That's what I meant. So like, it kind of confuses me at least a little bit. But let's see if we can pull off the hero dive as he's trying to enter into the Town Hall, into the skeleton compartment at the same time, splitting up his heroes, trying to get as much value as possible, which so far looks incredible. And at the same time, having the Flinger getting a lot of value on this top side. Always remember, if you see a good spot for a Flame Flinger, this is guaranteed the best siege machine you can possibly use. But always make sure that you're paying your golems more Dark Elixir, because this golem just completely betrayed the queen, and she might have to take a lot of damage from that monolith.
Yeah, Barbarian King, look at the timing there. Just about got in front to protect the Archer Queen, and then the Golem finally gets ahead of the Queen. So we can maybe let it off in this situation. Hog Riders pushing in from that left-hand side. Now, we have taken out the Expos next to the Raged Spell Towers, so you don't have to worry about those, but the multi-target Infernos are raged up. One ability is used. You'd be looking to freeze the back-end one if it is still alive. It's got a fraction of health, about to go down. He's still got a lot of spells for the back end of the base.
Yeah, if the Titan and the Yeti would get in front of his hogs, that would be incredible, because they would tank. No, why would you freeze? The Titan and the Yeti would tank the scatter, so I'm not sure if that freeze was actually needed. But I mean, he still has spells left in 40 seconds as well. I think this attack is looking beautiful for a Tryhard. That plan was incredible, not gonna lie.
Absolutely amazing. Still has the Royal Champion ability and the Invisibility. So Millisame will be taking the lead here moving into the final attacks. Surgical Esport still absolutely in this, but an incredible show from Tryhard on that attack. Just really well executed. And exactly what they needed at this stage in the war. They lead by a star. So let's see if they can hold on defense with this last one.
Yes, indeed. Really good showing by them. And I mean, at this stage, everything is in their own hands. If they're 3-star, they win. As easy as that. It always sounds more easy than it actually is, because you have to 3-star first on turn of 15, which is not a given thing. But first, we have the attacker Sammy, and he has to attack Almiolin as he's the last target left he could attack. And if he 3-stars, they would put a lot of pressure then on the Medisim attacker. And it's going to be a Super Barbarian attack. I said it before the match, we have not seen those Super Barbarians too much. And it feels like those attackers have hurt me, because we're seeing a lot of them in this one. And the blimp is falling short just a little bit, it seems like.
Yeah, really interesting there. Wallbreaker is moving forward now. Finally gets the Super Archer clone. Could still reach the Town Hall, still get a lot of value from this, I guess. So maybe that is kind of where he wanted to land. I would have thought the other side of the wall, but as we were discussing before, depending on your clone placement, you can clone the troops to the other side of the wall anyway, which is exactly what he did with the Super Archers.
Yeah, I think he did not really expect this amount of damage with the Rage Tower, and was kind of hoping to get on the other side. Because I think if he would have been on the other side, he could have gotten the Monolith as well with the Super Archer chain. I think this is what he was kind of expecting. So this Monolith might be a big problem later on as he's moving through. But right now, first, he has to make sure that this Expo is going away, because this one is dealing a lot of damage right now.
Certainly is. He's still got a lot of Super Barbarians that he can be trying to reinforce with. Here they come from the outside, but the Warden ability is needed at this stage to try and push through this area of the base. A couple of Super Barbarians getting onto that Monolith, that would be very helpful to get down, because if it locks onto the Queen, which it does, that Queen ability will very easily be forced. Decides to freeze it, and then sending in the Royal Champion.
Yeah, Royal Champ to save the day. I think he could have added a couple of more Super Wall Breakers to get even further into the base, but those 2 Wall Breaks giving him access to most of the stuff, except the Multi-Inferno Tower, and that one is being raged up, and that is never good news to you as an attacker if you see a raged up Multi-Inferno Tower.
Yeah, and he's got no way to get that now. Sending in the Super Barbarians from the top to try and increase the percentage if he can get those defenses, which he does. So it goes up into the 90s. But what it means is if Milisim is able to get a 2-star in the next attack, they will then solidify the victory in this matchup. I know a lot of the other wars are going on, but I believe they're a bit earlier in the war than this one, so that's perhaps where we will get to see some updates, as we continue on into perhaps this next attack. But pretty close, however, similar to what we were talking about in between the matches. It's a high percentage, but it's still quite far away with the powerful defenses and the Rage Tower that were left up.
Yeah, that's right. It's always so hard to overpower those Rage Towers, because there's just so much damage. And at the same time, because the Rage Tower is having such a big range, it's not as easy to lightning most of the defenses staying around it, especially because they're just like placed in a ring, so you can't really lightning too many of them. So, well, it is not easy to counter that spell tower at all. And now we have Ariam, as you said, 2 stars is already going to be the victory for them, or really high percentage 1-star, but I think the 2-star might do it easier, and it's going to be another Queen Charge Super Dragon attack, which are typically known for being somewhat safe 2-star attacks, especially with both sweepers pointing away from the Town Hall.
I was going to say, with the sweepers pointing away, the Town Hall being this edge of the base, I'd like to think that he's pretty confident on that 2-star. And whilst you don't really, I guess, switch your plan right towards the end, you've got to be considering, if I know I need to get the 2-star, what is an approach I could use in order to guarantee that? So it looks like he wants to get the multi-target Inferno before recalling the Queen here, maybe just getting a little bit extra. Do you think he's going... Oh, I was going to say, do you think he's maybe going for the air defense, but sending her up towards the top, a little bit more pathing, and Super Dragons moving in from the top of the base.
Yeah, and then the blimp towards the Town Hall. The really good thing about this is when you're playing the blimp, and especially Town Hall blimp, you always need to have in mind what the direction of the tornado trap is. The good news for him, the tornado trap can only rotate him from this angle into the Town Hall, not really away from the Town Hall, because on the left side, where the tornado trap would be rotating into, there is no bidding, so they cannot really rotate you away from the Town Hall. It was actually behind the Town Hall, so if you would have chosen the other side, those dudes would have been rotated away from the Town Hall. So really smart decision right there of making sure that there can't be anything going wrong. Even with the tornado trap, he would have been fine with this approach to go for a safe 2-star.
Yeah, really nice insight there for people at home as well. If you are planning those attacks in the blimp, always consider that with the direction of the sweeper. Unfortunate not to have any spells left over in the middle. Should he have had even one invisibility spell, he could have turned the Super Dragon invisible and got that monolith, because that will certainly be troublesome for his Royal Champion running through. Still got a little bit of a chance here with his hero abilities. A lot of damage to go through on the back end with the defending hero. And like I said, that monolith now locking onto the Royal Champion.
That's right, indeed. Diggy getting that monolith, a nice stun, making sure that it's staying alive a bit longer, with the king walking inside as well. And he has way more power on the back end than I would have thought, especially now with the Phoenix still being alive and taking that defending Warden. Question now though is, what about the defending king? Because there's no headhunter left. And I feel like this queen is going to struggle quite a bit versus that king.
Especially with the healers on Frosty. Get yourselves across onto that Archer Queen. When she starts taking damage, they should switch across. There we go. He only needed the 2 stars. He's guaranteed it. They have won the war. But can he finish off in style? Looks like those storages just to the other side of the wall will be one step too far for this Archer Queen. But Arium doing what he needed to do, getting that 2-star and locking up the victory. What a war this one was, Itsu. Really up and down, and incredible attacks from both teams.
What an incredible attack indeed. Really, really nicely done. But in the end, Medisim getting one step closer to the golden ticket. To a lot of teams, they are one of the favorites. I mean, they're one of the favorites of getting this golden ticket, or like one of the 4 golden tickets. And I feel like, especially with the new addition of Spray, this is for sure something which they are capable of, and I'm looking forward to see how they're going to evolve over this tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, he, like you said, he is certainly one of the top attackers in the game right now. Just to be able to attack out of the gates and get the 3 stars like that is really impressive. But I know a couple of the other wars, like I had mentioned, are still in the early stages, but I'm intrigued to hear how they are going. Milisim obviously progressing on this one, but let's welcome back Carbon and Woody so we can get a little bit of insight as to how those other wars are going. Obviously, you can follow along in the tournament hub, which is in-game, should you wish to see the results as they come in. But Carbon, we'll start with yourself. How are those other wars looking at the moment?
Well, right now, there's a match that's going on between Time to Throw and Vincere Naturalis. They both have 3 stars that have come in from their sides. We have Valor Gaming taking on Jelly Bean Dream, and that one right now is all 2 stars in that match. And it looks like a lot of these matches that are happening in the lower bracket are really close. But they're also very early in their wars, so a lot of them only have 2 attacks. Some maybe have one team has 3, so it's very early and there's plenty of more stuff to come.
Well, we look forward to seeing how they progress, and maybe we can give you plenty of updates as they go. I'll try and be keeping my eye on things. Woody, did you see any of the matches, or I guess you were maybe just focusing on the post-attack stats that we have the pleasure of seeing in between each one?
Oh.
Well, I guess that probably is the case. Woody,
do you have your mic?
About that,
I'm sure we'll be able to hear him.
Because I was out of the studio for a little while. But I was also keeping an eye on some of the matches that were taking place in the upper bracket as well, because we know the lower bracket is where the action is still taking place right now. But the upper bracket saw 16 teams advancing onto stage 4. And among those are some of the teams that were battling against other squads that we saw competing earlier today. So we saw United Gaming earlier today taking a win, but they were actually defeated by Inquisition 13-12. Also, in case if you're just tuning back in, Bad Zinger, the number 1 seed from stage 1, went undefeated, still through the top side of the upper bracket, and they will also be advancing into stage number 3. I know that there are a few fan favorites out there, including TWOB, which picked up a win in the upper bracket over Quantum's Bears on a 12-11 scoreline. And then another tight war between Strut and Mustache saw 2 teams with 12 stars total, but Strut taking the win there. And then one team that I have had my eye on that just kind of really stood out with their last performance, not completely familiar with them, but WBB Space picked up a perfect war with 15 stars over TPM Esports. So that's a very successful run through the upper bracket, and we'll get a chance to see more of them in stage 3.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff there, and thank you for all of the insights. Carbon, I know you were focusing on a lot of the other wars, but certainly the one that we just watched was full of very intense attacks, amazing 3 stars. Did you get a chance to see any of them as well?
I'm just blown away at Spray. Like, Itsu broke down of talking about spam. A lot of people's like, oh, spam. But he just does it to perfection. And his hit rate, it was showcasing that. 99% damage when he was getting 3 stars. Over 80% hit rate is mind-blowing. At Town Hall 15, I just remember when everyone was complaining, saying, Town Hall 15 is too hard. Everyone's failing, and you know, it's as you get more used to the meta, more used to the attacks, you start to get a hold of it, and you're like, wait, what we were thinking of how hard it was before, you know, that's what makes these teams so good. And a lot of these pro teams and these pro players love that it's difficult because it really lets those teams shine, and it's not kind of up to chance of where your troops may go or what happens. It's really based about skills, and these teams really have it. And is there anything in terms of that's impressed you about this team here, Itsu?
It's like, as well with, for example, Electro Dragons. Whenever you talk about Electro Dragons, like everyone, oh yeah, like the safe 2-star casual spam strategy, whatever. But if you take a look at like some of the Electro Dragon specialists up in Legend, or some of the pro teams, for example, Nebrax from Tribe Gaming, they're having impressive hit rates with those strategies. And I mean, in the end, it's kind of the same troop. And you can really master those strategies. If it even might be an easy strategy to learn, like Electro Dragons, where you could somewhat easily get into and get safe 2 stars, but you can really put a lot of time into it, like spell placement, timing, right choice of siege machines. Really make sure that you are having a way higher hit rate and success rate than some other players who might use the exact same strategy, but it's completely different when you are doing it. And this is kind of how it feels like when Spray is playing with those Super Dragons. I've tried them many times, and it does feel like that they have their own mind. They're going left, right. We have seen that with the attack of I'm Yalin. They're never going where they're supposed to. The Town Hall's in the middle, and they're going on the outside of the map to the edge map, but never going for the Town Hall. And for Spray, it's like, okay, it's fine. You go there. You like, they're listening to them, to him. I don't know how he does it, but it's just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to have a look at some of the other wars that are going on. They are, like we said, in a little bit of the earlier stages, but we do have United Gaming versus Second Esport, both on 6 stars at the moment. But that does include United Gaming only having 2 attacks versus Second Esport having 3. So United Gaming off to a good start in their next matchup. Obviously, we saw them lose out to Inquisition, so they are down in the lower bracket, as is Marcus Esport, but they are winning at the moment 8 stars to 7 versus Gland Esport. We have Train Station and Indian Force down in the lower bracket. Train Station 8 to 7 up with 3 attacks gone on both of those. Dark Phoenix and Vatang, 2 other popular names. Dark Phoenix with 3 attacks in, 9 stars at the moment. And the other war I have here is BXH Denmark, who are on 7 stars versus I'm in Your Walls, 6 stars, so a slight advantage to those. All of those matches in the lower bracket, but progressing nicely, and amazing to see such swings in wars as well. Sometimes, you know, like we said, United Gaming doing really great, but then they take the loss and then bouncing right back here in the lower bracket. So it's always great to see how the teams can just, put wars aside and just focus on what they need to do, Carbon.
Absolutely. These teams can really focus on the war at hand. Don't let anything else come into your kind of mindset. Just stay focused so you can have a chance at advancing. But, a team that's been focused has been Bad Zinger, and how they went undefeated in the ladder stage. And they're undefeated here in the double elimination. So that means they're going to move on to the next weekend. But we got some highlights to take a look at from their match from Bad Zinger and COG. So let's take a look at some of these attacks. And this was Bad Zinger coming in with these Super Bowlers, which we haven't actually been seeing here today. And they're using it just like this, and it is a very strong attack.
Yes, it's a really strong attack indeed, if you can control them. If they're going the right way and get those bounces in with those really, really strong stones, it's incredible how much value you could get. And it's all about, to me, with the warden ability. This strategy is just so important. You get that warden ability right, and if you do it, you're set up to success. And especially with this specific approach which he's playing, which is using I think it's the 7 healers, where you have the queen around the outside. She's only here for funneling, and then you have the super bowlers inside the middle as a separate force, and it's working beautiful for him in this attack, really.
It sure is. Dominated, and Bad Zinger taken off the top, grabs the win. We're also going to take another look at every other team that managed to get on with a win in the upper bracket. So stay right here with us, and we'll show them right now, in fact. There you go. Bad Zinger as the number 1 seeded team. Right behind them is VN Ace, also advancing up top. Gave a shout out earlier to All Exceed, and happy to see that they also made it up on the top side. And then it was Inquisition stealing that spot from United Gaming on a 13-12 win. The rest of those 16 teams have got a few standouts. I'll shout out in TWOB as well. Has a huge fan base, seen a lot of action in the chat in support of them. Strut, another team that has lots of experience on the world stage, competitors last year, and some of their lineup can claim that World Championship status as well. Then Clash Champs right underneath them, another team that we watched earlier, Millesima MG and Emporium Titans, taking another couple of spots there in the top 10. Very solid, reliable teams, guys.
Yeah, they have been so good. These ones really stepping up to the plate, getting it done. The advancing teams, what does this mean? 16 teams here from the upper bracket. They advance to next weekend. They're going to be playing the Swiss stage. But there are 16 more teams that are waiting to advance coming from the lower bracket here today, because we have 2 more matches that we are going to be covering today to then find out the final remaining 16 teams that advance to next weekend in the Swiss bracket. Because we'll have the Swiss bracket, that's going to be a Swiss stage next weekend, and then we'll have another Swiss bracket that is going to get even further down, and then finally the top 8 teams compete in a double elimination for the golden ticket. And 8 teams will compete in a double elimination, but 4 of them will get golden tickets. So if you get to that final stage of a double elimination, you have a 50% chance of getting a golden ticket, which is incredible, and you really have to earn your spot to get there. So much to come in the upcoming weeks, Itsu.
That's right, it's going to be Clash action on the highest level every single weekend. But let's quickly take a look at the Stage 3 format, the Swiss bracket, and actually how it works. We have 32 teams starting, and then we're going to play a lot of different rounds. Always those teams are then after that going to be put into different groups with having the same score. For example, after round 1, we have 16 teams with a score of 1 win and 0 losses, and then we have 16 teams of having the score of 0 wins and 1 loss. We're going to play this bracket as long as we have overall teams with 3 wins, and the teams with 3 losses, they are out of this bracket, out of this championship qualifiers, and they have no chance of getting a golden ticket in this year. And after that, those 32 teams were reduced to only 16 teams, which then gives us the opportunity to move on to Stage 4 of the tournament, Woody.
Right, you are, Itsu, and Stage 4 is where every team is in the money. We've got 4 teams with golden tickets already that will be at World Finals, but that requires another 16 teams to be chosen, selected for their performance in order to get the rest of that prize pool. We're getting prizes out to 20 teams in this year's Clash of Clans World Championship with over $1 million in that prize pool. There has been a lot to compete for so far. And wow, I gotta say, those Swiss format tournaments are very favorable to teams with consistent performance. If you thought a double elimination tournament was generous enough, the Swiss format is basically triple elimination. So lots of chances to prove yourselves and ensure that the best team may indeed win out in the end. Very excited to see, as we narrow the field even further, which one team is going to eventually claim that big trophy in the very end and get that $300,000 prize, Judo.
Absolutely, and you might see me constantly looking down. I'm trying to keep an eye on the other wars as best I can and inform you about things. So Indian Force actually did get a 3-star after the last update, so they are right back in the war versus Train Station to see whether they can get the victory. Vatang also taking the lead over Dark Phoenix in their previous attack, but Dark Phoenix with an extra attack, so let's see what they can have with that one. And then we have Entropy versus UG Nebula, who obviously we've seen earlier on in the stream. Entropy getting they're pushing themselves ahead, and they're 2 stars in the lead right now with just 2 attacks to go, so they are really putting themselves in a comfortable position moving forward. But being in the lower bracket now, we know that the teams have to win more matches, and as we've said, we've still got 2 great wars to come today, Carbon, once all of these other matches start to close up.
Absolutely, indeed. And one other match that is I'm keeping an eye on, specifically Time to Throw taking on Vizier Naturalis, where Time to Throw has back-to-back triples. They are 2 for 2, while Vizier is 2 triples and 1 2-star that is a 90% 2-star. So that one is going to be very close. And on Time to Throw, Jesus, who was playing for Empire Gaming before, now part of this team, he did get a 1-star earlier in the day. So I'll be kind of curious to how he's going to rebound from that. But remember, all the pressure's on now here in the lower bracket. You lose, you are eliminated. We've talked about the $1 million prize pool with first place taking home $300,000. You got to work your way through the different stages, and it's just so crazy that we had almost 5,000 teams compete in the ladder stage to narrow our way down to just these teams remaining. They are really proving they deserve to get here. They had to play roughly about 40 wars to make it to the stage just to compete here today. So it's been an impressive showing. When it comes to Worlds, Itzu, is there anything that you're maybe excited to see? Do you want to see any attacks maybe come back at Worlds, or maybe even later in the stage that maybe we haven't seen all too often?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. I feel like overall what I want to see is variety. I would like to see not a use rate of one specific strategy or like follow up of like 50%. I would just like to see different strategies getting used, like Lalo, Super Barbarians, Hawk Riders, with the variation of having Super Hawk Riders in there as well, like Super Dragons, Electro Dragons, maybe a little bit more often. That would be kind of cool to see the pros using them, because it can be a really powerful strategy and troop in general. So I feel like maybe the one troop which I'm missing a little bit are Electro Dragons. We all know that they can be really strong, and if it's not an entire Electro Dragon attack, that's fine. But a lot of times what you find is somewhat exposed defenses which are not getting covered that much from inner targeting defenses. So you can use the change of the Electro Dragons to get kind of far into the base, get some value, and get a lot of defenses out. So I kind of would like to see that more often. That would be maybe my one strategy to look out for. Woody, is there anything for you, like strategy or troop-wise, which you would like to see more often, or overall in general?
We haven't seen any super witches. They go super slow. But I mean, those were very popular last year among some top players that felt like they could get like a marathon march through a base. They often wound up timing out, unfortunately, and that becomes even more difficult with bases that have gotten even bigger. But those were fun. And I guess Super Valkyries too. You know, Valkyries had a place in the meta for a while, and Haven't really seen a whole lot of usage recently with so much strength in the skies, though. I gotta wonder if we're going to see those Inferno Dragons, because there's been a few Super Dragons so far today, and I think a few Electro Dragons as well, but Dragon Riders and the Inferno Dragons, that kind of Flybrid army that we had fun talking about last year, that's kind of been absent so far. How about you, Judo?
Go wipe.
Go wipe.
Okay.
The Town Hall 8 special.
Yeah, I mean, for me, one strategy that I loved, and I don't think we've seen it very much just because there's so many high-hitting defenses, is the Electron. You know, we see the Super Archer clones and things now, which are so much more viable, but I always used to love seeing, you know, the cloned Electro Dragon and just having it strike through different areas of the base. I think it's always fun to watch. I always used to enjoy using that strategy. So if I had to pick one from, you know, previous times, that's what I would say.
Well, that's definitely an attack that we would love to see as well, but more attacks that we can see coming in from Marcos, I believe, is going to be the next highlight here. Glan's last attack against Marcos is going to be this one coming in, and let's see what attacks that they are bringing. The strategy is going to be the Queen Charge Hogs, and let's see, Glan decides to go in with that Blimp over that Scatter Shot, does use that Rage Spell, and we're seeing the triple Ice Golem CCs. So Itsu, when we see a base like this and Ice Golems coming out, what do you think? Is there any attacks that Ice Golems are mainly there to stop?
I mean, smash attacks are typically really good to stop, or like overall any ground attack to stall it a little bit longer. But the attack I would have liked to see versus this base specifically is, I just call it the Big Veil attack because I have seen it do it first. And I have tried in Legend, and it's just insane strong. If you're wondering now what exactly am I talking about, it's like a hero dive with Super Hog Riders. We have seen it Dower do earlier, but with not the greatest success. But whenever you're attacking a diamond base where the Eagle and the Clancaster is on one side, and you can get both of that with the Lock Launcher dive, it's pretty much, to what I have tested in Legends, it is pretty much a guaranteed 3-star. But on this base, you even get 2 bomb towers gifted on top of that. And take a look at this 9 o'clock slide. Eagle would be gone, Clancaster, 2 raised up multi-inferno towers, bomb towers, and only the right side of the base would have been still left. So I would have loved to see that strategy. Maybe it's getting used more often as it's getting more popular, but it's a really, really powerful thing to do. Instead, we have the Queen Charge, and I really hope, I was about to say, this board is not going to one-shot that Queen, because Rage Towers are just a really, really hard thing to overcome in this Town of 15 bases, Woody.
Yeah, extremely tough. They just soup up any defense that they're around, and especially if that's near something that can dish out a lot of damage like a multi-target Inferno, it's going to be very tough to crack through. Perret is moving as fast as he can through multiple different pronged strike of this base, though, and is doing pretty well so far. His heroes are still chugging along at a pretty even keel. Enemy Royal Champion is going to provide a little bit of a roadblock here, but looks like he still is going to be powering through with the Queen over on the right side. It's just that Monolith still in the core that has been causing so many problems for any hero that can come up against it. Just does tons of damage, and without a clear strategy for taking that down, this is probably going to come up short of the 3-star.
Yeah, it's interesting that Itsu called out the heroes to the left and then Hog Riders, you know, from the other side, and it was almost the opposite that was used here. There's obviously many ways you can take down a base, this one being super close, but I always wonder whether, whether it would work on that left-hand side, just literally flipping the plan almost. Not going to happen on that one. The 86% 2-star, and I guess we will find out exactly what happened on that war afterwards. We had Indian Force actually getting the victory versus Train Station Gaming, 13-12. So that one is interesting. Marcus Esports, that last attack we did see, it was actually a victory for Marcus Esports, 13-12 as well. Dark Phoenix, though, ended up getting a perfect war against Vatang. I guess I missed how well they were doing earlier on, so incredible job to them advancing forward. And yeah, it looks like United Gaming is going to get the victory, as they do have one final attack in their matchup. So final attacks coming in for all of the different wars, and then we'll be progressing onto the next one, Carbon.
Indeed, we will be progressing very soon. As I'm taking a look at Time to Throw, a little update on them. They are 3 for 3. They are looking really good. They do, unfortunately, giving up 2 triples against them, but then also another 2 2-stars. So they're in the lead there. But now we have an attack on the other side for Marco. So let's go take a look at a Marcos Esports attack. As Judo did mention, they were able to be victorious in this match. So this literally could have been the deciding hit here, as we are seeing looks to be a blizzard. Does invest that freeze on that Molotov and the Grand Wood Altar. Find a tornado. Trap spinning these super wizards around, then looking at not only take out this town, but look, it can chain and grab the defensive poison spell on the other side here, Itsu.
Yeah, and I mean, this was just an incredible risky blimp. We have seen a super Archer blimp approach in our first match of the day, exactly like that. If you fly over an elephant like this, it's really likely that there are black mines behind it. And, I mean, they just took the risk, I guess. They just didn't care. They just said, hey, we're fine. It's not going to happen. And, well, they were right. They were right, predicted the right traps right there, and got the value they were looking for, getting a lot of defenses out, and a really easy takedown of that defending clan class. I mean, this Hound is just doing nothing versus this Queen, and now we have the hero dive happening. While the Queen and the King and the Ice Golem, everything is diving into this one and going for the scatter shot first to set up the Lado Woody.
Ice Golem pops over on the bottom side for some additional cover on that Queen, and she's going to be continuing to charge in. Doesn't go for the scatter, though. Instead, it's going to be pathing toward the outside. That's a little bit bad news there for MWC of Marcos Esports. Minute and a half remaining to get this Lalo deployed, and with a double Hound approach, he's going to have pretty sufficient tanking out in front. Opportunity to power through these 2 multi-target Infernos along this bottom side. 3 of them, in fact, going to be raged up and firing away at these balloons. Not a whole lot of spell support for them, but with the Eternal Tome going off as well, that will give them a little bit more cover. That last freeze he's going to be able to hold on to as he gets one more down. There it is. The freeze is dropped, but doesn't grab the multi. He's going to be taking a lot of damage on those loons now, guys.
How unfortunate not to get that multi. I think that definitely, caused him a lot of issues there, and just literally took out all of those balloons. So this one not going to be a 3-star, but once you know it's not a 3-star, how far can you push the percentage? Notice he's holding on to that wall breaker, and the sneaky goblin you can always deploy as well, but the wall breaker, you never know whether you can distract a back-end defense with that carbon and maybe just nick that extra percentage.
Yeah, every little building is important and will play a role. We've seen it already make the influence in these wars here. I will take another look at some other matches. We have Valor Gaming. Actually, they have won that one 11-9, as the defensive Jelly Bean Dream got a 1-star on their end. And then Time to Throw is up 11-10. Right now with 4 attacks used on each side. So they are looking good, trying to advance. Remember, it's a lower bracket. You lose these matches, you are eliminated. You are out of the competition, as we still have 2 more matches to come. So we've been waiting here because these other matches are still underway. They were beginning kind of right during the middle of the last match that we were watching there, and which was an upper bracket match. So there's been a lot of teams that advanced. 16 teams from the upper bracket have advanced, and then we're going to find out 16 teams that are going to also advance from the lower bracket, which will give us 32 teams to play in the Swiss stage, which is going to be next weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and then another Swiss stage, Saturday, Sunday, and then a double elimination, a Saturday, Sunday. So we have so many more weeks of Clash to eventually give away those 4 final golden tickets where 8 teams are going to be competing in the Clash of Clans World Finals to find out who will be crowned the champion, get that trophy, and $300,000 first place prize. So these teams are trying their absolute best here. And I think I've asked you guys some teams that you're kind of expecting to get a golden ticket. But, Itsu, I'll start with you. Is there one team, other than not the ones that you are expecting, is there one that you could say, hey, this one's going to upset and surprise people on getting a golden ticket?
Ooh, that's not an easy question. I feel like maybe the one team which is coming to mind to me, which is like always having a good chance of doing an upset, is maybe Entropy, as they are kind of like having ups and downs. But their peaks are kind of high. So at the same time, as they have sometimes like not the best performances, let's call it that way, they have sometimes really incredible performance as well, and they could beat then any team during that. But then in the end, like as we have mentioned earlier, this tournament format with having so many like second chances as well to some degree, you need to be consistent. And I'm not sure if like a team which is having high peaks and low lows can really be consistent enough to really make it all the way. So that's the question. I feel like if I have understood Judo correctly, you might correct me on this one, but I think their match versus Nebula kind of looked really good if that was the match going on for them. But otherwise, that's maybe the team which comes to mind for me.
Okay. What about you, Woody?
Well, I'm taking a look at the bracket right now, trying to get a sense of who's advancing through on the lower side, and I'm really seeing a standout performance from Dark Phoenix. They got a 15-star victory over, drumroll please, Vatang, which has now been eliminated on the lower side. Vatang picking up 13 stars in that war, could not survive against Dark Phoenix. So that is a potential dark horse candidate for me. But also noticing in the lower bracket a victory for Indian Force over Train Station on a 13-12 scoreline. That eliminates Train Station and gives Indian Force another chance with one more win to move on into Stage 3, as well as United picking up a 12-star win over Second Esport, which they held to bay at 10 stars only. And then another victory here coming in is ETX Titans, the Imperium Titans getting a 12-star victory over Les Frères, which picked up 11 stars. So lots of news storming in now from the lower bracket. Before we get into our 5th match today, we will do our best to let you know about all of these eliminations. This is like the crunch hour of the entire Clash of Clans World Finals qualification period. In order to advance onward, you have to be in the top quarter of teams. So 3/4 of our field will be eliminated today. And as they get knocked out, we send our commiserations to them and our congratulations to their opponents who still have a chance to move on and compete for that $1 million prize pool. Lots still on the line, but I'll check in with you next, Judo. Has there been anything else that you've noticed recently?
Well, firstly, with Itsu's point, Entropy, yeah, they were looking very good. I'm not sure how it turned out for them, but they were 2 stars in the lead as far as I seen earlier, so I'd be surprised if they didn't progress in the last matches. For me, I don't know whether they are even classed as like dark horses or underdogs, but I guess ones that we didn't mention at the start is TWOB. They are always kind of there or thereabouts, so I would say those. And United Gaming as well, I think, are, very top level. They've got a good experienced roster, so they're also kind of, petering on the edge. It wouldn't surprise me whether they were one of the teams to grab a golden ticket as well. But yeah, just looking forward to progressing and finding out one match at a time. Today, we've still got the 2 matches remaining, and I believe next Carbon, we're actually going to be going into VN Esport versus Indian Force.
Yes, this is going to be a great match. This is a lower bracket match as well. And averages of 13 stars for VN Esporting. They are looking to bring it, while Indian Force has got 12-star average as well. So some high scores that are going to be coming in that we are going to expect. But question, with the pressure on the line, will they be able to do it? So let's take a look at the roster here for VN Esporting, Itsu.
That's right. And take a look at those hit rates. Every single one of those players is above 50% success rate. This is incredible. Players, Demo, iPro, Exo Danny, Elec, and Mammoth all being on that list. And this is for sure not a team which should be taken lightly. They are here to play, and they are, as you already said, in the lower bracket, which means this is their last chance. If they do not win, they're out of this World Championship and having no chance of coming back. But their opponent is looking pretty strong as well, Woody.
They sure are. Indian Force lost only to TWOB, their compatriots in the upper bracket, on a 13-11 scoreline. They were knocked down to the lower side where they got the victory over Train Station and are advancing now with only one more win necessary to get into the Stage 3. Their lineup includes 11, Vedant, Aman, Shiv, and Piyush. And as you note here, they have all got very impressive hit rates, pushing higher into the 40s, and in the case of Aman, their MVP, into the 52.6% hit rate region. Very consistent average destruction as well in that low to mid 90% area. So this is expected to be a very tight war with only one of these teams yet still able to advance. The loss here is elimination, but victory means moving on to Stage 3, Judo.
It certainly does, and it will be interesting to see how they continue to go through the matches, because obviously in the lower bracket, you do have to have a bit more endurance as well. It takes a lot of focus, the matches, and having to go war after war. It's something that you have to be able to, keep your coordination there and press through. A lot of the teams that we've already seen qualified, they're done for the day. They can put their device down, they can rest, whereas these other teams have got to keep going. So that's one thing that we have to bear in mind as well, is there might be certain teams that perform better because they have that endurance, and there might be others that, struggle to keep things going across the entire tournament, depending on how many matches they have. So I think that's something that will be interesting to see, whether any fatigue is setting in these last couple of matches, Carbon.
Absolutely. Fatigue is one side, but the other side of it is you have to just burn through more bases. So your bases are going to be getting exposed in terms of, well, unless you were being streamed, but if you're not, then you might be able to rerun them, or you can really play mind games and rerun the same base and just maybe do you switch traps or you keep the same traps. If it defended, usually a lot of times they may just not even touch a single thing because the defense worked, and then it could just be mind games when it comes to that. So this is a lower bracket match, and we're going to see one team going home here if you lose. So a lot of pressure now is on match number 5, as we have one more match after this that will then find out all 32 teams that are going to be advancing to the Swiss bracket, getting one step closer, finding the 4 final golden ticket holders of this year. So much stuff still to come, but in this match here, Itsu, is there a team that you're leaning towards to picking?
I mean, the stats are somewhat one-sided, I would say, with Foreign Esporting being for sure the favorites. And I think I would just go with them, to be honest. I think their stats and the performance over the last couple of weeks, I think, was quite impressive in the World Championship, in like community tournaments and everywhere. So I would for sure go with them. How about you, Woody? Would you disagree or agree?
I certainly wouldn't disagree with your expert analysis, Mr. Itsu. I think that there is a tough competition ahead, and I'm looking like all across the entire bracket and trying to make predictions, but it's really tough throughout. These are starting to be teams that are not just kind of, flash in the pan squads with a lineup that they kind of cobbled together for this event. It's starting to be teams that have had showings quite successful at multiple different community-based events. So, yeah, I mean, the tighter we get later on into this bracket, the more matches we see now that are going to be really difficult to call, and that makes them even more exciting. I wish that I was casting this next one, but I will be back again, I think, for match number 6. So we've got an exciting one just ahead. And in case y'all are just tuning in or are getting geared up for this next round just alongside us, make sure to follow and subscribe here, because this is just the first big weekend of broadcasts for several that are going to be coming up ahead of our $1 million prize pool event to be held live in Helsinki, Finland later this year. So we hope that you'll continue to stay apprised of all the action here and elsewhere on the social media across the Clash world, but also the tournament hub right there in the game. Whenever you're doing your raids, you can also check over and see the progress of all these teams that you're rooting for or maybe rooting against and see how they are performing, stacking up against the competition. Judo?
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess you want my prediction. I was thinking about it just when we were talking there, Woody. But so we don't have a clean sweep again, I'm actually going to go with Indian Force, but also for the fact that they won their last match 13-12 versus Train Station, who we've seen them have plenty of experience in the competitive scene, and their two stars were 94 and 98%. So they were very, very close to that perfect. So yeah, I'm gonna go against the odds here. I'm gonna go for Indian Force. How about yourself though, Carbon?
Do I go to make it 50-50 or do I go towards VN Esporting 3-1? I'm gonna go, you know what? I think Indian Force might just pull away with this one, and it's gonna be there you go. Wait, you and I are casting this one here, Judo. So I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out what's about to happen as the match is getting ready to be underway. And Judo, I guess both of us are picking Indian Force to win this. Itsu and Woody going with VN Esport. I mean, if you take a look at straight up just the averages in terms of the hit rates, yes, VN Esporting is superior in terms of that. But it can be anyone's game when it's a lower bracket. When it's you win, you advance, you lose, you go home. Anything can happen. So will the pressure be in the minds of these players? I'm sure it is, but they have to focus on each one of their attacks.
Yeah, and I think we've seen it already today. A couple of the matches were in terms of community prediction. I mean, the first one, for example, was a landslide, if you will. We all picked the same team. The community was on the same side, and then it was super close in the end. So it really does, like you said, just come down to the match, how well the teams are able to pull through in those 5 attacks. That's all it is each war. And as you also mentioned, at this stage, lower bracket, this is where the nerves will be setting in even more, because in the upper bracket, at least you know, should you lose, okay, let's put this aside. We can focus on the next one. After this, you're going home, and unfortunately, at this stage as well, there's no getting back into the World Championships this year.
Nope, you have to wait till next year, 2024, to have any chance there, as the attacks are about to come in to find out who is going to be able to advance to next weekend and compete in a Swiss bracket, where you then have to win 3 matches versus having to lose 2 in the double elimination like it is. So you have to win 3 to advance, you lose 3 in the Swiss, you are eliminated. So in terms of attacks, we've seen quite a bit of different attacks that come in through here, but I'm excited to see what's coming next, Judo.
Yeah, I was going to ask you a very similar question as to what you expected, but we do have some poll results in, actually, and it looks like the community is in the agreeance with us. 54% to Indian Force, with 46 for VN Esporting. Really close in terms of voting. We were 50-50 as casters. The community is virtually 50-50. Seems like anyone's game here.
It really does. I guess it can go either way in this match. Really, anyone. It would be interesting if we were kind of tallying before of who was making the predictions, who was right, who was wrong. We would be able to identify that. That's a lot of fun to be able to say, hey, how are you? I'm pretty much usually always wrong, when it comes to these things. But I know last year in the World Championship, I was like almost 4-4, 5 or 5 at one point, and then it kind of went downhill from there. So I had one little good prediction streak going, and that's all I really could get. So, I'll take it, but I guess we'll find out if we will be right with Indian Force, or will Itsu and Woody be right with VN Esporting.
Yeah, maybe that's something we can do as the competition moves through. A bit like your Masters series with the full bracket and trying to predict every single one. But the first attack is about to go in. Here we go, Carbon. It is going to be a man. And we have the nice graphic which displays all of the opponents. You'll see who he is going to be attacking against. 5 attacks each. It all comes down to this. Here we go. Indian Force attacking first.
With the deciding E-Dragon to the left, to help grab that funnel, and then straight up dragons. We're going to have the dragons to the bottom side. They're going to fly across. Well, no, not across from the tunnel, because the tunnel is a little bit to the right side, where you can then use a blimp to potentially go and grab it. And Itsu talked about before, where you send the blimp in, depends on where the tornado trap, the angle from here, the balloon, no matter where the tornado trap is, it would rotate you into this town hall. So should be safer on this approach.
Yes, there is the tornado trap. Using the clone spell, did you notice, to the right of the town hall, so he could try and clone across to the monolith. But unfortunately, due to the tornado trap, it didn't quite go down. Now, if he were to perhaps send the Royal Champion in there now whilst it's distracted, he might be able to nip it, but not going to do that. Maybe just sending the Royal Champion in from the left side to maximize percentage and forgetting about that monolith, because you've got to be honest, at this stage, all of the dragons down in the middle, I'm not sure that he's going to be able to do this, particularly with multiple expos left up. There's a lot of damage for these heroes.
Yeah, the Diggy does get locked down. He's looking for the Barbarians and or King to take the damage, but no, Royal Champion does now get locked down by this ground expo. Her health is going down, but the Diggy should hopefully be able to stun it and allow the RC to try to get a little bit further. If this multi goes down, then oh, Queen, where you going? Oh no, Queen, why? Why?
Got the freeze spell, and he's got the RC ability just goes off. He's still got the Queen ability. If he's going to freeze the Expo as the RC goes across, maybe.
Yes.
Maybe that was I mean, I guess he took the damage off the Royal Champion. I wonder whether he could have used it at a different time. Gets the cannon, which is going to help the King survive over there, and maybe the King can go down, activate with the Phoenix once the Queen gets over to this area. Carbon Minion, come on, get that Expo down. It's still close. He's got plenty of time. Maybe he can get this. The King's going to get there perfect timing.
We could drop. Is the monolith in range of the cannon down south? She's going for a wall.
Connecting wall in towards the storage, right?
Yeah. Well, either way, we'll give her access nonetheless. To grab the storage, 30 seconds left. He's got archers and a minion, but watch it. There might be ground skeletons in this area.
Got the ability. Come on. Ability goes off. Gets the Tesla, gets the cannon, moves to the monolith. Come on, Queen, you were right with the skellies, but the monolith goes down. Carbon, does he have it? Come on, Queen, get through those skellies. It's down. Archers onto the Dark Elixir drill. 10 seconds. That minion's trying its best.
No,
oh my gosh.
No, another ground skeleton pops up and slows him down, and it's a time fail. 97% 2-star there from Mon.
Can you believe it was that close? I mean, he did a very good job with his heroes, because it looked like there was so much base left over. The dragon's not quite getting what he expected, I assume. But he really used the abilities in the correct time with the spells, nearly getting it. Can you imagine if that monolith did go down to the balloons? That was a 3-star.
Wow. Oh,
very,
100%.
very close.
Absolutely, unfortunately. But, I mean, I feel like the clone spell didn't really get almost anything. Like, it just spun the balloons, cloned it up, and then didn't get the value. If he had extra spells instead of a clone, it probably would have worked there to allow him to get all the way through, protect the Royal Champion. But Axo Danny is looking to turn a 3-star opportunity here, is coming in with a Queen Charge Lalo. All right, you know, the pressure is on. Can he deliver with the Queen? Is she going to path her way into this multi-target Inferno? Yeah, she comes back around and walks on in.
Well, that was exactly what he needed. Sometimes when the Queen starts going one direction, it's very tricky to get her back in. I like the use of the Battle Blimp over the top here, though, to get to the Town Hall. Allow the Queen to just walk around the outside, or she's probably going to be drawn in due to the Clan Castle troops, actually. Let's see what happens after this. Nope. Decides to go on the outside. Town Hall is down. Yeti Might's not quite getting that Builder Hood.
As the Queen now is going to be able to help clear the Lava Hound and walk her way to the left. But this is the key. Walking to the left, grab the Scatter Shot, the defensive RC, Grand Warden, and a defensive Rage spell over there. And then he can send his King into the defensive... Oh, no, or he's going to flip... Okay, no, he's going to use the King to help protect the Queen on her charge.
Couple of loons out in front there. Nice funneling. The King's actually going to dive in alongside in front of the queen. Perfect timing there, actually, to protect the archer queen. It does mean he's got to be careful here with the healers, I guess, but the king's down now, so he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. But it will allow his queen to get a bit further, because the Warbreaker goes in. Did it actually connect? Now it does. Gives her access to the multi, whilst we have the Lalo on the other side. He needs to get to that multi-target Inferno, but he's got a lot of spells to help here, Carbon.
He still is his royal champion to still move her way through. He doesn't have any more wall breakers because one of them actually died to the scatter shot. So the queen is going down to the ground expo, sends the RC now in towards the top side to help go grab that multi, but the Eagle Artillery in Monolith is still standing on the back side.
I thought the queen was going to go in towards the multi. I guess maybe he thought the king could get a little bit extra value and force the queen in towards that multi-target Inferno, but that obviously was a big difference for the balloons. Could still get this, though, with the invis for the Royal Champion, turning the bomb tower invisible so that the Royal Champion gets the monolith first. What a play! And that is essentially turning this attack around. 24 seconds. Should be able to get this.
With the queen trying to make her way through, hopefully there's no ground skeletons. It's all about time, because that can slow him down tremendously. With 10 seconds now, the queen's making her way to the storage. Oh, the wizard clutches that one dark elixir drill because she can't reach it from there. Wait, no, she might have been able to step in that little indentation, and yes!
Oh, I knew it all along.
Ooh, Exo Danny gets it done for the 3-star for VNE Sporting.
I'll be honest, I did think I jinxed him for a second there. But hey, no, 3 stars it was. Oh my goodness. It couldn't have been any closer. I think it moved to the 0 seconds left as he took down that archer tower. Talk about planning to perfection. 3 stars for VNE Sporting. That gives them the lead, but Indian Force only 3% off their 3-star. So they are still very much right there on the heels of VNE Sporting. They get a 3-star here, then the pressure is right back across.
Absolutely, they need to deliver here, and it's the hybrid is the choice. Queen charge with some miners and hogs. Not bringing any super hog riders, but he is looking to send in 3 super wall breakers. We're gonna have to pay attention to the breaks that he wants to use for this queen, and even pairing an apprentice warden, maybe with the queen to help get assistance through a charge. There it is.
Had to speed things up a little bit, give it that extra bit hit points as well. Shiv was actually the player that got 94% in the previous war, so let's hope that he can pick things up for this one. But as we know, Indian Force did get the 13 stars in that one, looking to just about get this multi-target Inferno. Where does the queen go from here, Carvin? He's still got 3 wall breakers for her.
And with 1 wall breaker now coming in, it's not going to open up the wall to the town hall. So he sends in a hog to the left. Out comes Superman. He's headhunters. Watch out. There's a freeze. There's a poison to try to keep the queen. And the wall break is now going to allow this queen to backtrack towards the town hall, hopefully.
Ooh, the red air bombs.
Ooh.
I think there might be more waiting here. 2 red air bombs already on the healers. The queen does lock to the town hall, but is she going to go down and lose all of the healers after this? Let's find out, I guess. Monolith is going to get frozen. Healers look like they've dodged that area so far as the hybrid moves in from the left. He's got good pathing for it as well.
Oh, there's a couple more red air bombs right there. Healers might not be able to stay alive, but the queen, luckily, is grabbing the monolith with her ability. Yes, ability goes off, grabs the monolith, double giant bombs. Now try to take out the defensive RC as the warden ability is activated.
Hybrid pushing through that side. The queen ability was that's exactly what happens to me. As soon as I press the queen ability and there's archers spawn, 2 giant bombs take away all of those archers. Hybrid is pushing in from the left side, and he's still got a lot of that hybrid left, and he's got a heal spell for the back end. There is a rage tower ready to pop, but can the queen tank this scatter shot?
As the defensive rage on the backside, queen goes down. It's all about the queen RC ability. Remember, we had a 97% from the first attack from Indian Force. They're looking to answer with a 3-star to keep it close because of Exo Danny's triple, as ground skeletons are popping up, stalling up the Raw Champion and losing his troops to the backside. The RC goes down, and Alec just defends.
if that was not your perfect example of how strong the Rage Towers are.
Yep.
He had so many troops and they got like 2% and then all just got fried from the multi and the scatter shot. So unfortunate not to have a little bit extra health on the Queen, because she could have tanked that scatter shot, could have made the difference. But hey, when you are at this stage, little things all have to be right for you. And, you know, so far, it's just fell short both of those times for Indian Force.
Yeah, and all it takes is the small details in those attacks. So close. It could be a completely different war of 2 triples for Indian Force, forcing VN to have to get a 3-star just to tie it up. But it's not the case. It's only 2 stars for Indian Force, as Alec is looking to now get a 3-star and expand their lead. Alec has been part of the World Championship on the big stage last year, so he has the experience of playing in person and knows what it takes. So he wants to try to get back and get another golden ticket, but with a whole new team here.
Yep, well, if he wants to do that, he will hopefully be getting the 3-star for his team in this next attack. You know, when they're at this point, they know how close it is. They know what they have to do. It is all about that planning and holding your nerve. A lot of it, like all of these players have the capability of planning and getting a 3-star. It's really whether they can execute it in that moment. That's where the difference maker often is. So here we go. Oh, we have a very interesting army here, Carbon. 7 lightning spells, and the Lava Loon. Zap Lalo.
Zap Lalo indeed. So this is enough to take out, looking for a Queen, multi, no Earthquake needed. So Queen, there you go. Taking out the Queen, the multi, to help with some funneling, that not only so you don't have to worry about taking out a Queen later in your raid, as his Queen is down to the bottom side to help go for that Town Hall. You always have to be careful about the defending clan castle. So his Queen, through this charge, might then end up removing the CC or pulling it out, but I don't know if he'll have enough to take out the CC with his Queen alone.
Yeah, I'm not too sure either. He obviously just wants to snipe that Town Hall and then leave things be. That's the beauty, actually, of these open wall compartment bases, is you can be almost guaranteed that your wall breaker is going to just go for that open junction at the bottom, because there's no other closed compartment for it to get to. Here we go though, Carbon. This is what you called. So the Queen gets the Town Hall. She's still got a lot of health. She's going to step in, and she is luring that CC exactly like you said. He's got some archers though where he could just pull those Ice Hounds across to the side.
As the RC ability is off, at least his Ice Golems, meaning he just leave them be, don't have to really worry too much, but they can play a role when it comes to cleanup, because minions can get stalled up on them and cause you to time fail, as the Lalo is now starting over the top side with the Stone Slammer to move through behind the Hound, but he's still waiting on that Warden to be deployed.
Yeah, interesting use of that Dragon Rider in order to get the Wizard Tower there and just make sure that his balloons weren't going to take much damage through that, and then can move on in towards the Eagle Artillery. Hasted group of balloons, a big group of them from that right side, under the Warden ability to try and get through this Rage Tower area. If they can get the scatter, which they do, freezes the multi, and hopefully they can get there without really taking too much damage from these splash damage defenses. And again, look at that Dragon Rider on the multi-target Inferno. Doesn't have to worry about the splash.
The biggest thing, though, is the world champion on the defensive side. Can he take her down? As a Lava Pup's trying to, the RC's picking these balloons off one by one as he's trying to make his way to the monolith. But then we have a 2 Wizard Towers still up in different directions. Oh my
goodness.
Look at all those red air bombs. Wow.
Not what you want to see as a Lalo attacker. Those balloons just hit the ground like nothing. It is still a high percentage, and wait a second, the Electro Owl, come on, it's going to get through that monolith. It does. There's a Wizard Tower there, though, which is going to get these minions. Can he tank it with 1 minion? Oh, I thought he was going to send that.
He can chain. He's chaining through the storage. And what's to the left? He's got another storage, though, and the Wizard Tower over there. 13 seconds, 95, plus the army camp.
Time fail.
Yeah, because he can chain through the other one as well, unless there's a Seeking Air Mine or something. Because I don't think he flew this way, so there might be a trap on his way over there. But 96%. This is exactly what Indian Force needed. Granted, it is a 2-star in the high 90s, so Indian Force was hoping for a lower percent 2-star. But Alec, you know, if you're going to fail, you gotta fail in the mid to high 90s.
Yeah, I feel that's the benchmark that's getting set at the moment, isn't it? Into that mid-90 range, especially in this meta. You know, the higher you can get that percentage, obviously, the better. But we do have 11 attacking next, who has a lot of experience himself. You might recall him from the Marcus Esports team a few years back. So he certainly has the experience in these tournaments as well, with the recall spell ready for the Archer Queen. With that Queen charge, he's using the Flinger to the top, and then he has the Hydra attack. Interesting approach here, Carbon.
Yeah, with that Queen, typically this tends to want to pull the Queen back after she can secure the Town Hall, essentially. So he's going to have to really invest. That Milev, yeah, that was a lot of damage. No! The Queen ability being forced. You cannot afford to lose a Queen ability, as we're seeing the stats of other wars on the bottom of the screen. If you want to take a look at some wars that maybe you're keeping an eye out for. But as a Flame Flinger is trying to go to the top side, no Queen ability is going to really hurt this attack.
Yeah, no Queen ability is going to hurt. I'm not sure whether he did press. I'm just trying to look at the scores at the same time. Some really good scores coming through. A couple of teams perfect so far, even though we are just a couple of attacks in. There is that recall. Didn't want to take too much damage from the Expos, but, you know, he took out a huge amount of that left side of the base. Obviously, he knows Tesla's out of the way there as well. So the Archer Queen now about to pick off that air defense, and his Hydra moving through the middle, but he's going to have to battle a sweeper and raged up multi.
Yeah, with this Warden ability protecting all these dragons moving in, but is it protecting well enough, as he didn't get all the way deep into the core? So that means there might be a lot more traps waiting for him after he gets past these multis. Plus the defending Clan Castle is going to be a huge pain.
Certainly is, and I can just see that defending Rage Tower as well towards the back. Even if he gets through these, the dragons themselves have got to get through the storages as well, right? And they've got to get through every building, even if it's not defense. So that's how the regular dragons are just peeling off to the side there. Really going to have a hard job here, because he wanted the dragons to get the core of the base. Now those back Expos are going to be troublesome for his heroes, but the good thing is the Rage Tower should be out of action. So let's see whether he can hold it together and get this. He's still got a couple of spells to support.
Yeah, that Rage spell has disappeared now, with no Queen ability, but the RC's got her ability here. Hang on, but it's 2 ground Expos, but he's got another Rage.
Rage and an Invis.
He's got a Rage and an Invis. What is he going to do? There's a wall break for his Queen, but that won't do anything. He makes the RC invisible. He rages her up to get through this Expo. With her ability, he's going to be clutch through this. Queen's going to help assist, and is looking good here for 11 as the ability goes off. He needs to finish this off, but the ground skeletons are popping.
Diggy stuns the Expo though, Carbon, so he gets another couple of seconds.
Come on.
RC, Diggy stuns it again,
RC!
because Diggy retargeted onto the skeletons, then went back to the Expo.
Queen gets through the wall. 3, 2, yes!
3 stars for 11 of Indian Force, keeping them in this one. That is exactly what they needed after a defense. This one just stepped up the heat. Way more exciting towards the end of this now. They've got their first 3-star. They've been so close. Can VN Esporting bounce back after that 2-star and immediately keep the pressure on?
What a great finish there. 11 getting it done, but iPro is up for the next attack, looking to deliver. Can he bring it for VN Esporting? Because this is an elimination match. If you're just joining, if you lose this, you are out. All that work to get to this point in the Clash of Clans World Championship is gone. No prize money. You have to be in the top 20, and then if you make it a top 20, That's $5,000 minimum to those teams. And then it significantly goes up every place you go up. About 5 places up is huge, especially if you make it in Worlds. It's like $30,000 just for making it a Worlds or more. So it's a lot of money that they're fighting for.
Absolutely, right up to $300,000 for first place. Alongside that trophy, one step at a time though. VN Esporting with iPro. Just looking at the stats there now, it's definitely so much closer. The pressure is on. Starting this one with the Grand Warden Walk. He's actually got 5 Electro Titans in this one, Carbon. Often we only see 4 in order to allow other troops in order to adjust. He feels confident he can set the funnel, do what he needs to do in order to push as many Electro Titans into the center of the base as possible.
Yeah, as the Warden is grabbing this funnel value, but the nice thing is, why did he use a Flame Flinger? Well, the reason is because he can help have the Flame Flinger go for the Town Hall, but the Lightning was to remove the Expos that would threaten the Flame Flinger. So now he doesn't have to think about it. He can then help secure the Town Hall as long as there's no Teslas that sneak up on him or something, and then he can smash his way through with a couple wall breaks and then a jump towards the backside of the base.
Indeed, and interestingly, he sent that 5th Electro Titan with the King, but wait a second, the Tesla pulling the Electro Titans to the outside of the base. They're walking, Carbon, they are not moving into the middle, which means the Archer Queen is going to have to deal with these super minions. She will take incredible damage, and he does not have the force moving into the middle where he had the jump spell.
Those Electro Titans don't know what they're doing. They need to come back to jump to that multi. They finally are coming there to help assist. But that King, he's gone down. He still has the World Champion, but, you know, there's a lot left in this base here.
It certainly is. The Electro Titans took way more damage than he expected by doing a zigzag around, getting drawn up with the skeletons and the Tesla. Finally, they're actually into the middle of the base. He's still got the healers alive, thankfully, and the Archer Queen ability still there alongside the Royal Champion, so he's managed to keep his cool. Flamefinger gets that Town Hall. We've got a dangerous back end of the base, but the RC ability is going to be... it's going to be helpful, but I just can't see how he's going to get through that monolith, to be honest, Carbon.
No, that Milov is standing. There's probably some skeleton spells or something waiting. There can't just be nothing, right? In that area, super minions actually sniped the defending queen. But that RC is going to go to the down to the monolith as he tries to get every little bit of percentage, because now it's going to be all tied on stars. And percentage? It's going to be like neck and neck here, Judo.
It certainly is. I think it's going to be very close. I think Indian Force might actually have the lead after this one. We'll have to see once the stats come in. My percentage maths is not quick enough across all of the 5 attacked. But the healers, arguably, I didn't see in the middle. Did they transfer to the Titan, and that's how the Queen was vulnerable in the middle and the stability and things? Or I wonder whether they transferred afterwards.
I think it was just the monolith eventually locking onto his Queen. Even with the healer's honor, I don't think it was enough, because he didn't have enough spells there to help assist. As we will add a certain percentage here. It's currently saying 5. It will get to 7. They are. Wow, Indian Force now have the advantage by a few buildings. This one is getting real good.
It certainly is, yeah, because if I'm not mistaken, every 10% of an attack is 2% of the overall damage, right? So that's where the 80% there means around about 4% that he missed out on. Payush, another very experienced attacker that, again, he was part of Marcus Esports as well. So maybe he can follow in 11's footsteps, get another 3-star. Imagine what that would do moving into the final part of this. We did look at the stats beforehand. VN Esporting ahead in the ladder stage, if you will, in terms of their stats. But like we've said, it all comes down to this ball. Archer Queen used to initially tank, get those defenses for the Flame Flinger, who was then aiming towards the scatter shot. And the Archer Queen should be able to tank that Expo for, well, pretty much the entire time for this Flame Flinger.
Yeah, that wall break opens up real early, but the World Champion... Come on, Queen. Take that RC down, and he does indeed, as he sends a Hog Rider into the scatter shot. Why not? To test for traps of giant bombs and things like that. It doesn't lure out the CC because it's too far away, but this Queen's going to continue her way to the multi and charge her way into a Lalo.
Wow, I really like how he set up that flame flinger, using the Queen to just have the Expo on her for longer. Look at the invisibility. What an aggressive invisibility to protect the Queen. I don't know whether it protected the wall breaker there. I'm not sure whether that's what he was doing. But either way, he got the wall open with now the King setting up the funnel up that top area. The Queen can walk straight in and get that monolith. Beautiful use of the freeze to make sure that it is not turned invisible. But maybe it was a bit early, so he has to freeze again.
As he does use that freeze to prevent the invisibility spell from activating, the Mylif goes down. Well done, but he still has the Lalo with the Warden to use. So you're gonna have to fly his way into the Town Hall as the defensive rage over the Queen activates as a scatter shot. And look at all the skeletons with the Tessa button that pops up.
He's got the Queen ability, which he now press. Come on, get that enemy Queen. Oh, enemy Queen goes down. Can she get a couple of more things? We do not want that invisibility spell tower reactivating. Let's put it that way. But the Queen charge got such amazing vibe. Oh my gosh, look at all the red air bombs. The balloons just about get the Town Hall. He had so many of them moving over the top of it, and they literally all went down, Carbon. He just about got that.
Those balloons were outside the Warden ability. They ran way too fast ahead of the Warden, which didn't follow him, which caused him to miss the ability over the Town Hall. But even if the Town Hall went down, the Tornado Trap would have then pulled the balloons nonetheless and spun them around. So the balloons almost had no chance, to where if he started the wall to the left side, it could have potentially would have had a chance to 3-star, but it would have been way riskier, as it could have led to a 1-star if that Town Hall didn't go down there. But 90%, which means that if VN Esporting don't hit this mark, then Indian Force will still have the lead.
They certainly would, and it's again, it's a high percentage, and it's right up into that 90s like we expect. I've got to say, I really enjoyed that Queen charge. One of my favorite ones of the day, in fact. Just unfortunate that, the Lalo not really as effective down to the bottom area of the base. I always wonder when you watch attacks like this, and they seem to get so much value from the Queen charge, is there something else they could have done and utilized to maybe, get the other side of the base? But either way, 90% 2-star it is, which opens the door for VN Esporting.
It does. It keeps that door. The opportunity is there. Lower bracket, meaning you have to take advantage of every moment. You'd hate to be doing your attack and be like, that could have been the last attack I did in this year's Clash of Clans esports. I would have to wait till next year. You're like, no, please don't. I want to play in the next war. Hopefully we can advance and keep our hopes alive, as Demo is bringing the Super Dragons. 4 Super Dragons. You know what? He's also got 2 E-Dragons in the mix.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, especially because we've seen how well the Super Dragons dig. And I do want to quickly call out, by the way, Carbon, I quickly checked Eric's stream. Obviously, we have a lot of community casters covering these matches as well. He's covering the Dark Phoenix War. They went perfect in the last one. Currently, 3 attacks, 3 3-stars. So 8 attacks. All 3 stars for them at the moment. Getting back to this one, though, I always enjoy these surgical Electro Dragon hits with the Rage. Just a couple of Electro Dragons aiming to get the Eagle and those Expos, but the Barbarian King just distracting them way too much here, and finally they get to the Eagle.
Ooh, look at that. He gets at least one final shot off with the Rage of the E-Dragon. Eagle goes down, but he also removed the defensive King, which will be very beneficial when it comes to a Royal Champion, so the King doesn't slow her down.
Very nice funnel setup alongside the Flinger on that opposite side. Then using one of the Super Dragons to set the funnel and then just merge in. The defending Royal Champion can try her best, but with 5 Super Dragons surrounding her, it is good night to that defending Royal Champion. Rocket Loons coming out of the Flinger, caught in the Tornado Trap, not quite getting that Expo. What's the plan for the Town Hall here? Is he then just sending the heroes into that area? Or do you think the Super Dragons can get it?
Well, those rocket loons from the Flame Flinger were able to successfully not only pull a bunch of traps, but also pull the tornado trap, which won't affect the Super Dragons since it won't be there. But can these Super Dragons alone take... No, wait, what? They just disappeared.
Well, they got the monolith. One of them looked like it was doing incredibly well versus the Expo. He's still got a skeleton spell to distract those two Expos, but he's just waiting on the minion look because he needs the funnel set up for his heroes to go in towards the Town Hall. It's actually the Royal Champion he's going to look to literally just get the Town Hall. Diggy can support with that. Uses the skeleton spell for as the Archer Queen moves in towards this bottom area, and he's got the hero abilities and a rage spell, so he could get this if all goes in his favor.
Oh, but the Warden comes back to life with that Phoenix, clutches up the multi-target Inferno as the RC grabs the Town Hall. And now look at this King ability.
Wow.
No, it's a Queen ability.
Goodness.
And the heroes will finish this off. Are you serious?
I thought everything had gone south. I'm not going to lie. I was watching it thinking, wow, like this is, but he had it in control all of the time, just waiting for the right moment to deploy them. And in the end, it is a crushing 3-star by Demo. What an attack that was. Just pure confidence in his heroes.
That was impressive. And this is the reason why you put the Phoenix on your Warden when you're doing an air attack just like this. He snipes those important buildings at the last possible moment. He comes back to life, and not only does he come back to life, obviously, where he's immune, but then the Phoenix will be there to also fly and help assist. While the Owl, let's say, for example, if you had the Owl from the start, it will be taking damage from different defenses, it will go down, you won't have that new pet that would just come out of nowhere, just like what the Phoenix would do. So that Phoenix clutch removing the multi. Great job putting that pet on the hero. That literally could have saved a 3-star just like that. Granted, it looked like his heroes would have been able to overwhelm the multi nonetheless. But here we go. Can Indian Force answer with their own Super Dragon attack in attack number 5?
Yeah, interesting. He's got the Battle Blimp with the Clone and 5 Invis. So is this super minions inside there, do you think, to try and get that Town Hall as he moves through? A similar approach with the surgical E-Drag, but not raging it up, just letting it do its thing. Notice how the Super Dragons are down pretty early. In previous attacks, we have seen the funnel utilized a little bit more, but maybe just wanting to blend everything together here, protect each other. As long as the funnel's set, that's all you need. Get those troops in. Battle Blimp on its way towards that Town Hall, but the Sweeper giving it a real hard job, absorbing all of the air mines there, though, Carbon. That was awesome.
That was indeed. That was crazy. There's now the Super Minions cloned up Rage, looking to grab the Town Hall, and he can grab the Mylif by trying to place it perfectly so the Super Minions can go for it next, and he drops it again. Mylif is now able to be targeted, and it goes down. And the brilliant thing about dropping the Super Dragon so early is that he's going to have plenty of time to continue to run around this base.
Yeah, he's even protected the Archer Queen ability as well. So she is well protected, like you said. She's even got the ability now with the Royal Champion in from this side. He can hopefully get that air defense before the Super Dragons get too close. There it is. Down it goes with the Queen ability, the RC ability, and an invisibility. It all comes down to this back end where the Archer Queen is. It's very similar to what we just seen from Demo. Can the heroes in this attack replicate what Demos did? I like turning that Builder Hood invisible to get the multi down before everything else gets there as well.
Yeah, with that RC ability, taking out the cannon, working on this ground expo, continuing his way around as these Super Dragons can help out tremendously, making it into the defending Queen, and this is clutch. Getting a 3-star here is huge because they're down by the triple, which means, because look at the percentage right now.
Yep.
It's exactly tied. So that means VN Esporting must 3-star to win.
Yep. Yeah, they would win by a star, but they cannot win on the 2-star percentage because of it.
Because
just amazing.
The 99 would be one building short of a victory. So, VN Esporting, here we go. It's gotta be a 3 or nothing to keep your hopes alive here in the lower bracket.
like you said, you have got to give credit to Vidant getting the 3 stars when the pressure was on so much. Really nice job with those Super Dragons and just crushed the base in the end. I think he swagged the Queen ability, essentially putting the pressure, I say the pressure, but literally everything now to VN Esport. Like we've said, 3 stars and you win. No 3 stars and you're out of the World Championship. It is that simple.
That is it. All comes down to that. Oh my. Cannot believe the pressure that is on these players here in Mammoth. He is up. He has the responsibility of trying to carry VN Esporting to the next round. Granted, it's not all on his shoulders because it's a team game, but it feels like it's all on his shoulders because he's the last attacker. Well, if you take on the last attacking opportunity, that means you are also taking on the pressure with your attack, as we have wait, is this 5 earthquakes? What?
I'm intrigued. I think he's I guess he's opening part of the base, but also combining it with the lightnings. Oh, wait a second. He used 1 on the Town Hall with the lightnings, and then he's using 4 for the pathing of his Electro Dragons. But can he get really good damage? Like this, look at a lot of the buildings in the middle there. He could get significant damage onto those high hit point buildings as well. But is it enough? Typically when you're raging through that, the Electro Dragons take it down pretty quick anyway.
Look at the quad quake, giving him access to the eagle and the multi to the backside. Once that expo goes down, now he can start going towards the top side and let that flame flinger try to secure the town hall.
He's got a lot of confidence in his flame flinger, let's put it that way. Let's find out though, using a giant to tank that expo, very nice timing as well. Then with the Barbarian King, and like you mentioned, the earthquakes created a fantastic path here for the Electro Titans to literally just run straight down there. Should be able to get the CC troops momentarily with the Warden ability going off, but you can see Flame Flinger getting drawn across to the defenses. I'm interested to see what's inside that as to whether they will get the Town Hall, because everything in the middle is taking damage from it right now.
Yeah, that Flame Flinger does not look like it's going for the Town Hall. Tassels have popped up all around it. RC ability has been forced. He's got 1 more range as he continues his way around this base. He needs his Queen to potentially go into the Town Hall after the fact, because he knows it's got to be a 3 or nothing. If this is a 2, 99%, it's going to be a fail, as the Flame Flinger is now locking onto the Town Hall.
It locks on, but how many shots can it get? And what is inside there? He has full confidence in it, and he has literally given everything. Oh, we've got 2 Super Seeking Air Mines. They're on the Town Hall. Can they get it down? I think they might. Oh my goodness, it's so close.
The Fire Spears will get it though.
Yes.
Wait a second, he's got a 3. He ranges up the Queen. He's got the Unicorn. He's got the Unicorn, Jordan, for Juno to help keep the Queen alive. No way with
Queen
ability
for the King. There's a lot of damage. What else is over in this area? He's going to use that ability now to get through the King, the multi. Then he should be good, surely, for the Tesla and the cannons. She's got the health. 1 archer to try and help distract. Here we go.
Queen, come on. 10, 9, come on, Queen, take this down for a 3-star. 2, 1, no way. No way. God! Hawk Mammoth gets a 3-star and they win! What a ending there to the match! It couldn't be any closer. Congratulations to VN Esporting advancing. What a match that was.
Literally down to the last millisecond. Think about every moment when he dropped the troops. Should he have done that a millisecond later? And that was it. That was the determining factor. What an incredible war. Every single one of these players putting up amazing attacks. 95.6% average destruction from both teams. With Town Hall 15, 95.6% average destruction, they can both give themselves such an amazing pat on the back. Indian Force might be going out, but they have certainly put on a performance for everybody today. And wow, VN Esporting, they get through that one, but they still have one more round to go in order to progress to the Swiss stage.
Absolutely just mind-blowing what we just saw there. An end to that match. We'll bring it back here. Itsu and Woody. What a close to that match. Itsu, what was your thoughts there?
I mean, it was never really close, to be honest, right? Woody and me predicted the right winners from the beginning. I don't know what...
You're right.
Obviously kidding, but I mean, this was just insane. Having to 3-star clutch up the match, that was insane pressure. And the Super Minion in the end getting one shot out. Just imagine this one shot would have not happened in the end. This entire match would have been different. I mean, that was just incredible, right, Woody?
Absolutely was, man. I thought that the two matches that I got to cast earlier today were really close wars, but that one could not have been any closer. Requiring a 3-star finish and getting it with just a second left, that was surely the most tight war of the entire day. Let's take another look at some of those replays where we can see 11 making a valiant stab into the end, grabbing that triple so desperately needed by Indian Force at that point to keep alive, and it really forced VN Esporting to a very tight finish in the end. Piyush from Indian Esporting also getting a really strong attack in here. I know you're also watching this one, Judo. Feel free to hop in.
Yeah, I know. This is the attack that I just loved, the Queen Charge, but just re-watching all of those balloons slamming into the ground, I almost wonder whether just Hog Riders would have been better for him in that scenario, given what happened. And then the attack here of Demo crushing the back end of the base, despite us thinking it had gone the wrong way. It's, honestly, even just watching this back carbon, getting goosebumps again.
I know. I can't believe what we saw. The ending of this match, incredible. You can't be any closer. It seems like the Queen's final shot went in the air and hit and took down that building as the clock was going down to 0. I just want to get like an instant replay, of see where the clock was, where the Queen shot was. Was it like go from 1 to 0 or like 2 to 1? It's just okay, wait, here. This is kind of the close off here that we can take a look. Oh my goodness. This is just so crazy, Itsu.
It's like always those moments, like let's imagine the last shot of the Queen would have been in the air and he would have time felt. Those are the moments where you would have thought, wait a second, what happens if I try to reset the attack animation of the Queen with the ability? Maybe I should have done that more often. Like then people will find those really small things which they can point out. And I mean,
wow,
this is look at this. It's in the air. It's in the air, literally hitting then the last defense. This can't get any closer than this. And that was just crazy. That was just really crazy. I'm really happy that he got this because, as I said, otherwise people would be like, yeah, why didn't you reset your Queen animation with this and that and whatever? Like, that would have been easy, right? Yeah, of course. In that moment, like, that's exactly what you're thinking about at this stage. It's more like he already got an heart attack because the town nearly did not go down. That was the first thing. And then in the end, a time attack, like time-based attack like this. I mean, I think there were a lot of things happening in this ad right as this attack ended. Right, Woody?
Absolutely. I mean, we're giving a lot of credit to the Archer Queen here for getting the finishing shot off at the end, but if it hadn't been for the Super Minions in there, that Town Hall would have stood standing and would have also prevented a 3-star there. And did you see all those traps that were popping out when the Flame Flinger went down? It was just like black bomb, just like knocking those Super Minions out of the sky. They got a few long bomb shots in, but there was like still just a sliver of health left on the Town Hall, and I don't know if the Flame Flinger Fire Spirits were going to be enough to finish it off in the end. I know that we've got our next match getting queued up very shortly in the background, but I was wondering if we have any additional results that you guys have been able to see over on the Tournament Hub. I know that we had a few other matches that were progressing through. Itsu, did you have any updates from those?
I was watching a couple of the matches in the background. Dark Looters lost to SWAT, so Dark Looters being out of this.
Wow.
United Gaming actually lost to Cloud Esports, if I saw this right, 12-14.
Really?
So that was somewhat surprising, I would say. And otherwise, we double check. Chacha Esports seems to have won their match. Foreign Esporting is the match we have just watched. And Entropy have lost versus TPM Esports 13-13, and they lost on percentage, it seems like.
Wow.
Even though TPM Esports had a 1-star. I just see that here as well. So a lot of things happening and some crazy results in the background. As well, Marcus Esports seems to have won versus KOG with 14-12 as well. So we can see as the rounds are getting like further and further into the tournaments, we see how much that increases already the hit rates. It's just so crazy to see like the jump between like the top, I don't know, like the top 64 teams to the top 32 teams. The hit rate already feels like it's doubles, and then it gets as higher, it doubles again. Like it's really crazy what the skill jump is in between of those different teams. And you clearly can see that within the tournament as well, with showing different results.
Yeah, and I'll also give a shout out to Dark Phoenix. Gave them a call out as a potential dark horse candidate, and they did get the win over Omnipotence, so they'll continue to stay on. We're going to be hopping into the next match, though, as we've got Time to Throw versus Argenfest, right. Got split up on there, but we'll go ahead and look at Time to Throw first. They've got a little bit of an edge here on the hit rate average as well as the average destruction. So bring them up, and Judo, why don't you take it away?
Yes, well, we have Max, Jesus, Diego, Bonky, and Pevu all in the 90s in terms of their average destruction, and every single player above the 50% 3-star rate, which, as we know, in the current meta is certainly not easy. So a strong squad, obviously losing one of their matches earlier on today, getting knocked down to the lower bracket, which is what we're in, but going all of the way. If they win this match, they move to the Swiss stage, but obviously the same is for their opponents, Carmen.
Yeah, for their opponents as well as Rokio, Asterix, Hulk, Meturo, and Thomas. I know for Meturo, that's a player that we have definitely seen quite a bit playing in teams with like Rigatores, but we're getting ready for this next match, and here we go.
Yes, I think
we're hopping on it.
I think Woody and me are going to take this one. So, well, Calvin, Judo, you guys can relax a little bit, and Woody, we're going to have some fun with hopefully yet another really close match.
Absolutely, with another match that is not just going to have an elimination here, but one team will be advancing to stage 3. So the stakes are extremely high. This is one of those bubble round matches that you do not want to miss. And take a look here, Metruo is going to be dropping one of those power potions to get all his troops souped up to the max level for his town hall, making sure that everything is going to be in tip-top shape for this last attack. Got an early strike there with the Archer Queen, and we'll recall to reposition her up top so that these Super Dragons will have one less air defense to worry about.
Yeah, and as the Queen is setting up the pathing for those Super Dragons, a quick information piece as well. The community polls seem like that 65% of you guys said that Time to Throw is going to win this match. So let's see if that's going to be right, as the Super Dragons are slowly making their way towards the core. But it's now all about the blimp, and the Tornado Trap could rotate everything away. And exactly, this is why I'm always saying, pay attention to the Tornado Trap rotation direction. But luckily, there are no black mines, and everything goes well.
Yes, it does indeed. Often see those tornado traps right next to the town hall to try to prevent just that sort of entry, but without enough single target damage to take down the battle blimp, those balloons are going to have an easy shot into the interior. Unfortunately for Metro, though, he loses his Grand Warden a bit early on here. Without that life aura, those dragons are going to have quite a bit of trouble powering on through these multi-infernos in the core of the base. There's also a scatter on the bottom side with the defending Archer Queen that is proving to be quite the roadblock for Metro's forces. And this is coming up quite a bit short. I will notice, though, however, that he does have that Royal Champion in reserve, has yet to deploy her, and with a little bit of spell component to support her, there is still quite a bit of cleanup that he could get done on this base, Shitsu.
Yeah, I think it's actually not looking too bad, considering that he has 1 rage and 1 freeze still left. The only bad news is, oh no, he has not lured the clan castle just yet, and that is the big bad news for him, because this means this Royal Champion is going to be stuck on that hound for quite some time, and now the rage tower goes off, so there's even more damage now on this Royal Champion. and on Diggy as well. And as I say this, even the poison is running out, and this means those lava pups are going to finish this Royal Champ somewhat quickly.
Now, why did he drop that poison so early if it wasn't going to be able to last long enough to finish off the pups?
I think he tried to prevent the damage from the rocket dunes, but he should have just froze. And I think he should have froze and rage for the Royal Champion at this point. But I think he just wanted to save the spells for the Queen, which in the end we can see that this variation of the attack right now is not going to work. But then again, like it's those split seconds decision at the end of the attack, which we have just talked about with the last match, which can change everything. On this one, it were sadly not the correct decisions made. All of those spells should have been invested for the Royal Champ and could have turned this into a 3-star, I believe, but as I said, it's the small things, and this one's going to be still a high percentage 2-star, so nothing is lost here.
Well, as we know, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. Mechuo got hit really hard there and tried to salvage with those spells on the cleanup toward the back end. A 2-star 91% is certainly nothing to be ashamed of. A very confident start here for Argent Fest, if not a dominating one to begin with. Still looking for a 3-star, and an opportunity will return now to Time to Throw, where Max is going to get the next chance at that. He's got 26 balloons for this double La Lune army, and it's just going to be starting off with a brute force dive, using these heroes over on the right side to try to knock out a few key defenses. Looks like we missed the early attack with I guess that was some skeleton spells into the core that took down the CC and a few other key defenses there, Itsu.
Yes, indeed. There's no poison in the army, so I think you are 100% right, and the Clan Castle is out as well. But this Queen, I don't know if she will take down that Inferno Tower. Last second invisibility spell. She's strong enough. Without her Unicorn, she's not having too many hit points, and wow, last shot taking that multi-Inferno Tower out, and now we have the Lalo starting with the Blim towards the town. I think this Blim should be somewhat safe regarding tornado traps.
Lots of loons spread all around and trying to avoid any splash damage that they can, but still seeing an air sweeper up. That's a little bit of bad news for Max. Balloons go awfully slow and without any way to speed through them. He's going to get slowed down quite a bit over on that side. Get some support there from the Warden, and might have been the Royal Champion who ultimately sniped it down, but they're going to have even more difficulty moving in against the Monolith now, known as the Bane of Heroes. It is going to snipe another couple of them down. Warden is doing his best to try to reunite with the balloons over there, and it looks like the last remaining defense to worry about is this multi-target Inferno. He's going to send in one last little Barbarian to try to chop it down, but with another freeze yet left to use, Max has still got a chance here.
Yes, with the rage effect slowly running out. There's a nice
red
freeze.
bombs.
Oh, that's already a lot of damage. 30 seconds left with the Owl and the Loons. Can they finish this? The Rage Tower is just so powerful. The Black Mine.
Hold on. The Electro Owl finishes it off. 20 seconds left and the cleanup is good. 100%. 3 stars for Max. With maximum damage, Time to Throw begins with the 3-star hit.
Oh, that was a close one, but indeed a nice 3-star for Time to Throw. That was exactly what they need at this point. Making sure that in this situation, getting a 3-star is such an important thing for your teammate to rely on. And we now see on the other side the next attacker getting ready. They have the option of deciding between 4 different bases, as one of the bases already got hit.
Well, Garex will be the next attacker, and it looks like he's mixing it up with both a Lava and an Ice Hound. Going to be going in super heavy with this assault. 36 balloons. You rarely see that many. And no healers at all for an early stab. It's just going to be Sui heroes to try to get some sort of setup against the space. But kind of doing a little bit of poke early on here with these balloons. Setting up an entry point for this battle blimp to safely go in toward that town hall. It's going to pop right above and we'll get all the damage that it needs to finish that thing off. Big commitment early on here from Garex. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how he follows up here. If he's got a good read on this base, this could be a confident 3-star because nothing has gone wrong yet. But man, has he spent a lot of firepower early on here. And without any healers, he's going to have to brute force his way through it.
Yeah, but I think the setup so far looks incredible. He should get his queen towards this top side while his king taking down this multi-tower compartment. But wait a second, those tests are popping up. This means there is more damage than what he expected. The Expo switched to his queen. A giant bomb dealing a lot of damage to the queen and to the unicorn. He has to force that queen ability early, so I'm not sure if he was expecting more out of her. But the Lala on the left side now is starting. As we can see, the loons are approaching towards the next range tower, and this is where the damage lies.
Early Eternal Tome as the Warden goes along the bottom side to protect those balloons, pathing right into a huge amount of splash damage. Raged up Scattershot is going to get frozen. Shut it down as Garrix will continue on through with another freeze spell and drops more spell support, trying to keep those defenses shut down as long as possible. Multi-target Inferno right next to that Eagle, though, is going to prove to be very difficult to deal with as the balloons are just popping out of the sky one by one. Garrix has met his match on defense in the top compartment here and will have much difficulty finishing it off. Sends in the Royal Champion for one final stab, but without those balloons to assist in cleanup, it looks like we are going to be left with just 2 stars on this strike, Itsu.
Yeah, looks like a 2-star indeed, with a lot of time still left, but just the power is missing with having the Ground Expo and that Monolith left alive. I feel like those Tesla inside the first compartment really cost him quite a bit, as the King was not powerful enough to get out of the value. And then it's always those Rage Towers really messing things up big time with having just so much power. So you need to either use the Warden ability, use the phrases. It's really hard to get through them as the minion are picking up the last couple of percentages, as this might be an important factor moving on, getting every single bidding possible.
Barbarian waddling along down there like clockwork, just doing his best to distract and slow down. Looks like that is going to be the end of this hit from Garrix, as we are stopped short at the 2-star 87% spot. Bad news for Argentfest, who have yet to find the 3-star that Time to Throw got on their very first hit. And this could just be a runaway success for Time to Throw if they can follow up with another strong strike here. Checking out the stats from that last hit, a dual Ice and Lava Hound strike really requires a strong, heavy, and fast hit to finish off a base that isn't really going to get very much cleanup support from the heroes. Didn't get it that time, and so we're going to be switching back over to Time to Throw, where Jesus will have the chance to respond it soon.
Yes, and we see the Super Archer blimp from him, it seems like, with the Hound flying in first. Super Archers are inside that blimp then. The first Black Mine is getting triggered, the blimp is flying in, and there are no further Black Mines. So this blimp is going to go where he wants it to go. And now the thing is, for everyone at home who's playing this blimp as well, if you are running into a lot of invisibility towers on the defensive side, use this spell combination from the attacker right here. If you're running only one clone, this means you have more invisibility spells and you can counter defensive invisibility towers way better. If you want to have a more powerful punch, then you can use the double clone and only one less invisibility spell. But having the one option of having one more invisibility spell is really giving you a big advantage if you have to attack those invisibility tower bases, as we can see right here.
Well, that sort of entry is just about as meta as it gets. Some players, in fact, were complaining about the strength of these Battle Blimp Super Archer entry points, hoping to see them get nerfed, but they are still viable to be sure. Jesus shows us that with his strike here against the Town Hall, claiming the first star, and then we'll be following up with a lot of these Super Barbarians. Won't have too much difficulty getting around these walls as the compartments are relatively open, but he will need to make sure that this Grand Warden is doing a good job protecting all of the troops along the backside without any healing. He needs to stay topped off as best he can. I've seen a lot of Ice Golems coming on through here to try to get the Freezy pop off, and it looks like as soon as one goes down, it will be able to shut down the Multi-Inferno, so good positioning there. Also grabs the Eagle Artillery and will prevent it from raining down damage anymore. Jesus adds on a few more Barbarians along the outer edge to get some additional clean on that top side, and will be trying to push down into the core. But Itsu, I'm already noticing once again, another Monolith at the center of this base is going to be tough to deal with.
That's right, but the Queen could possibly reach it depending on where she steps next. Going for the Expo first. Is she going to go for the Monolith next? Yes, but the Monolith is shooting back and the defense is not going down. Even Bitterhut, you're right, is right there. So it's getting healed back up. Where's that Royal Champ coming in now?
I don't know, but she better come in fast. That repair is just going to make that Monolith even more difficult to deal with. A single shot from the Monolith can be decisive in a battle against a hero, and if Jesus is going to be spending additional time along the top side, he's going to be in trouble. He sends in some Barbarians along the bottom side, though. Super Barbs are going to try to distract for the Monolith as the Royal Champion's going to collapse on in. She has her shield and is ready to toss it off. Nice distraction here with the Baby Dragon added on top. It's raged up, and that will be able to take it down. Does he have enough time, though? 15 seconds left, and only 5% of the space is left to destroy. Toss the shield. There it is. Hey, Zeus walks on water with a 3-star strike to follow up and time to throw. Maintain their dominant edge.
What an attack, especially the back end. This is like those quick second decisions we were talking about earlier. Using the Super Barbarians to tank for the Baby Dragon. No Black Mines were there since he already used this angle for his beginning for the blimp in the start. What a genius follow-up, making sure they're just looking incredibly good in this match. They're looking perfectly fine with 2 3-stars back-to-back. And now we have to see the other side again and see if they can come up with their first 3-star.
Next up will be Rocio, sporting a Super Dragon army and 4 healers as well to get the early stab in over here on the right side corner. Takes a few pop shots in and will be setting up for a battle blimp to follow through later on. Holding onto a recall spell as well. We've seen that quite often. A good way to grab another air defense by just recalling the Archer Queen as soon as she pops down the air defense that she's going at first.
Yeah, the Queen charging into that tunnel direction with having the recall. This means the recall is getting used to get her out of danger, get her out of this Monolith. Queen perfectly walking inside, and then she's going to get recall towards either the bottom or the top side. As already at the bottom side, there are some buildings funneled. This is, I guess, where the Queen goes. She's perfectly out of range of that Monolith, which means no range is needed whatsoever. And now the recall as the tunnel is going down. And the attack is looking really good for the beginning.
Rocio is going to recall and will be able to set up over the left side now that the Town Hall is down. Only 18% destruction on this base, but getting everything that is required out of these early strikes. The Super Dragons have now been deployed, and if we zoom out a bit, we'll be able to find them somewhere along the bottom right side of the base now with those Grand Warden giving that Eternal Tome protection. Just as soon as the damage starts to stack on in, there it is, pops it off, and we'll get that Stone Slammer some nice insulation as well. Catches 2 black bombs while protected by the Eternal Tome, and that Slammer is just going to be dropping rocks like an avalanche over there on the bottom side. Archer Queen is almost finished off, and Rocio is off to a great start.
Ooh, the defensive Queen, no one is targeting that. The Dragon Rider is getting shot at, and this is really not what she was hoping for, with the Queen now being able to shoot the attacking Queen. But I feel like those Super Dragons, they had to get more value overall, and now the Eagle even targeted her healer. I'm not sure if this is going to work. With the Rage Tower going off, take a look at the damage the Warden can provide. This is really a lot of damage, and this Queen is going down.
Yeah, that raged up multi-inferno setup in the core is absolutely deadly and didn't have anything to turn that off. Scattershot as well benefiting from the rage, and with ground-based expos firing away at the heroes this entire time. It is just too hot to handle in the top compartment here. Look at all the protection for those buildings and like the complexity of the compartments. Very solid protection for that Rage Tower, just not going to give it away easily at all. Tesla even popping up in the top side too is going to cause even more gumming up of these troops along the top side of this base. So 75% 2-star is coming up short once again for Argentfest, yet to find that triple, and it looks like time to throw at 6 stars on their 2 hits are going to have just as many as Argentfest's 6 stars on 3 hits, Itsu.
Yes, it's not really looking too good for them. Remember, this is the elimination match, which means whoever is going to win this is in the next weekend, in the next stage. But whoever is going to lose this, well, they are out of this year's World Championship, which is really unfortunate. But, well, the match is not over yet. Maybe some miracle can happen. But up next, we have the next attacker then from the other side. And, well, another 3-star would be really optimal for them. Not that optimal for the other team then.
Well done to Rocio. She managed to get the 2-star 75%, but not keeping up with the pacing set by Time to Throw. We'll see if Bonky gets another chance to send the hammer down against this base that Rocio has built. Bringing in a La Lune strike with a Flame Flinger yet again. Very solid, reliable way to try to finish off a hard corner of the base at long range. I do see that there is an air defense over on that left side that the Queen might be able to target onto and then get recalled once again. Rage spell used by Bonky here might mean that that Queen's going a little bit deeper than might have initially expected.
Yeah, but the Queen is perfectly going into that direction of the Eagle artillery. The question now, though, is can she really go for the Eagle next, or is she going to be dragged into the wrong direction? There goes the recall spell, nicely done. He has to protect maybe the Flinger from those skeletons, but nope, the skeletons, they might be a problem. There is a Wizard, Barbarian, everything protecting the Flinger now, and the Queen is about to go in from the bottom side. So, is all of this going to plan? Is this exactly what he was hoping for? We will find out in just a second as the Flinger now is shooting the next couple of defenses.
Nice little splash damage popping off with those Flame Spirits, but these buildings aren't all that clumped up, so Bonky seeing a few key defenses still standing, notably that scatter shot in the bottom left side, is going to have to be very careful about trying to pat these balloons so that they don't take too much splash damage at any one given point. You do see those 2 air sweepers pointing to the bottom left and bottom right side of the base, so keep an eye out for those definitely. Nice! He's got some rocket loons in that Flame Flinger, enough to get right on top of that scatter shot and take it down. Bonky is going to be following up on the top corner now where the big army is starting to coalesce. These balloons are going to be collapsing into the Town Hall, which is now activated and immediately frozen into.
Yeah, but there's a lot of multitasking going on right now. Warden, the ability to use at the top side, the Queen taking down the Lava Hound. There's not that many more spells left to use, but he has to keep those loons alive through the Town of Poison now. And there is still 3 multi-burn towers left alive, which is never good news if you're playing a Lalo. Monolith going down, which is huge, considering that the Roy Champ is marching through. There's more loons on the back end. Can he take this out with having still the freeze? The freeze is getting used, but the multi-burn on the back end. Is this going to be enough, Woody?
I can't say. With Diggy, though, anything is possible. Powering on through and doesn't get the stun. Yes! Survival for the champion, and with the last few shots, plenty of time to get the cleanup finished off. That is a 100% 3-star for Bonky, and Time to Throw remain perfect. The tic-tac-toe 3 in a row triple to begin this war means that it is going to be extremely difficult to see a return of their opponents. We would not only have to see triples from their opponents, but also the 1-star defense.
Yeah, and this is... I'm not sure if those players even know how to not 3-star. I mean, at this point, it's just incredible how strong they are with their attacks. Everything seems to work out for them. On the other side, nothing really has worked out for them. It's really, really tough at this position to come back from that. But let's see, maybe he can somehow make this work. Hulk is up next, and he can decide between 2 bases, Diego or Bonky. Who is he going to attack, and what strategy is he going to bring to the attack?
Well, is he going to stay Bruce Banner, or can he unleash on this next base? It is going to be an overpowering performance if he could just manage to get the first triple for his team and try to keep Argentfest in the fight. This being an elimination match, one team will be knocked out of the World Championship. while the winner will still have that chance to contest in Stage 3 next week. Hulk is bringing another Lavaloon army with 5 healers to support likely a Queen walk along one side. A bit more protection for the air defenses on this base built by Bonky. We see ground targeting Expos though, so that should give a little bit more cover for these aerial troops. All the way to the center with the battle blimp. It's going to pop right over the town hall, and not even any tornado traps to worry about yet. That's going to be the first star claimed as long as everything goes according to plan here for Hulk.
Yes, and that was a really interesting blimp. I think he had a Super Dragon, an Inferno Dragon in there. And he has 5 lightnings. This is just a lot of damage to take down the Inferno Tower. But the ground Expo, you can't take that out with 5 lightnings. So he just wanted to go for the Inferno Tower. Now he needs to make sure that this Queen is staying alive. He has not too many spells left. But at the same time, the Rage Tower is far away, so maybe he can keep that Queen alive. But this one ground Expo on the left is on that Queen, and that could cause some problems.
Yeah, locked on, and it's long range. The Queen is going to get the retarget onto the Rocket Loons, though, and she's staying pretty healthy here. Lava Hound can't do a whole lot of damage. It's really just there to distract. And with only 1 point defense firing away on the Queen, she should be safe for now. Hulk is ready to engage, and he finds another air defense down on the bottom side of that base. Using some more support troops to get on through. Phoenix is going to bring that King back to life for another few swings. But here comes the main phase of the attack now. Monolith is locked onto a Phoenix of all things, popping away on the side of the base. But as it gets pushed away by the sweeper, it's actually going to survive and continue to help. Grand Warden is here to protect these balloons, but it is a very slow-going assault as these air sweepers are just pushing the loons back as best they can. Hulk's Archer Queen is still in the fight, though, and is engaging the CC now. Can she get into the core and take down some more juicy targets? A multi-target Inferno and a scatter shot still remain, Itsu.
Yeah, it feels like this sweeper is just the MVP of the defense. Take a look at that. The loons just cannot move forward. There's no more spells left, and they're just getting pushed back and getting pushed back. And at this point, there is not that many loons left. The Royal Team on the left side tried her best to take down as many defenses as possible. And maybe this is going to be yet again another miracle run. But I feel like with this ground Expo, which survived in the beginning, this is not going to work. I mean, the one last hope just went down as the Queen now walking around the bottom side towards the defending King, and 27 seconds left. Woody, I think this is not going to make it all the way with quite a few defenses staying left alive.
It's just so difficult to see these balloons get 1 step forward and 2 steps back as they get shoved around by these sweepers. Hulk did need to commit those spells to the Inferno Towers earlier on, so wasn't able to get all the way to the end. This will wind up being, in fact, a time fail. Clearly has got enough overpowering DPS to finish off those defenses, but the time will be a factor here, and Hulk smashed through most, but left 2 buildings standing. That leaves Urgent Fest at just 8 stars now out of their 4 attacks, but with their best hit yet from Hulk at a 2-star and 98%.
That's right, and now we're going back to time to throw. From one of the teams, for them everything is working, it seems like. On the other side, nothing is really working, and nothing really is going in their favor. Pivu trying now his best to actually get the next 3-star for time to throw in, and he is going in with the Queen Charge Lalo. We're seeing a lot of Lalo today, especially with the Queen Charges, which is not too easy versus those Rage Tower bases, but it seems like those players make it somehow work to keep those Queens alive most of the time.
Next up is Peivu for time to throw up against Hulk's base now, and bringing in a La Loon Assault Force. Taking down 1 air defense over on the left side. No recall this time, so it's just going to be a full send for this Queen, getting as deep as she can, trying to extricate these anti-air defenses. Balloon is checking around for some black bombs, but hasn't yet found any. He does crash down onto the Eagle, and it will be finished off. Raged up multi-infernos are going to be some juicy targets for this Archer Queen, though. Takes down the first one, and those healers behind her have taken a bit of damage, but they're still doing their job, Itsu.
Yeah, they're doing their job really nice. The clan castle is coming out as the Rage Tower is running out, or like the effect of the Rage Tower. And luckily, I mean, I have had this many times. It's the Super Minion clan castle. The Super Minions are being raged up inside a Rage Tower. Even if you use your Queen ability at full hit points, it sometimes feels like you have no chance of keeping her alive. She's going down in her ability, no problem whatsoever, and those Super Minions are just forcing the ability of that Queen. She should be able to get that multi-inferno tower, and with the lava from the chop side, the tower should go down with this blimp at the same time.
That is a lot of rage defense over there in that bottom right compartment, but excellent job piercing through those defenses. Peibu doing his best to make sure that Time to Throw stays on that 3-star track toward victory. Wouldn't it be a fine way to finish out stage 2 to get a perfect war to clean up things? But with that multi-target Inferno not being an immediate target for those balloons, forcing out a freeze and another one, it's going to be a lot of spells required to finish it off. Peibu did bring a lot of spells though, so might just be able to do it now. Looking for the final cleanup in the last minute of this hit. Itsu, is he gonna get it? It looks like it.
Ooh, 50 seconds and a couple of spells left. You are definitely right. He can still turn the king as well invisible if he wants to, but he has already used those spells as there are just too many loons and troops left alive. And as we have said it's like really day and night right now between those two teams. For Time to Throw, everything is working. Everything they are trying is working. It's a 3-star. It's really, really great attacks. And then on the other side, nothing really works for them. There's always small things not being in their favor or small execution mistakes. There's always something going wrong, which is really unfortunate and really makes this match to a kind of one-sided one, with Time to Throw having their match of their life right now.
Well, he could have given that king a stay of execution, but I think he's been a bit more interested in the Clash of Clans and Chess.com collab. He knows you got to take out the king if you want to win the game. So finished off that Barbarian King in style, and will keep Time to Throw on the path toward a perfect war against Argenfest. Tomas 95, the next to move in with a triple Hound Lalo. Gonna send in the heroes on the left corner first to dive on in and look for a little bit of value toward perhaps that multi-target Inferno there.
Yeah, this is where it looks like that the king is supposed to go, but more like the queen. Log launcher diving in now as well to get some damage in with the logs. Let's see how that's going to work, as the king is having a lot of fire on him. The queen slowly making her way towards that scatter inside the base. Really great pathing as he's setting up his heroes for success. Now we have the Lava Hound, Double Rocket Doom Clan Castle coming out to deal some more damage, as the king is still tanking for the other troops.
Multi-Inferno is just burning up these attacking forces over on the left side. Didn't get all the way in, and that is just going to be some really good base building by Diego, denying access out there. Tomas can take a little bit of relief in the fact that that Lava Hound is going to be stuck over on the outer edge of the base and might not even cause any problems counterfeiting the CC defenses that Diego set up. But still, it is going to be a long slog to march all the way through from this town hall to the top side of the base, where the Archer Queen is still up on defense. Tornado Trap pops, and man, that town hall is still hanging on, Itsu.
Yeah, we see so many tornado traps today near the town hall. I feel like this has for sure changed. I don't think we have seen that many tornado traps recently in front of the town hall, but today for sure, this is what we have seen all day long. And the question now is, are they even going to finish this off with a 1-star? I feel like this is so unfortunate. Nothing is really working in their favor, and this is really showcasing this perfectly. The town hall should survive, and the Royal Champ going down, and there is nothing to save this. It was not their match, and this is how they're going out of this competition, but still really, really strong showing over it to make it to this stage of this competition, which is not that many people, that many teams have done it, so congrats on that. But Time to Throw just being a bit too strong on offense and defense, and they still have an attack left.
Right, you are. It's out of 5,000 teams that competed. We are now down to the top 64 that remain. Argenfest will be among those that are ranked between 33 and 64, though, because they will not be in the top 32 to move on to stage number 3. with the star count as it stands already. 12 stars to time to throw. It's not a question of will they win. It's only a question of will they get a perfect war to finish off the day.
So now the question is, did you jinx it? I mean, at this point,
I think they're too strong to be jinxed. They've got the anti-jinx juice.
Fair point. Yeah, I can totally see that. And we see one of the coolest strategies, in my opinion, in the current meta, which is the Queen Charge Recall Smash. In this one, it's combined with the Electro Titans, a really interesting located Rage Tower, because it only rages up a couple of Tesla and a cannon. But hey, even that is forcing the Queen ability, which is maybe not optimal. But he's having 2 jump spell, he's having a lot of Titans still left, and he wants to make this count to go for the 15 stars, as you said it.
Charging into the bottom corner, both the Warden and Queen are going to get raged up with healers to support. Diego is making a very interesting play here for the final strike on this base. Is he just bringing a little bit of creativity for the enjoyment of the viewers, or does he think that the Electro Titans really are the best setup to take this base down? We will find out as Gigabomb is going to explode, recalls the heroes, and will pivot over to the right corner now, where those healers will get a chance to support the Electro Titans now. Going to be moving in against the enemy Royal Champion there. She's got her spear ready to toss off, but activated Eagle Artillery in the top corner is going to just start raining down those blasts against these attacking troops. Diego is going to get a CC pull out now, and this is the crunch moment for him, Itsu.
The Queen so far is not really walking inside, and this Monolith is just out of range for all of his other troops. The Titans are not a ranged troop, so yes, they have the aura, but that is really limited. There is the next jump spell leading into the back end, as there are now Super Hawk Riders coming out of the siege barracks, but take a look at that. Everything is avoiding that Monolith. This is just not getting attacked. The Queen is doing everything she can to avoid it. And now we have most of those troops in the middle going down, with the King trying his best with the Super Hawk Riders to take down the top side, which I'm not really sure if it's really going to be possible.
Tough follow-up here from Diego, but he is at least going to go out with style. Loses his Archer Queen to the enemy Archer Queen on defense, and it looks like the Jinx may have, in fact, come about after all. Looping around the top edge. He's going to get one more shield toss there with the Royal Champion. Moving against that enemy Archer Queen, and the Inferno Tower now stabs it down, and I don't want to call it too soon here, but it looks like there's quite a bit of difficulty along this bottom left edge, still with an Expo on the ground. A couple of builder huts to fire away, but crucially, still seeing a couple of surprises down here. That multi-mortar right next to a Tesla that has popped up. There's no splash damage except for the mortar, but quite a bit of point defenses and just too little time to get it all done, Itsu.
Yeah, it seems like that they're not getting the 15 stars in the end. They were really close. It was an exceptional match from them, but it feels like the last attacks of each team were like 1 star shorter than the average of the team. While one team getting a 1 star instead of 2 stars, the other team is getting a 2 star instead of a 3 star. So, yeah, overall 14-9. I think it was. We have to say it was a somewhat one-sided match, but GG's to both of those teams reaching that far into the tournament. And for Time to Throw, it's not over yet. They are going to make it to the next weekend, to the next stage of the champion qualifier for this year's World Championship.
Congratulations to them. It's a squad that I've been following for a while. They performed very well in not just global, but also some regional competitions through the Snapdragon Pro Series, and might get a chance to see them competing again and moving on with the possibility of another golden ticket this year. But why don't we go ahead and bring back our other 2 casters? I know that Judo Sloth and Carbon Finn have been waiting in the wings to rejoin us now, and I'll pass it off to you next. Please, Judo Sloth, take it away and let us know what you've been keeping your eye on.
Yeah, I mean, I've been just doing the process tax stats, actually. I haven't been able to keep up with many of the other wars in the background. I let Carbon take that one, but I will say I'm disappointed, Woody. You jinxed Diego. You said you couldn't, but you jinxed him.
Yeah, I can't believe
take it away, my friend.
Can't believe it, Woody, but it's time to take a look at all the advancing teams that will be heading to next weekend. And we saw these were the first 16 teams that won from the upper bracket. So some notable teams: ETX Badzinger, who went undefeated, was not lost yet. We have Inquisition, TWOB, Strat, Clash Champs, and Melzami MG. All three of those teams were the ones that played in last year's World Championship, so that is something to keep an eye out. But now we also have 16 more teams that are going to be joining from the lower bracket. As we take a look at these, are there any that stand out here, Itsu?
I think there's a lot of good teams in there, but I feel like Marcus Esports, that's a name which is around in the scene for quite some time. Foreign Esporting for sure on the list as well. Chacha Esports, X-Team Esports. We see those names quite often. And just to round this up with time to throw, I think there's quite a few names on the list which we all know and I think are quite active in the scene. So I'm looking forward to see how they do next weekend.
All right, we're going to be taking a look at our Stage 3 bracket format for next week. All 32 of these teams will be moving on, and they'll start out in Stage 3 with a 0-0 record. The Swiss bracket's a little bit different from our double elimination bracket because the teams are not going to have the exact structure prepared ahead of time. They'll need to prepare against a field of 31 opponents because depending upon the results of their initial matches, they'll be matched up against other teams that have the same record. So all teams that win their first match will play against other teams that also won their first match. Teams that lose their first match will play against other teams that lose their first match. And in this way, we'll continue matching them against other teams with the same record until they either get 3 wins and advance on to Stage 4, or they get 3 losses and are eliminated from the tournament. Players on teams that advance through Stage 3 on to the 4th stage will be in the money at that point because they'll be among the top 20 teams in the world and eligible to take a chunk of that $1 million prize pool.
They certainly will, and that will take place next weekend at 1400 hours. So be sure to mark your calendars for that one. UTC, that is Carbon. I think we are ready to sign things off for today, though. So any final thoughts?
I can't wait till next weekend. We had an incredible day. My final thoughts is I cannot wait to see the attacks that are to come in next weekend, especially maybe we can see, are we going to see more Super Dragons, more Lalos? Typically, those are the attacks, but I mean, Woody wants to see some Super Witches. Maybe we get a surprise. Who knows? Or even a couple Super Bowlers in the mix. Can't wait to next weekend as we're getting this much closer to the World Finals and especially finding out those last 4 golden ticket teams. How about you, Itsu?
I mean, I think I'm personally looking forward to the next Millicene match because I want to see Spray attacking again. I mean, this is just to me, like, I was never really the best attacker with like air attacks with the dragons in general. So watching him do his magic with that, I mean, watching Lalos already pretty much feels tough to copy, but watching this to me feels somehow harder to do. I don't know why, but it just impresses me, so I'm looking forward for sure to some of his attacks, as they are just super impressive, especially with the hit rate. But I think overall the matches with the caliber of teams, it's just super exciting. Woody, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right about that, Itsu, and I would just want to say as my last parting words for today, it's a great honor to be able to cast matches for these guys. The players who commit to this tournament have got so much riding on it, and they spend so many hours, days, and weeks to prepare for what could turn out to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to go to the main stage for $1 million event. So thank you very much to all of the players who are competing today and putting it all out there, to all the viewers who tuned in to cheer them on as fans, to Supercell and the production crew as well for putting on this show and for keeping us on track for some excellent weeks ahead. Please make sure to follow and subscribe here because we have got a lot of Clash in action coming up. We are just getting warmed up, folks, and with several more weeks of competition ahead of the World Finals, we hope that you will stay tuned for all of that action. But going down the row, I think we're going to finish things off with you, Judo Sloth. Take the final word before we sign off.
For sure. Well, I'd just like to echo exactly what you said to, thank everybody that was involved with the stream today. All of the viewers, please keep the conversation going on social media as well. And be sure to, again, mark your calendars because we are progressing forward to stage 3 next weekend at 2 p.m. UTC. We will see you there right here. Have a good one.